Chapter 421. Rosen's Underground Secret Room. The essences of different worlds cannot be directly used interchangeably. They must go through complex conversions, and the conversions consume at least 90% of the energy, said the Joyer. If this is true, it would be a great benefit to Rosen, because he is not interested in entering another world for the time being, and the goddess of annihilation is an alien god. There are 5 rings in the divine ring of the divine world, 5 levels of divine power, and 5 levels of divine fire. The essence that makes up the divine fire also has 5 states. The essences in different states have similar characteristics, but different strengths. The divine arts composed of them have a 5-fold basic multiple difference. At the same time, the essences obtained by each god have unique properties, so there are different interactions, or annihilation, or transmutation, or promotion. The following lists all the modes of action that I know of. Rosen looked carefully and found that the interaction between the essence divine arts was quite complex, and the intensity of the action was very high, sometimes even much higher than the ring difference. It seems that a strong god may not be able to completely suppress a weak god. Rosen watched and thought, and also put it into practice. With the continuous adjustment of the internal national policy of the natural empire, more and more source essences flowed into him, and he became more and more abundant. In order to obtain results faster, he began to conduct source essence experiments regardless of cost. While he was concentrating on honing the skills of using source essences, the situation in Grey City was also evolving rapidly. Fortress of Dawn. The second envoy of the Earl arrived, named Rupert Allen, with a soul strength of up to 18 rings. He did not come alone, but also brought a 10-man combat team with an average soul strength of up to 17 rings. They were the guards sent to him by Earl Gon-Kin. Rupert, dressed in black, arrived at the large teleportation array of the Dawn Fortress. Before he could even stand firmly on his feet, he began to summon Savos, the president of the Eye of Dawn. 3 minutes later, he saw the tall and thin 17th ring mage. Rupert looked down at Savos with a blank expression and gave orders in an unquestionable tone. "Take me to see Alex's body." Savos' waist was bent almost to the point of breaking. "Yes, sir, this way please." 10 minutes later, Rupert in black looked at the frozen body and turned to look at Savos. "Did your daughter do it?" Savos' forehead was sweating, and his face was full of a weak smile. Yes, my daughter killed her." "Where is your daughter?" "We are catching her, but we haven't caught her yet." "How many days have passed?" Four days." Rupert in black's voice was very calm, but it contained an extremely cold will, even colder than Alex, who was frozen into ice. The sweat on Savos' face was getting more and more, and he couldn't stop it. He was sweating like rain. Rupert didn't ask any more questions, just stared at Savos with a pair of cold gray eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Plop. Savos finally couldn't bear it anymore, and knelt on the ground. "Sir, I need someone to help you manage the warriors of the Eye of Dawn, and I also need someone to explain the current situation of the Grey City in detail. Please spare my life?" The cold gray in Rupert's eyes faded a little. "Stretch out your left hand, straighten your fingers, and place it flat on the ground." Savos did it tremblingly. Rupert angrily said to the guards following behind him, "Crush them all." The guards stepped forward, raised their right foot wearing metal boots, pressed on the fingers of Savos' left hand, and after confirming the alignment, pressed down hard. "Ah!" Savos screamed miserably, but he only dared to scream halfway, and swallowed the second half of the scream because he was afraid of disturbing Rupert. When the guard raised his boots again, the fingers of his left hand were all flattened, and the bones inside were all shattered. Rupert said in a calm voice, "No treatment is allowed within 3 days, as a punishment for your serious dereliction of duty." "Yes, sir." Savos' face was pale and almost transparent, and his face was full of luck that he had escaped a disaster. But no one noticed that there was a dark and fierce light in the depths of his eyes. Rupert in black continued, "Call all warriors of the Eye of Dawn. First purge the internal traitors, then purge the rebel organizations and members of the Grey City. Remember, it is better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go." "Understood." "Savos, after capturing Natalie alive, you, as her father, will personally burn her for 3 days." "Understood." "Go ahead." Savos stood up tremblingly, and carried out the orders of Rupert in black meticulously. Rupert turned around and said to a guard behind him, "Captain, you go and activate the coordinated defense mode of the Eternal Guardian. Once we are attacked, release the Guardian's high-energy combat mode." "Yes, Special Envoy." Soon, the killing machine of the Eye of Dawn Mage Association began to operate at the highest efficiency. In less than half a day, the entire gray city was suddenly shrouded in a stream of blood, smoke, and a strong aroma of barbecue. At the same time, in the western suburbs of Gray City, a secret underground cave outside the poison mist forest. For safety reasons, the cave has no physical entrance, only a secret entrance teleported by magic, and one must go through multiple layers of teleportation to enter. The inside of the cave was greatly widened, reinforced, and illuminated by magic, becoming a very spacious underground living space that is self-sufficient in all kinds of materials. Here, Natalie has successfully reunited with her good friend Guinevere, and became a senior member of the Dragon Mountain Brotherhood. The reason why it was so smooth is that most of the senior members of the Brotherhood defected from the Eye of Dawn. And Natalie not only killed the Moon City Messenger, but also had superb magic skills, and was favored by the Sun God of War, which made everyone look at her with new eyes. At this moment, the senior members of the Brotherhood were sitting in a simple, but carefully encrypted stone chamber, discussing future plans. The former Hand of Dawn Guinevere was a 14th ring mage, and before the arrival of the 15th ring mage Natalie, she was also the strongest mage in the Brotherhood. She looked around at everyone and said in a serious tone, "Historical experience tells us that once the envoy is killed, Moon City will definitely react violently, sending down a large number of strong men to conduct a carpet-style cleansing of the ground. So, at this time, Gray City must have been killed into a sea of blood. The question is, do we continue to hide in the cave and watch the Eye of Dawn kill? Or take this opportunity to fight back against the Eye of Dawn, to declare our determination and ability to fight against Moon City?" The mages looked at each other and discussed. "We have the protection of the Great One, so we can protect ourselves. We can even fight guerrilla warfare with the Eye of Dawn in the mountains and forests. But our strength is far from enough to confront the Eye of Dawn head-on. We can still fight the Eye of Dawn alone. What is scary is the mages of Moon City, even the eternal guardian of Moon City. Perhaps, we should avoid this wave of cleansing. If we keep avoiding it, how can we change this dark world? Why not pray to the Sun God of War, and seek help from the Great One? Of course we should pray, but we can't rely entirely on the Sun God of War." The last sentence was said by Orient. He looked at everyone with a bright eye. "God has mercy on us because of his kindness, and helps us get rid of danger. But it is us who want revenge, and it is also us who want to change the world. If we rely on God's help in everything, it means that we use our mortal will to command God. After a long time, God will get tired of us, and we will become a waste who can only act like a spoiled child and seek favor from God. If we become such a waste, what qualifications and faith do we have to seek God's help? How can we rebuild glory on the ruins?" The brothers were immediately speechless. After a while someone said, "But the opponent is too strong, so strong that it makes people despair." As soon as the voice fell, Natalie said, "The opponent is indeed strong, but it is not without flaws." After a pause, after attracting everyone's attention, she whispered, "The most fundamental reason why the Eye of Dawn is so scary is that they can continuously receive various material assistance from Moon City. Food, supplies, weapons, and even troops. And all of this is transmitted from the large teleportation array under the Dawn Fortress. If we can destroy the large teleportation array and then destroy the supplies that the Mage Association already has, it will not only cut off the assistance from Moon City, but also greatly undermine the morale of the Mage Association. When the opponent's morale drops to a certain level, the Mage Association will automatically collapse." Guinevere nodded. "It sounds like a good idea, but as far as I know, there is a terrible Eternal Guardian stationed in the Great Teleportation Array. Once we attack the Great Teleportation Array, this terrible war machine will definitely attack us. But let alone us, even if the warriors of the entire Gray City rush up together, there is no way to defeat the Eternal Guardian." Natalie immediately said, "I know this is an unsolvable force, so we have to seek help from the Great One." This time, Orient also nodded in agreement. "I agree too." Other Brotherhood leaders also nodded. Guinevere didn't have much confidence in her heart, because she felt that she knew Rosen. With Rosen's situation, I'm afraid there is no way to defeat the ultimate war machine of the Eternal Empire. But Rosen is their only hope, and they can only ask him for help at this time. She whispered, "Then, let us pray to God together." The Brotherhood leaders all bowed their heads, led by Orient, the first follower of the Sun God of War, and prayed together. As soon as they prayed here, Rosen immediately felt it. He listened to the counterattack plan of the Longshan Brotherhood, and thought it was very good, so he responded with the will of approval. As for the trouble of the Eternal Guardian, before the divine fire was ignited, Rosen was not necessarily the opponent of that thing. But after igniting the divine fire and gaining the ability to control the source, this is not a problem. In fact, He has created a powerful source magic for the Eternal Guardian. Not only can it solve this troublesome thing, but it can also add powerful combat power to the Longshan Brotherhood. The name of the magic is in the name of God, and the effect of the magic is to order any magic creature to serve the caster in the name of God. After everyone finished praying, Rosen's mind moved slightly, and he separated a few strands of source, and gave each of them in the name of God to Orient, Guinevere, and Natalie. After the magic was given, his will retreated behind the scenes again. In the underground secret room, Orient said, God has given me a magic spell. Although I haven't used it yet, I feel that this magic spell is very, very powerful. Me too. Natalie also said. Me too. Guinevere also nodded, and then said, there are only 3 Eternal Guardians in the Mage Association. If this magic spell is really effective. Sister, the magic spell is definitely effective. There is no doubt about it. Natalie corrected seriously. Guinevere looked at Natalie with a little surprise, and was a little surprised at the piety of this arrogant lady. Of course, she would not argue about this. You are right, Natalie. So now let's move on to the next topic, how to reach the big teleportation array. Chapter 422. President, we caught the young lady. The one who reported the news was the captain of the first guards. In the study on the second floor of Dawn Fortress, Savos was slightly shocked. Did she really catch her? Really, she is in the yard. Savos immediately stood up and walked to the window, casting a spell to observe the situation in the yard. How did you catch her? Where did you catch her? Without waiting for the captain to answer, Savos saw his daughter Natalie standing in the yard. In less than 7 days, this daughter has changed a lot. The bright and beautiful robe on her body has been replaced with a half-worn linen short robe, and the meticulously combed long hair has become an easy-to-manage short hair. The originally pink and white face that was spotless is now stained with many stains, and the pair of blue-black eyes have become firm and deep. With just one look, Savos knew that this was no longer his daughter, but his enemy. An enemy who will never give up. The leader's voice came from the side. We caught the young lady in the forest in the southern suburbs. She was hunting in the forest with several companions. When we found her, she stayed behind to cover her companions' escape. She didn't resist at all. She just said she wanted to see you before she died. See me? She still has the nerve to see me? Savos laughed coldly, looked down at his swollen and rotten left hand, and his heart was full of hatred. He doted on this daughter so much and gave her the best in everything, but she actually repaid him like this. She is really a wolf cub that can't be tamed. Do you want to see her? The leader asked cautiously. Of course I want to see her. Savos gritted his teeth and said, bring her here. I want to personally escort her to see Lord Rupert. Yes, President. The leader turned and left. After a while, a team of elite warriors escorted Natalie to Savos' study. Father! Natalie shouted. Savos snorted coldly. No, I am not your father, and you are not my daughter, but my enemy. He has lived for more than 80 years, and he was also a very talented person when he was young. He used all means to become the president of the Mage Association, and he has long been numb to the emotions of the world. The reason why he doted on Natalie was because she was his daughter at first, and later it was just to cultivate a confidant. Now that the other party has betrayed him, there is no value at all. No, that's not right. This daughter has one last value, which is to prove her absolute loyalty to the Earl. He stood up and walked to the door of the study first. Take the person to the 3rd floor. The study on the 3rd floor is defended by 2 Eternal Guardians, which is the safest place in the entire fortress. After the arrival of Rupert in black, the study naturally belonged to him. To see him on weekdays, one must pass the inspection of the Eternal Guardian. Savos walked in front, and the guards followed behind him with Natalie. Natalie felt guilty about her father. On the way, she whispered, Father, I apologize to you. Savos sneered. No, you don't have to apologize to me, and I don't need an apology either. I just need actual compensation. Natalie, you know what kind of ending you are about to face. If you hope that I, your father, can forgive you, then you are wrong. I tell you, I will personally preside over your punishment, and you will wail in the flames for 3 days and 3 nights. His words were as cold as a winter night, completely shattering the last bit of fantasy in Natalie's heart. She sighed and stopped talking. Soon, the group reached the 3rd floor and stood in front of the 2 Eternal Guardians. Natalie glanced at the 2 Eternal Guardians, selected the Guardian Warrior on the right, and began to recite in her heart. Powerful warrior, in the name of God, obey my command. With this thought, the Eternal Guardian on the right did not seem to change on the surface. But Natalie heard a voice in her mind. Miss Natalie, I will fight for you. At the same time, she felt a very secret, but extremely stable connection between her soul and the eternal guardian in front of her. Natalie was overjoyed and continued to order, "Maintain the status quo for the time being, but be ready to protect my life at any time." "As you wish, Miss Natalie." After that, the two eternal guardians scanned the identities of everyone present according to routine procedures, and everything was exactly the same as before. About a quarter of an hour later, Natalie was brought to Rupert in black. Savos trotted forward, with a look of seeking credit on his face. "Sir, I have successfully caught the traitor." Rupert was a little surprised, because this woman was Savos' daughter after all. He originally thought that the president would at least show a little heartache, but this guy actually treated his daughter as a stranger. He even thought that the woman in front of him was disguised by magic, so he raised his staff and used blood magic to carefully examine her. In the end, he confirmed her identity. She was indeed Savos' biological daughter. What a good dog. Rupert sighed in his heart, but his face was full of indifference. Very good. He stood up and said, "Now, take the traitor to the execution ground of the fortress, and call all the middle and high-level members of the Mage Association to watch the execution together. Savos, you will execute the execution yourself." Savos nodded immediately. "I feel very honored, sir." So, a group of people took Natalie to the execution ground in the backyard of the fortress. Rupert followed. He was very cautious, and was also a rare mage with the gift of time. He had a vague premonition of danger, but he didn't know where the danger came from. Considering that he was in the mortal world, danger was bound to exist, so Rupert did not retreat, but brought his own guards. But he still felt unsafe. After thinking about it, he took the two eternal guardians with him. About 2 hours later, about 800 people gathered at the execution ground in the backyard of the fortress, and all the high-level members of the Eye of Dawn were present. There was a platform in the middle of the execution ground, on which there was a specially built barbecue grill, and a moderate fire had been lit under the grill. There was also a cross rack next to the rack, and Natalie was stripped naked and tied to the cross rack. President Savos was standing next to the cross rack, wiping a silver-shining meat-cutting knife with a piece of white cloth. At the last moment, a wave of emotion finally appeared in his heart, and he whispered to his daughter on the rack, "Natalie, all this is your own choice, don't blame me." Natalie looked at the tall and thin wizard in front of her calmly. "Father, I don't blame you, because without you, there would be no me. I sympathize with you, because your mind has been completely distorted by this terrible world. You will always be tortured by pain and fear, and you will never feel peace, happiness, and satisfaction." Savos' heart was slightly shaken, and he looked up at his daughter on the rack, only to see that she looked calm, without any despair of being tortured. He was puzzled, because the 3-day burning at the stake was very, very cruel, and the tortured would wail in endless pain until death. "Aren't you afraid?" Natalie shook her head. Then she looked up at the spectators surrounding the execution ground and shouted loudly, "Poor wizards! Do you know why I want to kill Alex? I'm telling you now, because I don't want to be Earl Godkin's dog. I also want to tell you that the great sun god of war Rosen has arrived. He will completely change this sad world. He will rebuild the glory of the eternal empire in the ruins. I also want to say that whether it is Earl Godkin, or any other marquis or duke, as long as they are from Moon City, they are all hypocritical, cunning, and selfish devils. Moon City is destined to fall from the sky, just like other fallen moon cities in ancient times. Say such a thing in the wizard meeting serving the Earl of Moon City, it is no different from inciting rebellion." Rupert in black immediately yelled at Savos, "Cut off her vocal cords, don't let her speak." Savos was shocked and took up a knife and walked forward. "Natalie, I'm sorry. He has killed many people, and knows the location of the vocal cords clearly." At this time, the knife cut towards the daughter's neck, and the position was extremely precise. However, the extremely sharp blade failed to cut Natalie's skin. Although Natalie's magic power had been sealed and her magic weapon had been confiscated, there was still a layer of magic barrier that seemed very thin, but extremely strong to protect Natalie's body. Savos didn't believe in evil, and immediately used magic to cut. He was indeed a master of magic. In the blink of an eye, he changed more than a dozen spells, but none of them worked. How is it possible? On the rack, Natalie's mind was completely settled. She continued to shout loudly, "Mortals, change is coming, and the authority of Moon City will no longer exist. Sun God of War Rosen will completely change this world. Pray to God and beg him to forgive your sins." The mages around the execution ground looked at each other, whispered and talked. The situation that had never happened before made people confused and frightened. Rupert in black had a terrible premonition of crisis. He clearly felt that something big was going to happen. But he didn't know how it would happen. The only thing he could do now was to find a way to shut Natalie up. Guards, kill Natalie. The guards around him were all the Earl's confidants. Although there were only 10 of them, they were very powerful. 5 of them rushed forward and pointed their staffs at Natalie. 5 translucent, thigh-thick azure rays pierced Natalie's body from all directions, like sharp swords. After being magnified by the staff, the strength of each spell was as high as 19 rings. The scale of the spell was more than 100 times higher than that of mortal spells. Although it had not reached the high power standard set by the Queen, it was enough to easily crush any mortal spell. In an instant, Natalie's body was enveloped by azure light, and the aftermath of the spell instantly turned the execution platform into powder. If Savos had not reacted quickly and retreated at the first time, he would have been turned into powder at this moment. The terrifying magic glow lasted for a full 10 seconds before dissipating. But something even more terrifying happened. Even the cross was melted, but Natalie was intact. She broke free from her restraints, stood firmly on the hot ground, opened her arms to the sky, and shouted enthusiastically, "Praise the sun god of war." The spectators around the execution ground were all shocked. Since the establishment of Grey City, this is the first time that a mortal wizard has directly resisted the siege of the Moon City warriors. The invincible myth of Moon City was shattered by the ironclad facts. Rupert in black had his eyes wide open, his whole body was stiff, and he was so controlled by a terrifying emotion that he couldn't say a word. Because he discovered something very terrifying. That is, his greatest reliance, the ultimate war machine of the Eternal Empire, the high-energy intelligent combat puppet, the invincible Eternal Guardian, actually rebelled. Chapter 423. Execution Ground of Dawn Fortress. Under the protection of the high-energy barrier, Natalie stepped barefoot on the hot ground. Her skin was set off by the firelight, and was as bright as jade, like a goddess reborn from the fire. She turned her head, and looked at the Moon City messenger in black on the high platform, and declared loudly, "From today, Grey City will no longer belong to Moon City. From today, the people of Grey City will no longer be slaves of Earl Gonkin." With the blessing of the spell, her voice was like thunder in the sky, not only echoing in the ears of all the spectators, but also rushing out of the fortress wall, and reaching the ears of countless Grey City civilians outside the wall. For a time, the spectators were shocked and the execution ground was in chaos. Some stood there in a daze, some were smart and fled, and some were weak-willed and knelt down to worship Natalie. There were all kinds of performances. After Natalie made her declaration, she no longer paid attention to Rupert in black, because she knew Rupert had no power to hurt her. She turned her head to look at her father, who was in a state of despair, and whispered, "Master Savos, I have caused you a lot of trouble, but you just stabbed me without hesitation. So we are even." Savos' expression changed rapidly, and he experienced shock, thought, hesitation, and finally turned into flattery. "Daughter, father did something wrong, and father has no choice. If father does not do this, he will die." He raised his swollen left hand. "Look, this is the punishment father has received because of you, and the severe pain has continued until now. Father cannot die either, because there are many brothers and sisters to take care of." Natalie was a little soft-hearted. She sighed, "I won't kill you, don't worry." As she spoke, the light and shadow on her body flowed, condensing into a phantom robe that covered her shame. Then she took a step and walked towards the Dawn Fortress. As she moved, an Eternal Guardian followed her, and followed her step by step. At this time, even a blind person could see the situation clearly. Moreover, those who could come to the execution ground to watch the execution were all middle and high-level members of the Mage Association, and each of them was a smart person. Although it was unknown how Natalie controlled the Eternal Guardian, this was already an established fact. This directly led to 2 very terrible consequences. First, high-powered power no longer belonged to Moon City alone. Second, unless the real high-powered power was used, Count Gonkin would have no way to hurt Natalie. After understanding this, the mages of the Eye of Dawn turned their heads to look at Rupert in black to see how he would respond. Rupert immediately felt a huge pressure. Seeing that Natalie had already walked to the back gate of the Dawn Fortress, and was about to enter the Dawn Fortress, he was slightly shocked and immediately guessed Natalie's intention. He immediately issued an order to another Eternal Guardian. "Go to guard the large teleportation array immediately. Any attack on the large teleportation array will trigger the rules of defense and counterattack." According to common sense, this Eternal Guardian should have executed the order immediately, but what happened next made Rupert completely fall into an ice cave. The Eternal Guardian stood there motionless, without giving any response, as if he didn't hear Rupert's words at all. But someone responded. A female mage walked out of the crowd slowly. The light and shadow on her body flowed, revealing her true appearance. It was Guinevere, the former Hand of Dawn, who had rebelled against the Mage Association some time ago. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by Natalie, she sneaked into the backyard execution ground and used divine magic to control the second Eternal Guardian. A cold smile appeared on her face. Rupert in Black, we meet again. Rupert in Black took several steps back in fear. You are still alive? The smile on Guinevere's face deepened, but her dark blue eyes revealed a breathtaking rage. Yes, I'm still alive. When you played with my daughter and tortured her to death, did you ever think that this day would come, Rupert? Rupert continued to retreat. Even if you control the Eternal Guardian, you can't kill me. Because I didn't attack you, and didn't violate the Queen's ban. Guinevere laughed. Actually, you attacked. Rupert was stunned. What do you mean? Guinevere pointed to the still hot ground in the middle of the execution ground. The high-energy barrier protecting Natalie was activated by the Eternal Guardian I control. So, you have met the conditions for defensive counterattack. Although only 5 guards took action directly, the attack order was issued by Rupert. Rupert and his guards are a group, and the Eternal Guardian is smart enough to understand this. No. Rupert was full of despair, and felt that all the strength in his body was drained. His legs and feet were weak, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably, and a soft plea for mercy came out of his mouth. Please, forgive me, please. Guinevere looked at Rupert with contempt, her heart full of revenge, and at the same time, she was deeply grateful to Rosen. When they meet the weak, they are ruthless and cruel, and when they meet the strong, they beg for mercy cowardly. The mages of Moon City are really a group of despicable cowards. Guardian, kill all the guards of this poor creature. The Eternal Guardian immediately raised the dark blue spear in his hand, set up a formation, and pierced the air in front of him fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. A shrill sound of breaking wind appeared. Although the distance between the two sides was more than 30 meters, the spear ignored the distance in space and shot one by one. In less than 2 seconds, all 10 elite guards of the Earl were stabbed to death. Each guard had the same injury, with a huge blood hole in the forehead and his head pierced through. No matter how these elite guards dodge or defend, it was all in vain. In an instant, only Rupert in Black was left. Rupert almost collapsed on the ground, his robes were warm and wet, and a strong smell of stench emanated from him. The Earl's envoy was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels and bladder. Guinevere looked at Rupert with increasing contempt. I will not kill you now. I will announce your crime at the trial meeting, and then hang you on the gallows in public. She then ordered the Eternal Guardian, disarm him and control him. The Eternal Guardian did so immediately. After confirming that Rupert was no longer a threat, Guinevere turned around and looked at everyone in the execution ground, and said loudly, The merciful Sun God of War will completely dispel the shadow of Moon City, and poverty, chaos, and cruelty will become history. We will rebuild the glory of the Eternal Empire on the ruins, and it's time for you to make a choice. Do you continue to follow Earl Gunterkin of Moon City? Or join the Dragon Mountain Brotherhood to atone for your past sins? The mages of the Eye of Dawn looked at each other, then at the tall Eternal Guardian, and for a moment they all showed hesitation. The situation is not yet completely clear, because Earl Gunterkin has not been defeated. And these mages are basically good at changing their positions according to the situation, so most of them dare not express their opinions, for fear of standing on the wrong side and losing their lives in vain. But there are also a few mages, accounting for less than 1/5 of all people, who walked out of the crowd. We are willing to atone. We are willing to follow the Sun God of War. Guinevere was very happy. Very good. Then, I want to tell you a piece of news. As these words were spoken, a loud rumble suddenly came from inside the Dawn Fortress. Just when the mages were confused, Guinevere immediately resolved their doubts. The large teleportation array connecting to Moon City has been destroyed. From now on, Earl Gonkin's connection with Grey City is completely severed. I know that the Earl will definitely not accept defeat, and he will definitely send the Legion to retaliate against us, but we have 3 Eternal Guardians, enough to withstand any attack from the Earl. As they were talking, a wizard suddenly shouted strangely. Where is President Savos? Why is he gone? Someone else shouted immediately afterwards. Rupert is gone too. I vaguely saw a blurry black shadow, and then Rupert disappeared out of thin air. Who rescued Rupert? Who has the ability to save people from the Eternal Guardian? The unexpected incident caused the execution ground, which had just been somewhat calm, to become chaotic again. Guinevere was confused and frightened. Seeing the mages who had just surrendered hesitated again, she immediately prayed in her heart, Great Sun God of War, we have encountered an inexplicable situation. she quickly reported the strange things that had just happened to Rosen. Rosen was watching near the Dawn Fortress. Of course, he knew the reason and immediately explained. It was the Doomsday Cult that did it. They are also seeking control of the Grey City, and will be our strong enemy. Of course, he has the ability to stop it, but this will break the non-intervention rule of the Goddess of Annihilation. Of course, with his current strength, he is 90% sure to defeat the mortal incarnation of the Goddess of Annihilation. If necessary, he will break the rules without hesitation. But he is a little curious, and wants to see what the Goddess of Annihilation wants to do. On the other side, after getting the answer, Gwenabel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of any opponent in the light. Since she knew who the opponent was, she would find a way to defeat them. So, she shouted again. It was the rats of the Doomsday Cult who did it. They could only do these sneaky things. As they spoke, Orion and Natalie also came to the execution ground separately. Behind each of them was an Eternal Guardian, and behind them was a group of ragged Longshan Brotherhood members, more than 1,000 people. With the support of the Brotherhood, Gwenabel's mind was completely settled. Magicians, make a choice. At this time, more Eye of Dawn mages chose to atone. On the other side, seeing that Gwenabel and others had completely controlled the situation, Rosen's thoughts moved slightly, and followed the footsteps of the Doomsday Believers. After following for a while, he sensed the power of the Goddess of Annihilation. His heart moved slightly, and a somewhat scary idea came into his mind. Not good, the Goddess of Annihilation is probably going to play a big one. Chapter 424. This bet with believers was proposed by Rosen. The purpose was not the bet itself, but to buy time for herself to grow stronger. The Goddess of Annihilation agreed. On the surface, it seemed to be for the purpose of gaining an ally in this world. But Rosen analyzed it carefully, and found that things were not that simple. In this bet, the Goddess of Annihilation is the strong party, and the bet has no actual binding force on her, and she can break it at any time. But as the weak party, I must always be careful, and my hands and feet are bound invisibly. So, the actual situation is likely that the Goddess of Annihilation has bound me through the bet, but she is hiding behind the scenes, and trying to infiltrate Moon City. Moon City is the only remaining high-powered force in the Abyss of Pain. Once successfully infiltrated by the Goddess of Annihilation, she will master the most invincible power in this world, and no one will be able to stop her from controlling this plane. Rosen can't do it either. By then, she can easily defeat any challenger without any scruples. Originally, Rosen should have figured this out long ago, but during this period, he was almost completely focused on studying the source, so he neglected to figure out the opponent's psychology. Fortunately, it's not too late now. Rosen thought, and summoned Baradandi, who was hiding nearby. Kill the 4 targets in front immediately. The 4 targets were Rupert, Savos, and 2 Doomsday cultists. Yes, Your Majesty. Baradandi teleported over without hesitation and took action directly. Rosen didn't take action. He hid in the dark and focused on the Goddess of Annihilation. Once he found that she was about to attack, he would burst out with all his strength at the first time, and hit the mortal incarnation of the Goddess of Annihilation with as much power as possible. Baradandi is a 17th ring battle mage with superb combat skills, and a variety of extremely powerful combat magic weapons. As soon as she attacked, she cut off the heads of 2 Doomsday cultists in less than 1 second. Then, her sword immediately turned to Rupert and Savos. At this moment, the power of the Goddess of Annihilation fluctuated slightly. Rosen had already raised the alert level of Laifu's Heart of the God of War to the highest level. As soon as he found the change, Heart of the God of War was fully operational at the first time, and without hesitation, he sent a set of long-prepared killer combos to the Goddess of Annihilation. At this moment, the spatial distance between Rosen and the Goddess of Annihilation was 2 kilometers. Neither of them could see each other, and they were completely located by power fluctuations. After Rosen ignited the Divine Fire, Laifu's computing power soared again. However, depending on the combat power, the control difficulty is also significantly different, and Laifu's combat control ability is also significantly different. At present, if the mortal mana is controlled, Laifu can reach the maximum operation ability of 1,200 lines. If it is the divine power output by the Divine Fire, then only 100 lines of operation can be achieved. If it is source quality, then only 12 lines of operation can be achieved. But when 2 gods fight, mortal power is basically ineffective, and even divine power spells are not easy to use. Only source quality spells are the ultimate killer. In the 12-line source quality operation, 4 lines are used for source quality attack, 4 lines are used for source quality defense, 1 line of computing power drives the divine power, and stimulates various time and space auxiliary spells. The remaining 3 lines are not released to deal with unexpected situations. Because of the limited time, Rosen mastered a total of 4 source spells. One in the name of God was given to believers. The second is a defensive spell, derived from the invisibility function of the Scepter of Light, called Hidden Glory, which is an improved version of the Scepter of Light. The third is also a defensive spell, derived from the Crown of Dawn, called Royal Barrier, an improved version of the crown. The fourth is an attack spell, but it was created by Rosen, called Sun Judgment. Rosen knew very well that the power of this attack spell was not very good, but if one spell was not very good, the power of 4 spells gathered together could not be underestimated. At the same time, another huge advantage of him was that he had enough source to consume. If one wave of attack failed, he could fight the second wave, the third wave, and even the fourth wave. Back to the topic. Rosen took the lead in a moment. In an instant, for pale golden, sunlight condensed light balls emerged around Rosen's body, and then quickly dissolved in the air. In an instant, they reached a space-time 2 kilometers away, rushed towards the perceived target, and then exploded violently. At the moment of the explosion, Rosen saw a pale golden light in front of him. The light was so dazzling that it even turned the clouds in the sky into pale gold. In terms of the absolute power of spells, source spells are comparable to ordinary high-energy spells, and have spell refinement that ordinary high-energy spells cannot match. It can be said that ordinary high-energy spells are fusion nuclear bombs, which can be used to explode but not buried, while source spells are controllable nuclear fusion technology, and most of the power is under control. But even such a powerful spell still failed to kill the goddess of annihilation. Another moment later, Rosen, who had already cast a spell to accelerate the time torrent by 10,000 times, had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. At the same time, he saw a time illusion. In the illusion, he was trapped in an absolute darkness, and there was an incomprehensible force in the darkness, which was constantly dissolving his body and soul. Rosen immediately understood, I can't stop or break this annihilation force. If you are hit, you will die. You must dodge immediately. The 4-line source operation for defense began to take effect. 3 of them were used to activate the hidden source spell Hidden Glory. At the moment the spell broke out, endless phantom light suddenly broke out where Rosen's body was. This phantom light spread out in an instant, completely submerging the area of 100 kilometers in a sea of light. At this moment, the entire Gray City, and even most of the Poison Fog Forest, were shrouded in phantom light, and all living beings were temporarily blinded by the phantom light, and could not see anything. From the bird's-eye view of the moon city in the sky, it can be seen that the earth suddenly has a bright spot that cannot be ignored. In the palace, a woman who was observing the earth was dazzled by the light, and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes were full of shock. Returned to the battlefield of the earth. The remaining 1 source control was used by Rosen to bless himself with the royal barrier. A layer of light golden, warm jade-textured defensive barrier appeared on Rosen's body. After 4 source defenses, Rosen was not idle, and immediately used the remaining computing power to perform the secret passage. After 1 secret passage was released, another secret passage was released immediately. This cycle repeats itself, with the intervals even less than a millisecond. This allows Rosen's body to change its position in time and space at an incredible speed in the ocean of light. All these actions are triggered in an instant. If a third party observes, they will find that Rosen's body instantly changes into dozens, and each one is difficult to distinguish between true and false. Obviously, the goddess of annihilation is also greatly affected, because her counterattack has not appeared for a long time. But she did not counterattack, but Rosen would not be idle. A moment later, Lai Fu's 4 source attack abilities were released. Rosen began to release Sun Judgment towards the target continuously, 2 at a time, and 2 again after a moment, and so on. Faced with such a high-frequency attack, the goddess of annihilation did not dare to resist. She began to dodge. Continuously dodge quickly. One after another, the Sun Judgment fell, but it could not hit the goddess of annihilation. Of the 100% power, at most only half of the power fell on the goddess of annihilation. This is because Rosen used the advantage of the number of spells to create an effect similar to a range attack. If he was an ordinary one-ring true god, he wouldn't be able to hit the opponent even half a point. At this moment, Rosen deeply felt the huge gap between himself and the 5-ring supreme god. This is just the incarnation of divine power. If the real body comes, he can be crushed into powder in minutes. Although a little frustrated, Rosen is not discouraged. Because he clearly feels that the fighting endurance of the goddess of annihilation is far inferior to his own. Her power is also constantly consumed, and is about to be exhausted. The war of attrition lasted for about 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the evasion speed of the goddess of annihilation slowed down a little. Rosen immediately felt it, and immediately put more computing power on the attack, increasing the attack frequency by another 50%. One side was about to run out of power, but the other side had a big explosion. A moment later, the goddess of annihilation dodged a little slower. In that moment, she was hit head-on by a sun judgment. Almost at the same moment, a spiral sheet of black mist appeared around Rosen's body, spinning around him at an incredible speed. It was the counterattack of the goddess of annihilation, but the annihilation source hit, but the scale of the spell was very small. At this time, the Emperor's barrier on the surface of Rosen's body had been stacked up for 50 layers, which was extremely thick. But this strange annihilation spell, although small in scale, was extremely powerful, and it actually broke Rosen's source defense layer by layer. Sizzle. The strange sound lasted for about half a second, and after destroying 42 layers of the Emperor's barrier, the spell ran out of power. If Rosen didn't have a lot of source, and didn't care about the loss, if he was replaced by an ordinary new god, he would have died countless times by now. The good news is that this is also the last blow of the goddess of annihilation. Rosen clearly felt that the soul of the goddess of annihilation had become extremely weak, as if she only had her last breath left. Rosen did not dare to take risks, and did not relax at all, and was about to finish off the enemy. Wait! He heard the voice of the goddess of annihilation. I give up. The reward is the knowledge of survival in the god realm. These messages came in an instant. After weighing the pros and cons, Rosen chose to take the risk. Because he knew nothing about the sun god realm at the moment, and he knew without guessing that the sun god realm must be extremely dangerous, and any mistake could kill him. Therefore, this knowledge of survival in the god realm was extremely valuable, and if used well, it could save him several lives. Of course, the knowledge given by the goddess of annihilation cannot be fully trusted, but it is better than nothing. So, Rosen stopped and blessed himself with 50 royal barriers, before teleporting to the side of the goddess of annihilation. He had only really seen the appearance of the goddess of annihilation since the battle. Before, she was dressed in black robes, with deep black eyes and a breathtaking temperament. Now, her black robes were torn in many places like beggars, revealing large patches of white and glowing skin. Her long hair was messy, her eyes were slightly messy, her soul breath became extremely weak, and she could hardly feel the existence of any source. In other words, in the previous fierce battle, she had exhausted the already limited source of annihilation. And an incarnation of God without source is just a stronger mortal. Rosen breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, the heart of the god of war still did not relax its vigilance, and would counterattack as soon as the opponent made any unusual moves. He smiled faintly. Great One, we agree that from now on, you will not make any action to contact the main body of the other world, otherwise I will kill you immediately. The Lakisi nodded. You are the winner, you have the final say. Rosen chuckled. Now, give me the knowledge you promised. The Lakisi immediately said, You swear on your own godhood that you will fulfill your promise. Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he immediately said, You too. The godhood is condensed by ideas, and swearing on the godhood has a very strong restraining effect. Because betraying the oath is betraying one's own heart. It may not be a big deal for mortals, but it is quite deadly to gods. The goddess of annihilation swore immediately. In this case, Rosen also swore. I swear by my godhead that as long as Felikis fulfills her promise, I will spare her life and set her free. After hearing this, Felikis breathed a sigh of relief and raised her hand, and a thick spell book condensed in the air. The title of the book is Encyclopedia of Survival in the Divine Realm. Rosen took it and quickly flipped through it twice. After confirming that all the contents were recorded in the Fu database, he handed the spell book back. The goddess of annihilation asked, Can I leave now? Rosen shook his head, looked up and down at the other person, and smiled. Sorry, not for the time being. He had been suppressed by this goddess from another world for so long, and he had been holding back a bad temper in his chest. If he didn't get rid of this anger today, his thoughts would not flow smoothly, which would greatly hinder his subsequent practice. Chapter 425. Grey City. Although the battle is over, the entire city is still shrouded in a sourceless phantom light that penetrates everything. It was white, and all life was blinded. The residents in the city were in extreme fear, but they did not dare to move, and could only stay where they were and wait. Baradandi was naturally affected, so he did not succeed in killing Beirut and Savos, the two unlucky guys. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, only two people have the ability to move. One is naturally Rosen, the creator of the phantom light. The other is the goddess of annihilation, Felicity. The two stood face to face on an unnamed street in Gray City, less than 3 meters apart. What, are you going to break your oath? Felicity did not expect Rosen to say this, and her face was shocked and angry. For the true God, the oath of the godhood is the most binding oath, and the higher the godhood, the stronger the binding force. In her world, no god dared to break the oath of divinity. However, Rosen was a novice, and novices often act recklessly. At the same time, she greatly underestimated her opponent, causing this incarnation to fall into a real desperate situation. So, if the opponent broke the oath, she would have no way to counter. On the other side, Rosen smiled and shook his head. No, Great One, I don't intend to break the oath. But if you listen carefully to my oath just now, you will find that although I promised to set you free, I didn't say that I would set you free immediately, right? Felicity understood instantly, and felt a burst of anger burst out from the bottom of her heart, and her willow eyebrows instantly stood up. You are playing word games with me? Rosen shrugged. The oath is a contract in words. Since it is a contract in words, every word must be carefully chosen. So, I am not playing word games, but trying to gain legitimate benefits for myself within the scope of the contract. Felicity took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and her expression barely returned to indifference. You are right. Then, what will it take for you to let me go immediately? This attitude made Rosen's heart move slightly. It seems that the goddess of annihilation has spent a huge price to send this incarnation to this world. Because the price is huge, it will be cherished extra. At the same time, it can be felt that after the power is greatly consumed, the opponent's willpower is greatly weakened, so that it is difficult to control his emotions. This made Rosen sense an opportunity. He looked around and found that there was a hotel not far from the roadside, so he pointed to the second floor of the hotel. The road in Gray City is full of feces and urine. Why not go to a clean place to talk? The goddess of annihilation also felt that the street was very dirty, so she nodded in agreement. Soon, the two of them moved to the VIP room on the third floor of the hotel. Although the decoration level was very low, it was clean, and there was a tea room specially used for conversation. After sitting down on the thick leather chairs, Rosen took out the wine and snacks from his time treasure house, poured a glass for each of them, and said, to be honest, I have actually ignited the divine fire. I know. The goddess of annihilation pulled the fur on the chair, and tried her best to cover the exposed scenery on her body. Your ability is beyond my expectation. I thought it would take at least a year for you to ignite the divine fire. It is not uncommon in her world for a soul with less than 21 rings to ignite the divine fire in advance. But that was because he had received the fire from the true God, and she was sure that no one in this world could give Rosen the fire. In other words, he ignited the divine fire with his own ability, and mastered the source magic in a short period of time. Although these magics are not very strong, they are already incredibly fast. This made the goddess of annihilation feel deeply daunted, and the premonition of the fateful enemy became stronger. Rosen vaguely felt the other party's emotional changes, and he continued, but my divine fire is very low in strength. I have also tried to improve the divine fire, but I found that the difficulty of improving the divine fire is unusually high. If you want to increase the strength of one ring, I am afraid it will take hundreds or thousands of years of grinding. Practice tells him that the difficulty of improving the divine fire is several orders of magnitude higher than the source magic. Even with Lai Fu's assistance, it will take nearly 100 years to break through the strength of the divine fire by one ring. This time can't be shortened by the time torrent spell, because the time torrent spell can't work on the source. The goddess of annihilation raised her eyebrows lightly. This is the time that must be spent. Every god has come this way. Seeing that she was avoiding the main point, Rosen simply said, I need knowledge related to the divine fire, the more the better. The goddess of annihilation shook her head very straightforwardly. First of all, there is no knowledge related to the divine fire in my incarnation. Secondly, even if I know, I will never tell you, even if I die. The words were very decisive, leaving no room for bargaining. Rosen was half believing and half doubting. He was not a person who gave up easily, so he threatened immediately. Great One, according to the oath, I will certainly set you free, but I can not only delay restoring your freedom, but also torture your soul and body during this time. The goddess of annihilation leaned back in her chair. As long as I can finally be free alive, I don't care about the process. No matter what, you can't get any knowledge about the divine fire from me. Since that's the case, Rosen has to give it a try. His mind moved, and his divine power was stimulated, directly tearing off the covering of Felicity's body. Suddenly, a true god's body appeared in the air. This is the mortal incarnation of the five-ringed supreme god. Its appearance has been polished and carved for countless years, and every detail is breathtakingly perfect. The moment it appeared, Rosen felt that the whole room seemed to be much brighter. What do you want to do? Felicasai's eyes trembled slightly. She wanted to resist, but in the fierce battle just now, her strength was almost exhausted. The newly promoted new god in front of her had billions of believers behind him, and his power was endless. She knew clearly that in her current state, she had no room for resistance. This was the first time she had experienced such a powerless state since she was promoted to the fifth ring of divine power. In a weak state, her will was far less firm than in a normal state, so her mind once again began to tremble uncontrollably. Rosen did not speak. He used his divine power to drive a force field spell, suspending Felicas in the air and binding her tightly in a large character shape. In order to prevent accidents, he covered himself with a layer of seemingly extremely thin, but actually composed of 70 layers of emperor barriers. Such a strong barrier is even enough to withstand a blow from the full energy of 100 grams of solar essence, or to stand 100 meters away from the explosion center of a fusion nuclear bomb of tens of millions of tons, and remain safe and sound. He walked forward slowly, his fingers stroking the body of Felicasai in the air, and finally stopped at a certain intersection of the limbs. Great One, as the Emperor of the Mortal Empire, I have also done very in-depth research on torture. Felicasai took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Rosen, what you did to me today, I will definitely pay you back tenfold one day. Rosen was not panicked at all, because panicking was useless. Great One, we are faithful enemies. You may have been confused before, but you definitely are not now. So your threats have no effect on me, because no matter what I do, you will try your best to destroy me, right? That's right. Felicasai admitted this frankly. At the level of true gods, unless you have specially condensed the godhood of lies and conspiracies, many lies are unnecessary. Enemies are enemies, allies are allies, and it's easy to tell at a glance. After a while, Felicas suddenly felt that her body position had changed, and her body felt very abnormal. She opened her eyes, and found that she was back on the fur chair. Rosen appeared above her, and was humiliating her fiercely. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but she couldn't fight back, so she could only sneer and mock. At this time, you are still wrapped in a layer of source barrier all over your body, what a coward. Rosen was not provoked by the words at all, he laughed. Great One, you are right, I am indeed a coward. But I want to tell you that although I have a layer of source barrier on my body, through some skills, I can clearly reflect everything that the barrier touches on my body. This technique is of course difficult, but with Lai Fu's operation, the overall result is almost the same as holding up a thin and insensitive umbrella. Rosen also had to admit that it felt good to conquer the enemy. Especially since this enemy was the supreme true god, the sense of accomplishment in his heart became stronger. Inspired by this feeling, he tortured the supreme true god from another world more and more fiercely. If it was a normal situation, Felicasai would not care at all. But she was in a weak state, and her soul defense was weak. She could barely resist at first, but gradually she couldn't bear it. I don't know how long it took, she finally couldn't resist, and her heart defense was broken. In an instant, the whole soul was submerged by the torrent brought by touch. Felicasai screamed miserably. Rosen laughed. Great One, give me the knowledge of the divine fire, otherwise your soul will never be at peace. I will torture you over and over again, until your will collapses. Don't even think about it. Well, you didn't deny the existence of the knowledge of the divine fire, which means you actually know it, but you just don't want to tell me, right? No, I don't know. You wait, I will definitely take revenge. You know you can't hide it from me, your eyes betray you. Normal times Rosen would not be able to see it, but the situation is different now. Now Felicasai's mind is lost. Hurry up and tell me, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. No, you shameful demon, I will definitely take revenge, definitely. Rosen sneered and buried his head in the torture. After a while, Felicasai completely collapsed. Each god has a different source of essence. The knowledge, I know, will not improve you much. It's better than nothing. Tell me quickly, Felicasai said. Rosen listened carefully, and after listening, he was slightly disappointed. Sure enough, it won't improve. It's estimated to be less than 10% improvement. He could also feel that this time Felicasai did not lie. She probably told him everything she knew. But Rosen was still a little unwilling. So he continued to torture Felicasai fiercely, torturing her to death. But at this moment, no matter how he changed the torture method, he couldn't squeeze out more knowledge. Seeing that if he continued to torture, he would torture the other party to death, Rosen had to give up. I will fulfill my oath and set you free. But not now, because once you regain your strength, I am not sure I can deal with your sneak attack. The Likasai was very weak. She responded softly. I can make a divine oath, and my incarnation will never bother you again. This is a good idea. Rosen smiled and said, why don't you swear that your original body will never bother me? Dream on, I would rather die. Rosen was just testing, and immediately changed his words. Then swear, but swear according to my words, so that you don't exploit the loopholes in the oath. He would not follow the pit that Phylikasai had just stepped on. Chapter 426. Gradually, the passive phantom light that enveloped and penetrated everything began to dissipate bit by bit. But the dissipation speed was very slow. At the current speed, it would take at least 3 hours to completely return to normal. So, the creatures within a radius of 100 miles still squatted in place without daring to move, and even had to clamp their buttholes to fart, so as not to die suddenly because of the loud fart. The strong men of Moon City also discovered the abnormality of Gray City, and all kinds of detection equipment were aimed at Gray City, hoping to penetrate the phantom light. Amid the turmoil in the outside world, the VIP room on the second floor of a hotel in Gray City fell into peace for a while. Rosen helped Phylikasai up and said with a smile, Great One, this set of clothes is for you. Phylikasai glared at Rosen fiercely. Wait, you will pay a terrible price for your actions today. Then I will wait for you to come and seek revenge on me. Anyway, they are destined to be enemies to the death. He is not itchy when he has too many lice. Seeing that the other party has regained his vitality, he raised his hand and reached into the thin dress again. Before the other party exploded in anger, he quickly added, My godhood has not been fully condensed, and it doesn't cost much to change it. The implication is that the oath of godhood has little binding force on him now, and he can regret it at any time. The Likasai was startled. To avoid wasting her efforts, she took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was about to reach the crater. Have you had enough fun? If not, then continue. I don't mind delaying it for a while. Rosen laughed. Of course not. I still have a lot of punishments to use. Now that you have recovered, why not have a taste of my torture again? The Likasai gnashed her teeth and looked at Rosen. Rosen looked back without fear and said with a bachelor's face, No matter what the future holds, I have won for now, and I must win enough. Even if I lose to you in the future, I will have no regrets. The two of them are already at loggerheads, and it is irreversible. Why not enjoy the wine today? Even if there is a flood tomorrow, it has nothing to do with him today. You are such a wanderer. Although she said so, Phylikasai didn't want to give up halfway, so she chose to give in. What do you need me to do? Rosen sat on the chair. My gun is blunt, and needs to be sharpened. Don't use the whetstone below. I know you can't accept it if you use the one above, but I just like to see you reluctant but unable to do anything with me, ha ha. Although she gritted her teeth in hatred, the Likasai finally did it. During this time, Rosen secretly contacted Beldandy. Send those two unlucky guys back to the Longshan Brotherhood and let them deal with them. Yes, your majesty. Beldandy responded and asked again, Did you defeat the goddess of annihilation? To be precise, I defeated the mortal incarnation of the goddess of annihilation. It was just a very small victory, nothing to be proud of. I seemed to hear the goddess begging for mercy just now. Did you conquer her? When the phantom light appeared, she couldn't see anything, but because she was near Rosen and had good ears, she heard the movement in the hotel. I didn't conquer her completely, I just took advantage of her weakness and pursued her. In a way, the goddess in the other world is not much stronger than me. Beldandy's tone was full of disapproval. Rosen laughed in his heart, raised his hand and stroked Phylikasai's head, corrected the position, and then asked with a smile, My dear follower, do you want to ignite the divine fire? Beldandy was obviously surprised, and replied after a long time, Your Majesty, can I? If I say you can, then you can. Of course, this is not all good, there are many risks. One is the risk of entering the Sun Ring, and the other is the risk of facing the invasion of the gods from other worlds. Beldandy said without hesitation, As long as I can be with your majesty, I am not afraid of any risks. Very good. Then work hard to practice, and when your strength reaches 20 rings, I will give you the fire. Establishing a divine system, and even a kingdom of God, is what Rosen has been thinking about. After all, he is about to face a completely unfamiliar world. Relying on him alone to face it, the risk is extremely high, and a mistake may cost his life. But if a group of people can be gathered together to form a team, enter the Sun Ring together, and support each other, the risk of development can be greatly reduced. Beldandy is a very good candidate. Because she has outstanding military talent, Rosen intends to let her condense the godhood of the battlefield commander to become the general of the future kingdom of God. In addition, all aspects of a country's functions, such as magic, medical treatment, education, production, transportation, etc., also need a true god to sit in charge. These true gods not only help him manage and develop the future kingdom of God, but also gather the essence of believers in the same field from the mortal world. As for himself, he will naturally become the Lord of the Gods, or the Emperor of God, coordinating and directing the work of various subordinate gods in the middle to establish a self-sufficient and glorious kingdom of God inside the sun ring of law. Belldandy got Rosen's promise, and immediately became full of energy. With her mental toughness far beyond that of ordinary people, she could not help but respond excitedly. "Your Majesty, I will definitely not let you down." After arranging Belldandy, Rosen lowered his head and gently stroked Felikis's thick hair, smiling and said, "Great one, your movements are very unfamiliar. Is this the first time you please others?" Felikis glared at Rosen, but under the pressure of the situation, she still tried her best to improve. Later, Rosen kept tossing this incarnation of the supreme god of another world in various ways, until he tried all the tricks, and then he was satisfied. "Great one, thank you very much for your service. You can go now. I hope we won't have a chance to meet again." Felikis looked at Rosen, who was lazily lying on the big bed, and said word by word, "Don't worry, we will definitely meet again in the future. I hope you can still maintain your current optimistic attitude when that time comes." After saying that, without waiting for Rosen's response, she took a step forward and her body disappeared into the air. After she left, Rosen stretched lazily, turned his head and looked out the window, and found that the effect of hidden glory had almost dissipated completely. He still didn't move, but raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, using a cleaning spell. In the magic glow, the slightly messy room suddenly became bright and tidy, and some old furniture was also coated with a layer of light crystal light, and the shape also changed. About half a minute later, the VIP room of an ordinary hotel showed exquisite and gorgeous beauty. Rosen didn't get up either, and continued to lie on the big round bed. While patiently waiting for the upcoming guests, he condensed the Divine World Encyclopedia, held it in front of him with one hand, and began to read it page by page. The book said that the power of the sun ring is extremely violent, and the closer to the sun, the more violent it is. It can easily destroy the souls of mortals, and only the souls of true gods can exist stably. The book also said that the surface of the sun is almost entirely a high-temperature destruction place that cannot be approached, and there is no stable and safe land to support it. Therefore, if you want to live comfortably in the sun ring, you must use time and space magic to build a kingdom of God that belongs exclusively to the true God in the sun ring. The kingdom of God is not necessary, but a god without a kingdom of God must always avoid the eruption of solar fire and deal with the terrible sun beasts, and at the same time, he has no ability to protect the souls of believers. It's like a traveler in the mortal world, although free, but there is no home for recuperation. When the state is good, everything is naturally good, but if you encounter danger and get injured accidentally, you will be as miserable as a stray dog, and you may even fall. Kingdom of God? Rosen carefully read the description of the kingdom of God in the book, and soon understood the essence of the kingdom of God. A demiplane powered by the solar magic ring. The technology to create a demiplane is not difficult. The Dawn Empire knows it, and the Eternal Empire certainly knows it. The problem is that I don't know it yet. The bad news is that in addition to the divine fire, he has a new problem. The good news is that Tyrallan knows the relevant technology, and soon someone will take the initiative to deliver the corresponding magic knowledge to her, and the technical maturity is higher than Tyrallan. How did Rosen know this? This has to do with his incredible time talent. He has seen what is about to happen from the time illusion. After waiting for more than an hour, Rosen was reading with great interest when the door was knocked. Da-data, da-data. The sound was neither light nor heavy, and very regular, but Rosen heard a hint of uneasiness in it. Rosen kept his eyes on the page in his hand, and replied casually, "Dear guest, welcome, come in directly." While speaking, he quietly activated a small-scale hidden glory spell, which wrapped the VIP room alone and isolated all detection from the outside world. Click. The door was pushed open. A tall figure walked in. She was dressed very ordinary, and at first glance, she looked like the most ordinary housewife in Grey City, but with a closer look, you can find the natural elegance of her body. The most impressive feature of her is not her face, that is slightly shy in luxury, nor her flawless skin that is as crystal-like as jade, but a pair of giant thunders that seem to be able to nourish the entire empire. Click, click, click. She closed the door, and walked into the room slowly, her body trembling with the frequency of her steps, almost making Rosen's heart tremble. Rosen couldn't help but think, what a beauty. Compared with the Leakeys, they are evenly matched, each with its own merits. On the other side, the woman's crystal blue eyes carefully looked at Rosen, who was lying on the bed reading a book. Great Majesty Rosen, I think you are a little rude. Rosen gently pinched the hand holding the book, and the divine encyclopedia turned into thousands of light spots and dissipated. Then he took back his hand, folded his hands together behind his head, and his legs were casually folded, with his right calf on top swinging. Your Majesty Egelin, this is a private occasion, you might as well relax a little. After all, if your heartstrings are too tense, they will break. Chapter 427. The hotel room transformed by magic. Rosen's thoughts prompted him slightly, and the magician's hand picked up the wine on the table beside him, and quickly poured 2 glasses of fine wine. One for himself, and the other slowly floated to the other person. Of course, I still have some hospitality skills. Please sit down, and then taste the fine wine brewed for me by the wine masters of my natural empire. Egelin took the wine glass, and sat down on the soft chair near the big bed. After taking a sip of the wine, she coughed lightly. Your Majesty, you seem to have mastered a power beyond mortals. Rosen smiled. Not seem, but definitely. Besides, I have never concealed this, have I? Egelin nodded. You did not hide it, but it was not until just now that I fully witnessed your extraordinary magic. It can be seen that you seem to be fighting just now. I really want to know who your opponent is. Rosen listened quietly, gently shaking the wine glass in his hand, and his dark eyes with a hint of smile stared at the Queen of the Eternal Empire through the crystal glass of perfect quality. Your Majesty, of course I can tell you the answer. But you and I are the supreme rulers of the Empire. For us, the most precious thing in the world is not gold, silver, jewelry, or even power, but the answer to the question. The answer sought by the mortal emperor often touches the limit of an empire, or even a race's cognition. Naturally, it is very precious. I want to ask, what price does your Majesty intend to pay for this answer? As a true god, he can be seen by the Moon City because he allows them to see himself. If he doesn't want the other party to see, then it's useless even if the other party has 1,000 or 10,000 pairs of eyes. Obviously, the true gods of the other world, especially the goddess of annihilation, have been hiding their tracks, so that they have invaded the other world for a long time, and even almost completely controlled the nightmare abyss. The abyss of pain is still unknown. This is the crushing effect of high-level magic rings on low-level magic rings. Click. Egelin put the wine glass on the square table beside him. Your Majesty, Adela has told me part of the answer. But I want to hear a more complete and specific answer. So what kind of reward do you want? Rosen also put the wine glass into his time and space treasure house, and then a thought came to his mind, and a very rude image appeared in the air. Your Majesty Egelin, I am an honest person. As shown in the image, it is a small part of the reward I want. Egelin looked at the image, and a trace of anger appeared on his face with a shy expression in his luxury. Your Majesty Rosen, you don't act like an emperor, but rather like a rogue leader of a brutal gang. Rosen shrugged, patted his body with one hand, and the clothes on his body turned into light spots and disappeared into the air. He then patted his muscular belly and said with a smile, Gangsters don't have a body as perfect as mine. In the past, it was a bit self-boasting to say that it was a divine body, but now that the divine fire has been ignited, it is a real divine body. Egelin admitted that Rosen's body was almost flawless, but this was not a question of beauty, but a question of dignity. She said coldly, What if I don't? Rosen put his hand back behind his head. Then you can go, the door is not locked. Egelin took a deep breath. Your Majesty, you are now in the Eternal Empire. I am the Empress of the Empire. I order you to put on your clothes and change other exchange conditions, otherwise, although she was threatening, a layer of mist appeared in her crystal blue eyes, as if she was about to cry. Rosen sighed secretly. This girl is a little weak in temperament. She doesn't look like an emperor, but like a rich lady who has been spoiled since childhood and forced to do something. He saw at a glance that the other party was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and said with interest, Otherwise what? Otherwise, I will let you taste my magic. As she spoke, Egelin raised her hand and pulled out a gem pendant from the collar of her clothes. The gem on the pendant was shining with endless needle-like hairs, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a real artifact condensed by source quality. Rosen was very curious. What is this magic weapon called? What effect does it have? Egelin immediately said, I can tell you, but in exchange. The reaction was quite fast. But the biggest difference between the weak and the strong is that the strong have a lot of chips in their hands, and can easily gain the initiative. Rosen smiled and said, "Then I would like to try your Majesty's magic, and see if the magic tastes as sweet as your Majesty's breath." The real artifact is of course very strong, but the real artifact driven by mortal magic power is not a threat to the real god. As a mortal, Egelin is not clear about the difference, and has never encountered a similar situation. Her pendant magic weapon is called the True Word Gem, which is one of the Empire's national treasures. In the past, as long as she took out this thing, she would definitely gain the attention of her opponents, and she has never been ignored like this. For a moment, she was both nervous and confused, and a little angry. "Rosen, I'm not kidding you. My patience is limited." "I'm not kidding either, come on, cast a spell on me." After saying that, he waited calmly, and even straightened his waist towards Egelin, and pierced the air with his spear. If it was just a movement, it would be fine, but the tip of the spear sank into the air many times, and sank several times in a row. Egelin felt the abnormality of her body, was stunned for a moment, and then understood it. She was so scared that she retreated and dodged repeatedly, but she couldn't avoid it. Plop. She sat back on the soft chair, shocked and angry. "Stop! Otherwise, I will really be rude to you." Although he said so, he still hesitated and didn't do it. Rosen didn't go too far, just touched it a few times, like a dragonfly touching the water. He sighed. As the Supreme Emperor, he acts so hesitantly and in a disciplined manner. No wonder he has turned a high-energy empire into what it is now. This touched the biggest pain in Egelin's heart. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You forced me to do this. Be careful." The staff pointed at Rosen, and the gem on the staff head suddenly lit up, spreading a golden halo, and the whole room was instantly filled with golden light. Egelin shouted again, "I want an indestructible long sword to pierce the palm of the rude person in front of me." With these words, the spreading golden light condensed again, showing an extremely sharp sword. The sword quickly pierced Rosen's palm. Rosen lay motionless, while carefully experiencing the effect of the spell, and then he understood it. He sincerely praised, "What a source gem that can create things as you wish. It's just that the caster's mana is too weak to really bring out the true power of the gem. The queen has 23rd ring mana, which is very high, but it is still mortal mana. The sword condensed by it can be invincible in the mortal world, but it is ineffective against true gods." Rosen still maintains the source spell Royal Barrier on his body, and it has more than 60 layers. The sword pierced his palm, he did not dodge, raised his hand, and greeted the tip of the sword with his palm. "Be careful." Egelin screamed subconsciously, and then saw a scene that she would never forget. The sword that has always been invincible, and can even pierce the obsidian armor of the Eternal Guardian with one blow, stagnated when it hit Rosen's palm. That's fine. The next moment, Rosen's palm slowly pushed forward, and the sword body quickly shattered, and the fragments turned into golden light again and dissipated in the air. Egelin opened her eyes, and opened her mouth slightly. Why is this happening? On the other side, Rosen saw that the other party looked so innocent and weak, and while he was secretly sighing in his heart, the secret fire in his heart was also growing. He liked this kind of gentle, simple, and shy woman the most. So he stopped talking nonsense, showed a faint smile on his face, and a ray of light golden divine fire in his dark eyes. "Egelin, I know why you came to me, and I also know that you have something to ask of me, and I have countless ways to control your soul, and make you my slave directly." Egelin didn't expect Rosen to say this, but she clearly felt the great will of the true god. She couldn't help shaking slightly, and subconsciously wanted to kneel down and surrender. She tried hard. The heart of eternity knows I'm here. If anything unexpected happens to me, it will activate the Star Destroyer cannon and turn Grey City into nothingness. Rosen nodded. Yes, this is the majesty of a queen. However, the Star Destroyer cannon you mentioned is indeed very powerful, but it is only a means of mortals after all. The means of the true god are far beyond your imagination. All the power you have can't hit me, it will only destroy your own country. In front of me, you have no bargaining chips at all. The only thing you can do is to surrender to me. I don't believe it. Although she tried hard to say this, her eyes told Rosen that she already believed it. Let me tell you, the opponent who just defeated me is also a true god. She is the invader from another world, the goddess of annihilation, the Likis. She has completely controlled Antoine, and are you stronger than Antoine? Egelin was shocked and almost lost. So this is the truth behind Antoine's madness? Looking at Rosen in front of her, the little confidence in her heart disappeared without a trace. After a long silence, she spoke again. Your Majesty, what is your purpose? The true gods of another world invaded this world, and my purpose is naturally to drive them out. If I have the spare strength, I might as well fight back. Egdelin pursed her lips and thought deeply. After a few minutes, she asked, Your Majesty, do you really want me to do this? As she said this, her cheeks began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rosen smiled. If you ask me for something, I have to spend time and energy to help you. And of course, I have to charge some of the rewards I like, right? Egdelin pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time, finally making up her mind. She pleaded shyly, Your Majesty, I can do as you ask, but don't let others see what's going on here, okay? Rosen nodded. Of course, I have set up a phantom light barrier around the room. Egdelin knew the power of the phantom light, and her shyness was greatly reduced. She cast a spell on herself, and then slowly stood up from the chair. Under the effect of the spell, she stood up, but her clothes did not follow. After walking to Rosen, she whispered shyly, Your Majesty, I am not very skilled. If I make a mistake, please forgive me. Rosen looked at the huge thunder shaking above his head, and felt that his mind was shaking with it, and secretly sighed in his heart, This is really a gift from the Creator. He naturally would not blame. It's okay, I will teach you. Egdelin took a deep breath and began to complete Rosen's request. Rosen carefully experienced it, and seeing that the other party was indeed unfamiliar, he carefully guided him. After some operations, Rosen finally felt refreshed and praised sincerely. Not bad, I am very satisfied. Egdelin, you want to restore the glory of the Eternal Empire, right? Yes. Egdelin nodded gently. But my control over the Empire is very limited. They don't listen to me very much, and I can't force them to listen to me. I understand, you go back to Moon City first, and I will go to Moon City to find you after I prepare for a while. After a pause, Rosen narrowed his eyes and added, The revival of the Empire is a very difficult task, and the first step is to remove the obstacles to revival. I know your Majesty's difficulties, but don't worry, just leave it to me. Chapter 428. 2 hours later, Queen Egdelin of the Eternal Empire was finally leaving. Your Majesty Rosen, this trip has taken long enough, and we must go back. I will wait for you in the Eternal Palace. In addition, take these 2 things, I hope they will be helpful to you. Queen Egdelin handed Rosen a crystal and a scroll. After Rosen took them, she explained the purpose of the 2 objects in detail. The crystal is the key to the teleportation array in the back garden of the Eternal Palace. With this thing, you can quietly teleport into the back garden of the Eternal Palace without alerting anyone. Rosen probed a trace of power into the crystal, sensed it carefully, nodded and smiled. Not bad, otherwise I really have to spend some effort. The reason is that this crystal is also a true artifact composed of source material. Because it naturally has a switch function, it was processed into a rather complicated secret key by a genius magician. Rosen can certainly crack it, but it takes a lot of time and effort. This is probably one of the reasons why the Goddess of Annihilation has been unable to infiltrate Moon City. What about this scroll? This is the identity level chart of the Eternal Nobles in Moon City. Queen Egdelin said this with a complicated expression on her face, feeling both hateful and helpless. Eternal Nobles? This title sounds very intimidating. Queen Egdelin nodded gently. The so-called Eternal Nobles are the highest-ranking nobles in the Eternal Empire. Their family titles are hereditary, and they have many eternal privileges such as unlimited immunity from death and priority in material support. No one, including me, can deprive the glory of the Eternal Nobles. Rosen thought this was a bit outrageous. Why? Because this honor is deeply rooted in the core of the heart of eternity. After a pause, Queen Egdelin began to explain in detail. The heart of eternity is the auxiliary intelligent puppet of the Empire. Similar to Alice in the Dawn Empire, our heart of eternity also has a name, Juliet. Juliet's function is much more powerful than Alice's. It has been more than 100,000 years since its birth. Its core has been improved and reinforced by generations of magic sages in the Empire. It has reached an incredible and even incomprehensible level. At this point, the Queen's eyes revealed a hint of awe. Rosen raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you afraid of Juliet? Egdelin nodded, not hiding her emotions. Yes, I am afraid of her, and I am not the only one like this. Everyone in Moon City is afraid of her. At this point, she showed a bitter smile on her face again. But at the same time, we can't live without her care. Juliet takes care of our lives in an orderly manner. She is also fully responsible for the production and distribution of all materials in the Empire, and she is also responsible for the security defense and daily city maintenance of Moon City. Many times, I feel that I am not an empress, but a child who will never grow up, and my mother is Juliet. The more Rosen listened, the more shocked he became. For some reason, a faint sense of danger emerged in his heart. For him now, any sense of danger is a warning of the threat of time, and must be taken seriously. He concentrated his mind to carefully distinguish the vibration of the threat of time, and soon came to a somewhat surprising conclusion. This Empire-intelligent auxiliary puppet named Juliet may have some uncontrollable changes. In essence, intelligent puppets are man-made tools, and all their behavior logic is the result of the wizard's presetting. It should be absolutely controllable. For example, Rosen's Lifu. Although it is composed of source material, its essence is a series of probability algorithms based on source material. It is completely controlled by Rosen, and every ability it has is trained by Rosen. Rosen also has the ability that Lifu has, but he is not as efficient and stable as Lifu. Therefore, the role of Lifu is to improve Rosen's ability boundaries. And this is the greatest significance of the existence of tools. But from Egelin's description, this Juliet seems to have broken through the boundaries of the definition of tools. After a moment of silence, Rosen suddenly asked, "Did Juliet seal off the 3 abysses?" "Yes, the 3 planes are all managed by Juliet." "Where is the core of Juliet?" "Moon City?" Egelin shook her head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Rosen thought this was a bit absurd. Egelin showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. This work was originally handled by the Empire Elder Council, and there has never been a problem for many years. But after Antoine fell, he took advantage of the opportunity of the Elder Council meeting to launch a sneak attack, and a total of 600 elders were killed. So, we have actually lost the ability to manage Juliet. Rosen's eyebrows jumped slightly. Such a big empire, there is no backup plan? Of course there is, but the war has lasted for hundreds of years. The situation is completely out of control, and all backup plans have failed one after another. Rosen was a little frightened. The facts that he thought he had completely understood were once again covered by a thick cloud. He wanted to continue asking Egelin, but the words were shrunken back when they reached his lips. Because if it was really the case, then since Egelin was alive and well, it meant that she was judged as a non-threatening person. Since there was no threat, naturally, she would not know too much key information. So, it would be useless to ask, but it might alert some existence hidden behind the scenes in advance. So, who is the mastermind behind this? Is it a genius and ambitious person who secretly cracked the core of Juliet? Or did the core of Juliet itself undergo an unexpected mutation, giving birth to self-awareness? It is unknown. Only by careful investigation can we get the answer. It's almost time you can go back. Okay. Egelin nodded, and looked at Rosen for the last time, suddenly straightened her chest, blushed and asked, "Your Majesty, you seem to like them very much?" Rosen laughed. "No, not like, it's hard to refuse love." Egelin's cheeks became even redder. "Then I will wait for your Majesty to love them again." After saying this, her cheeks were red, almost dripping blood, and she turned and hurried out of the room. Because of the speed too fast, a turbulent wave suddenly rose again. Rosen sighed in his heart. Hey, who can refuse so enthusiastically? After sighing, he was alert again. Is it a pink trap set for my preferences? He narrowed his eyes. Let time reveal the truth. Considering that the existence of the goddess of annihilation might threaten Egelin's safety, he focused his mind and tracked Egelin's soul all the way. He escorted her safely back to Moon City before he withdrew his gaze with relief. Then he picked up the Eternal Noble Atlas and looked at it. 5 great princes, 12 great dukes, 27 marquises, 76 earls, 308 barons. The Moon City, with a diameter of only 500 kilometers, actually has so many eternal nobles. The order issued by Queen Egelin may make it difficult for her to even leave the palace. Such a queen, who was raised in a greenhouse, issued an order to block the 3 abyssal plains, and it was successfully implemented. The sense of disobedience was really strong. It was like an 8-year-old child swinging a hammer to kill a dragon. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the real powerful one was definitely not the child, but the hammer. So what kind of power did this hammer have? I don't know, but even if Rosen has ignited the divine fire, he would never dare to underestimate it. Because the Moon City, protected by this hammer, has long blocked the infiltration of the earthly incarnation of the goddess of annihilation. He looked down at the crystal key that Egelin had given him, and tossed it back and forth. This thing can't be used lightly. If you really want to teleport it, you may just fall into a trap. Regardless of the truth, Juliet is a powerful tool. The depth, breadth, and sophistication of such an intelligent puppet that has been developed to the extreme far exceed the imagination of ordinary people. Rosen dared not despise her in the slightest, and even felt that she was many times more terrifying than the goddess of annihilation. Because this Juliet actually possessed a high-energy force that could directly destroy his natural empire. A superstar destroyer could turn the natural empire into a dead zone. What should we do now? After thinking for a while, Rosen came to the conclusion, we must ensure the safety of the base first. His base is the natural empire of the natural plane. Only with this base can he have endless power. So it must not be destroyed. How to ensure it? It is definitely not possible to confront head-on, because the high power of the Eternal Empire far exceeds that of the natural empire. You have to use skills. After careful thinking, Rosen had an idea. I will just hide the natural plane. He couldn't do it before, but now it's no problem, and it's not even a difficult thing. Because he not only inherited many time and space manipulation skills from the Dawn Empire, but also has the true God's fine insight and control over time and space. For him now, big is small is big, and there is no essential difference between the two. Using some special time and space manipulation skills, it only takes a little effort to completely hide a plane, and even the time and space waves caused by the plane can be hidden without leakage, which is more perfect than the abyss. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, he created a plane hiding spell based on his existing knowledge, and then he gave this extremely complicated spell to Lai Fu with a slight impulse. Start casting now. Casting, estimated to consume 80% of the source material. Casting is successful, the plane has been successfully hidden, the time and space mark has been completely erased, and the waste entropy generated by the plane has been successfully connected to the Dawn Glory necklace. The so-called waste entropy is approximately equal to the chaotic energy dissipated by the natural plane to the starry sky. A mature hunter can completely track the precise coordinates of the natural plane based on this energy. But now, Rosen uses the time and space technique to connect this energy to the collapsed Dawn half-plane, and it is completely absorbed by it, completely hiding all traces of the natural plane. After ensuring the safety of the basic plate, Rosen walked to the window and stared at the moon city hanging high in the sky. What is the truth? Chapter 429. Once, Rosen regarded the goddess of annihilation as the source of chaos. But from his experience dealing with the goddess of annihilation, although this opponent is very powerful, the Eternal Empire is not completely powerless to fight back. And judging from the degree of penetration of the goddess of annihilation into the Eternal Empire, it seems that she can hardly have such a huge impact on the Eternal Empire. But there are still too few clues at present, and it is difficult to outline the outline of the Black Hand behind the scenes. After thinking for a while, Rosen's thoughts urged him to teleport to the side of the special envoy of Count Gunterkin, Rupert in Black. This unlucky guy was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Dawn Fortress, and next to him sat Savos, the former president of the Eye of Dawn Mage Association. When Rosen arrived, the two were arguing with each other. Savos, you really raised a good daughter. Rupert, what's the point of saying this now? Didn't you ask me to arrest someone? I asked you to arrest someone, but I didn't ask you to arrest the wolf cub who killed his father. I've figured out that you Moon City mages are only good at talking, and you're no different from trash in other aspects. At this moment, Rosen appeared and temporarily isolated Rupert's dungeon from the outside world. Rupert, come here, I want to ask you something. Who are you? Rupert was angry. Rosen crossed his arms and leaned against the wall of the dungeon, with a faint golden light in his eyes, looking down at Rupert, who was sitting on the ground. What do you think? Plop. Rupert knelt on the ground on the spot. What do you want, sir? I want to know the details of your life in Moon City, the more detailed the better. Start from the time you can remember, no matter how big or small the event is, don't miss any of them. Ah, this may take a long time, sir. Rosen thought and unfolded a 10,000-fold time torrent barrier. We have plenty of time. Rupert immediately began to tell his life story. He is indeed an 18th ring wizard, with a strong talent for magic and a very early memory. He remembers everything after the age of 3 clearly. At this time, he followed Rosen's request and told everything in detail, even the private things such as accidentally wetting the bed and peeping at his parents doing things. Rosen listened carefully and remained silent throughout the whole process. After listening for about 2 hours, he asked, that is to say, in Moon City, you never have to worry about trivial matters in life. When you encounter any problem, as long as you silently say Juliet in your heart, you will get the service of the corresponding identity level in the first time? That's right. Has it always been like this? It has always been like this in my memory. My parents' parents, and even tens of thousands of years ago, everyone has lived this way. Has no one questioned this situation? Of course, there have even been many referendums in history to discuss whether to reduce dependence on Juliet. But most of the votes are negative, because we are used to being comfortable, and no one is willing to leave this comfortable life. Rosen pondered for a while, and then asked, "Who proposed the experiment to explore the bottom line of the space-time ocean?" It was proposed by the former sage of the glorious and glorious plane, Olda, and he has been promoting it, which eventually led to the terrible accident in the Eternal Eye Laboratory. At this point, Rupert said bitterly, "Olda is a fool, he ruined everything." Rosen immediately asked, "Is this royal sage still alive?" "He's dead." There was a huge explosion in the laboratory. The sage was killed on the spot, and all the core experimental mages in the Eternal Eye Laboratory were also killed. The high energy flowing freely smashed the basic elements into pieces. Even though we were separated by planes, we clearly saw the terrifying light produced by the explosion. At that moment, the glorious plane became the brightest star in the sky, and it could be clearly seen during the day. There is no evidence of death. Rosen was silent for a while, and then asked, "Are there people who are close to Olda alive? For example, mentors, inheritance apprentices, parents, brothers, wives, etc." "No one. Olda is a loner. His parents died a long time ago, and he has never been married, and he has no children, let alone inheritance apprentices." Well, the clues just obtained are completely broken again. Rosen thought for a moment and asked again, "The elders of the Empire died in the high-energy war between planes, right?" "Yes." "How did they die?" "I'm not sure, after all, I'm just a retainer of the Earl, but they died anyway." The news of their death caused a huge sensation in the Empire. There are all kinds of opinions among the people, but most people believe that it was Antoine who did it. This is similar to what Eglin said. After that, Rosen asked some more questions, and Rupert tried to answer them, but they were basically worthless. Feeling that he had asked enough questions, Rosen finally asked, "If the large teleportation array is destroyed, how can you return to Moon City?" "If I can regain my freedom, I can teleport back directly. Because the real function of the large teleportation array is to transport materials on a large scale, and the transmission is just a side effect." "Very good, tell me the method of transmission." Soon, Rosen got Rupert's teleportation method, which was basically the same as the method given by Queen Egdalin, and it must also be reviewed by the Heart of Eternity before the transmission can be successful. The only difference is the location of the teleportation. It seems that the mages of Moon City are a group of greenhouse flowers, and their fate is firmly in the hands of Juliet. After thinking about it, Rosen carefully scanned Rupert's soul and body, and then recorded all the data in the food database for backup. After doing all this, without waiting for Rupert to beg for mercy, Rosen left the dungeon with a thought. Obviously, the hands and feet of the mastermind behind the scenes were very clean, and a long time had passed, and most of the clues were broken. However, there is still one clue that has not been broken. But this clue is a bit dangerous, and the other party may not be willing to cooperate. Rosen was not in a hurry to investigate, because the various operations before consumed a lot of source essence, and he had to accumulate it again before he could face it again. So, he returned to his underground secret room again and began to practice. He got a batch of source essence knowledge about the divine fire from the goddess of annihilation, and accidentally got the secret of the mantra gem, so he naturally used it. In the following time, he focused on carving his own divine fire in the secret room. To be honest, the structure of the divine fire is really exquisite to the extreme, with almost endless details, and it is extremely tedious to carve. It is said that computer chips on the Earth are exquisite, but the scale of the divine fire is more than 20 orders of magnitude smaller than the chip, and the workload is extremely increased. After 10 days of thinking, Rosen felt exhausted. This was with Lai Fu's help. If it was all manpower, it would be like being in jail, and a life sentence of thousands of years. The true gods in the other world are really ruthless. Rosen had no other choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. While thinking about the divine fire, his understanding of the source of creation that belonged to him naturally became more and more in-depth. While carving, an idea flashed in his mind. "It seems that there is a shortcut. The mantra gem seems to help me save a lot of energy." The function of the true artifact of the mantra gem is to turn the caster's wishes into reality. Its ability to realize wishes is related to the power infused into it. The stronger the infused power, the stronger the ability to realize wishes. If I infuse the source, can it directly help me condense a stronger divine fire? In principle, it seems feasible. Because the source is a semi-idealistic existence. Give it a try. If it works, it will save a lot of effort. During this period, the natural empire has more and more believers who agree with its ideas, so more and more source essences are gathered. In addition, the source essence of the mortal soul core is not a one-time thing. It is recovering every moment, but the recovery speed is not fast. Under various factors, Rosen's speed of obtaining source essence is getting faster and faster. This gave him great confidence to do source essence experiments. He began to experiment again and again. After about hundreds of experiments, many conclusions were obtained. The mantra gem is effective, but there are limitations. Each time the divine fire is created by the mantra gem, its source essence strength can only be 10% higher than the source essence that makes up the mantra gem. The divine fire is too fine, and it takes at least 36 hours for the mantra gem to condense the divine fire. After condensing a stronger divine fire, the soul core will experience the phenomenon of source synchronization, making the strength of all the source in my soul equal to the new divine fire. Stronger source can condense stronger mantra gems. This is great news. This means that as long as Rosen follows the cycle of divine fire gems divine fire, he can increase the level of divine fire at a rate of 10% in 36 hours. This process is like using low-precision machine tools to grind out high-precision parts, and then using high-precision parts to build high-precision machine tools, and then progressing layer by layer, and finally realizing ultra-high-precision processing machine tools. This is several orders of magnitude faster than Rosen's bit-by-bit thinking. But there is also a disadvantage. The biggest disadvantage is that the source material consumption is huge, and the further you go, the greater the consumption. With my current source material acquisition efficiency far exceeding that of ordinary true gods, I can't hold on. I have to gather more believers. In this regard, Rosen has great potential for improvement. If the natural plane has more children and cultivates more like-minded talents, the population can be increased by at least 3 times. If the Nawat plane is managed a little, a large number of believers can also be obtained. The void gods of other planes are not my opponents at all. I can also start infiltrating and make arrangements in advance. If everything goes well, in just 3 generations, the number of his believers will reach tens of billions. After confirming the future believer development plan, Rosen allocated half of the computing power to Fu to start implementing the plan. The other half of the computing power began to focus on improving the strength of the divine fire. He did not use all the source essence to improve the strength of the divine fire, but kept 50% of the source essence as a backup. 6 months passed in a blink of an eye. Rosen used this almost buggy method to consume a huge amount of source essence that ordinary true gods could not imagine, and raise the strength of the divine fire to 0.99 rings. He was just a little bit away from breaking through the first ring. In fact, he could continue to increase it, but the source essence consumption was too great, and he could not bear it. Moreover, if the strength of the divine fire broke through the first divine ring, he would not be able to stay in the mortal world, and would have to enter the divine world, that is, the solar magic ring. And he was not ready to enter the solar magic ring. For various reasons, Rosen temporarily ended this retreat. He could clearly feel that his strength had increased a lot compared to before, and he had also accumulated a huge amount of source essence. In addition, he also borrowed the mantra gem to greatly improve the performance of the 4 existing source essence divine arts. This should be enough to face the mortal incarnation of Felicity. After returning to the ground, the first thing he did was to contact the mortal incarnation of the goddess of annihilation. He couldn't do it before, but after the previous incident, he deliberately kept a trace of the other party's soul. With the help of this trace of soul, he easily located the other party's position. Felicity, I want to see you. Get lost. I have something very important to talk to you about, a matter related to our future destiny. The other party was silent for a while, and then replied again. If you have the courage, come to me. Chapter 430. 10 minutes later. Rosen completed the teleportation and found himself in an underground temple with a simple and heavy style. 2 rows of tall and thick epic columns were neatly erected around the temple, and a strange gray-black bonfire was burning in the middle. 3 people stood by the bonfire. A black-robed girl with black hair, black eyes, and snow-white skin was the goddess of annihilation, Felikis. The other 2 were a man and a woman. The man had white hair, rough features, and a dignified look. He was wearing a white robe and holding a white jade staff that was more than 2 people tall. He had some charm of the white-robed wizard Saruman. The woman was probably in her early 30s, with a charming face and a curvy figure. She had long dark pink hair, a pair of aqua-colored eyes, and wore a semi-transparent pink-purple gauze skirt that was about to show off, and you could vaguely see the fishnet-like black silk suspenders. The man was unfamiliar, but Rosen recognized the woman at a glance. She was the mortal incarnation of the joyful Terranea. Of course, this white-robed wizard was also the mortal incarnation of a certain god. At this moment, the 3 of them stared at Rosen with different expressions. The face of the goddess of annihilation was as cold as ice, as if she wanted to chop Rosen into meat paste. The white-robed wizard had a scrutinizing look on his face, and the light in his gray-blue eyes was deep, and it was impossible to see his specific thoughts. Terranea had her usual charming mask on her face, but a hint of dissatisfaction could be vaguely felt in the depths of her pastel-colored eyes. Rosen knew with a little thought that Terranea probably discovered the little tricks between him and Liv. But she was obviously a forbearing god and did not get angry. If Rosen was surrounded by 3 true god incarnations before his retreat, he would feel very guilty, and would try his best to run away at the first opportunity. But after practicing, Lai Fu's ability to operate the source essence limit has been improved from 12 lines to 36 lines. He has also accumulated a huge amount of source essence. Even if he insists on the enhanced version of Royal Barrier with 80 layers of 0.99 ring strength, the remaining source essence is still enough for him to release more than 1,000 source essence spells. If there is a conflict, he can at least escape, and kill 1 or 2 mortal incarnations while escaping. When he was observing his opponent, the 3 true gods were of course observing Rosen. The inside of the goddess of annihilation is the strongest. After a few glances, although her face is still as cold as ice, a complex look appears in her black eyes. No wonder you dared to come to see me. She saw Rosen's great progress at a glance, and what was even more amazing was that she couldn't figure out how the other party achieved this. Rosen smiled slightly. Since you dared to come, I have made full preparations. He turned his head and looked at the white-robed mage. I am Rosen, very honored to meet you. The white-robed mage has a pair of long white eyebrows, and at this time his long eyebrows slightly raised. I am Garrett, the god of shadows Garrett. Rosen was slightly startled, and looked at the white-robed mage again. Excuse me, but the god of shadows wears white robes? The white-robed mage smiled faintly. White robes mean light, and shadows come from light. After saying this, without waiting for Rosen to answer, he continued, Since you are the enemy of the great annihilator, you are naturally my enemy. As he spoke, he slowly retreated, and the white robe on his body gradually turned from white to dark. This underground temple was built on the basis of a cave. The temple was surrounded by rugged and strange rocks. When it was reflected by the jumping bonfire, countless dancing shadows were born. So after a while, the shadow god disappeared into the underground temple, like salt melting into water. Rosen knew that he was nearby, but no matter how he sensed, he could not find his true body. Sure enough, every true god has his own tricks, and the shadow god's divine fire level is obviously higher than mine, estimated to be above 1.3 rings. In the field of gods, he is still a novice and has a long way to go. At this time, a voice without source sounded in the cave. Sun god of war Rosen, because of the oath, the great annihilator cannot attack you, but the Joyer and I are not bound by the oath. Hearing this, Rosen turned his head and looked at Terranea. So, are you going to besiege me with Garrett Joya? Terranea nodded. You humiliated my main god, and I naturally have to protect her dignity. Rosen didn't want to fight. It's not that he can't fight, but it's too wasteful a source, but looking at the current situation, he has to fight. Otherwise, he would not have much right to speak. However, he still wanted to try his best to save the situation. So he said to Felicity, Great goddess of annihilation, I have recently realized some very wonderful powers. Why don't I demonstrate it? If you think your 2 followers can defeat me, then start fighting. If not, then stop. How about that? Felicity was silent for a second, then nodded. Okay. Rosen urged his mind to secretly bless himself with a time torrent spell with a multiplier of 20,000 to increase his reaction speed to the extreme, and at the same time raise the alert level of Heart of the God of War to the highest level, and all 36 source battle lines were ready to prepare for any eventuality. Then, he activated a trace of essence and said loudly, I say, there must be light to dispel all shadows. He called it words come true, and the principle came from the mantra gem. OM. Infinite, omnipresent light emerged from the underground cave, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day, and there was really no shadow at all. Garrett, who had just hidden in the shadow, was exposed by the light. He trembled his long eyebrows and said unwillingly, After all, he is the god of this world, and he has so much essence. He hid himself, and used the shadow magic activated by ordinary divine power, but the other party used the essence magic right away. Even if his divine fire level was much higher than the other party, it could not make up for the crushing of power quality. Rosen turned his head to look at the joyful Terranea again, and used words come true. I say, a beautiful woman who will charm everyone will appear. With a flash of light, a living woman appeared out of thin air in the underground temple. Of course, she was just a powerless mortal woman. However, this woman did have an amazing charm. As soon as the woman appeared, she immediately attracted everyone's attention, including the goddess of annihilation and the joy seeker. The god of shadows, Garrett, stared at the woman's light and shadow for a full 10 seconds without blinking, and then suddenly woke up. He shook his head vigorously, his face full of horror. What an amazing source charm. In terms of appearance, this woman is naturally very beautiful, but the beauty of a woman is a very subjective thing. Because everyone's aesthetics are different, everyone has the most beautiful woman in their hearts. But the mortal woman condensed by the truth gem has a very strong charm, which makes everyone who sees the woman subconsciously think that this is the most beautiful girl in the world and deeply fascinated by her. Even the pleasure seeker was affected, and felt ashamed in his heart. When she came to her senses, she immediately realized that her charm would have little effect on Rosen. Rosen looked at the goddess of annihilation with a smile. Great Felicity, what do you think of my 2 spells? When he spoke, he felt a little weak in his heart, because he knew his own business. Although words come true is wonderful, it cannot break through the level limit of the divine fire, and it takes a very long time to cast the spell. The more exquisite the effect, the longer the casting time, which is not suitable for fighting. So, this spell is just a bluff. If it can bluff, of course it's good. If it can't bluff, then he can only run away. Felicity was almost not affected by the spell, but she had to admit the wonder of Rosen's spell. Of course, it was just magical. The spell itself was not particularly powerful. The real power was Rosen. She could see clearly that this guy's soul contained a lot of source essence, and if they really fought, her 2 subordinate gods would have almost no chance of winning. So, she couldn't take revenge this time. But she really couldn't stand this guy's smug look, and couldn't help but sneer. When you build the kingdom of God, there will be many places that need source essence. You are squandering source essence so much now, but you can't take it out when you really need it. That's interesting. Rosen smiled slightly. Thanks to the Great One's concern, I will pay attention. He turned his head and looked at the 2 earthly incarnations of the gods. So, do you think we still need to fight? Felicity was angry, and did not answer directly. Don't you have something important to talk to me about? If you have to fart, fart quickly and get out of here. Rosen chuckled. Great One, how can I fart here? It's so rude. But then again, compared to farting, I prefer to pee on you, he. The second half of the sentence was not said in front of everyone, but whispered in the soul. Felicity's face changed slightly, and she could hardly hide the anger in her heart. She replied in a secret language, Do you want to die? Rosen stopped when he saw the good. His face was serious. Great One, the matter is very important. I want to talk to you alone. Felicity waved her hand vigorously. I fully trust my followers. If you have anything to say it to my face. Rosen still insisted, but I don't trust you. I'm only telling you. If you don't agree, then I can only leave. For such a secret matter, the fewer people know, the better. Felikis frowned, but finally took a step back and turned to the 2 gods. You go prepare first. This made Rosen slightly moved. Prepare? Prepare for what? Does the goddess of annihilation have another plan? Obviously, the other party would never tell him, and it would be useless to ask, so he pretended not to know. The 2 incarnations of the gods turned around and left, but Rosen shouted again. Wait! The goddess of annihilation frowned. What do you want? Rosen pointed to the beautiful woman he had just created and said to the god of shadows, I saw that you seemed to like it just now, so I give it to you as a gift. The god of shadows was very moved, because he really liked it and wanted to play with it carefully. So he turned to look at the goddess of annihilation. It was just a mortal woman created by a spell. Although there was a source effect, this effect was not eternal, and would fade after a while. The goddess of annihilation was too lazy to care about this. Garrett, if you want it, take it. Garrett was very happy, and liked Rosen a lot. Thank you very much. He led the woman away. After watching the 2 gods leave, Rosen consumed the essence again, and released the anti-spying hidden glory spell. The goddess of annihilation frowned. Are you uncomfortable not using the essence? Rosen smiled. Great One, you and I are destined enemies. The more I use the essence, the more beneficial it will be to you. Or have you fallen in love with me, and are reluctant to defeat me? Felicisi's mood has completely calmed down, and she said lightly, I just can't stand your wasteful behavior. Rosen stopped talking nonsense and got straight to the point. Great One, I want to know, how did you discover this world? Chapter 431. Underground Temple. Faced with Rosen's question, Felikis answered very straightforwardly. This is one of my biggest secrets. Do you think I will tell you? Rosen was mentally prepared for this. Great One, please listen to some of my stories first. After listening, you can decide whether to tell me the secret. Felikis was a little surprised, but still nodded. Tell me about it. Rosen took the intelligent auxiliary puppets of the Empire as the main line, from Alice in the Dawn Empire to Juliet in the Eternal Empire, and finally introduced what he knew so far. It took more than an hour to talk in one breath. The Leakeys just listened indifferently at first, and asked a few questions when she didn't understand something. But as she listened, her expression gradually became solemn. After Rosen finished speaking, she asked back, "You mean, there is a conspirator hidden deep in the Eternal Empire?" Rosen nodded, "Yes. I don't know who this conspirator is, but he is very clean, his methods are very superb, and he also has quite amazing magic power. He may not even be immortal." The goddess of annihilation became completely serious. "Not immortal? This is impossible. I have carefully confirmed that there are no true gods in this world." Rosen immediately said, "To be precise, there are no true gods like you who ignite the divine fire, but this may not be the only way to obtain divine power, right?" The face of the goddess of annihilation was shocked. "Why do you say that?" "Because both the Dawn Empire and the Eternal Empire have obtained true artifacts through various means. It's possible that there is no wonderful artifact that can give mortals the power of God, right? In fact, as long as it is used properly, the word of truth has similar power." The goddess of annihilation nodded slowly. "You have some truth." Seeing that she agreed with his guess, Rosen continued, "This manipulator behind the scenes is really powerful, so that now I can only come to you to find relevant clues. The reason why I think this is related to our fate is that from the current situation, you and I are on the chessboard of this conspirator, and we have been used by him more or less." Felicasai's face, which rarely showed expression, showed a rare thoughtful look. She paced back and forth, and after a long time, she spoke. "The reason why I discovered your solar star realm was because I was summoned by an eternal mage. This eternal mage is called Oders, and he has 22 rings of magic power. He used some very clumsy means to sneak into the deepest part of the ocean of time and space, and then performed an indiscriminate summoning. During the summoning, he announced a lot of basic information about your solar star realm. And I was also exploring the ocean of time and space at the time, and I happened to discover Oders' summoning. I immediately realized the opportunity, immediately intercepted all the summoning signals issued by Oders, and traced back to your solar star realm along Oders' soul." Speaking of this, the Leakeys turned to look at Rosen. "To be honest, I still don't fully understand why Oders wanted to perform such an indiscriminate summoning." Rosen spread his hands and guessed casually, "Perhaps it is out of pure curiosity, or it is a self-touching so-called noble sentiment. Generally, only people who have nothing to do will do this. In short, they are idle." The goddess of annihilation nodded. The Eternal Empire before the outbreak of the war was indeed extremely wealthy. "Anyway, after discovering your world, I tried every possible way to open a time and space channel in the mortal world under my control, and after conducting a series of transmission experiments, I successfully transmitted my incarnation to your world." Obviously, what she called a series of experiments was to transmit the messy immortal lives of barbarians, blood drinkers, and joy followers into the nightmare abyss. Rosen then asked, "Then, you controlled Anawangji and manipulated him to start the Plain War?" "You are half right." The goddess of annihilation shook her head repeatedly. "I did develop Anawangji into my believer, but the control of the true God over the believers is not unlimited, especially between Anawangji and me. There is an extremely solid world barrier. He still retains a lot of free will. Waging war is his personal wish. Of course, I also think that appropriate chaos is more conducive to my entry into this world, so I didn't stop it. But I didn't expect him to make such a big fuss, and almost completely destroyed this so-called Eternal Empire. To be honest, when I learned that billions of people died in the war, I was heartbroken for a long time. After all, these are potential believers." Rosen, who is also a true god, believes these words. After all, proper war is conducive to the development of believers, but destructive war is harmful and has no benefit. He asked softly, "So, have you asked Antoine why he did this?" "Of course I did. His answer was that he wanted to use the war to develop believers for me, but the situation was beyond his control." "Do you think he lied?" "Lie?" The goddess of annihilation snorted. "I don't think a mortal can lie to me." Rosen shook his head. "That may not be the case." While speaking, he took out the scepter of light. "The Emperor of the Dawn Empire only has 20 rings of mana, but he can rely on artifacts to resist the pressure of the true God. And Antoine is a 23rd ring eternal strongman. He can already vaguely feel the existence of the source. The Eternal Empire can even create a powerful one that can enter the Sun Ring. The artifacts it has obtained are no less than those of the Dawn Empire, and it must have done a lot of research on the Sun Ring, so it is not completely ignorant." The eyes of the goddess of annihilation narrowed slightly. "You mean, Anawanji is hiding something from me? I'm not sure, but an empire that can enter the deepest part of the ocean of time and space must have some unique abilities. And a person who almost destroyed the empire is definitely not an ordinary mortal. Now, there is more evidence that there are ambitious people who have mastered the power of the true God in the eternal empire, which makes it even more difficult to ensure the reliability of Anawanji. The eyes of the goddess of annihilation flickered, and her face showed a complex expression of anger and confusion. It was obvious that she was completely convinced by Rosen's words. After a long time, she whispered, "It seems that I have to go back to the Nightmare Abyss." Rosen immediately said, "If possible, I hope to go with you." "Go together? Aren't you afraid that I will seek revenge on you?" In the Nightmare Abyss, the power she controls is much stronger than that of the Pain Abyss, and can easily kill Rosen. Rosen immediately said, "Great One, whether you admit it or not, my current combat power is much stronger than yours. At the same time, my understanding of the high-energy empire in this world is far greater than yours. If there is really a terrible existence hidden in the deepest part of the abyss, you and your subordinate gods may not be able to deal with it calmly. And this matter is not only important to you, but also to me. On this matter alone, we have a completely consistent position." The goddess of annihilation fell into deep thought. 10 seconds later, she nodded. "You convince me, but you have to remember that this is only a temporary cooperation. You and I are still enemies. Once this matter is clear, I will still find ways to seek revenge on you." Rosen chuckled. "It's useless to just talk. How about you make a divine oath?" "Okay." The goddess of annihilation really made a divine oath, promising that during the exploration of the truth of the eternal empire, she and her servants would not harm Rosen in the Nightmare Abyss. Then asked, "Do you need to prepare anything before departure?" Rosen certainly had something to prepare. He pointed to the sky. "I also plan to go to Moon City for investigation." The goddess of annihilation frowned slightly. "Be careful not to die in Moon City. Even if it is a true god, if the head is crushed, the soul will also collapse." She had always sought to go to Moon City, but after listening to Rosen's words, she felt that there might be terrible traps in Moon City, so she decided to postpone the plan. Rosen smiled and said, "Great One, are you concerned about me?" "No, I just have a feeling that your trip to Moon City may cause huge space-time waves, which is very likely to have a strong impact on my destiny." After saying this, the goddess of annihilation stretched out her right hand and clenched it, and a spell book appeared in her hand. The principle of the universal solar artifact colorful prism is to greatly reduce the intensity of the opponent's attack, especially effective for high-energy attacks. I hope it will be useful to you. She threw the spell book to Rosen and immediately restored her expression as cold as ice. "Get out now." Rosen laughed. "Yes, I get out now." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared. After a while, the god of shadows Garrett and the joyful Terranea walked in. Garrett snorted, "Lord God, this sun god of war is too arrogant. I'm going to assassinate him now." Although the other party just gave him a good toy, this thing is not enough for him to change his position. The Likasai shook her head. "Some unexpected changes have occurred, so this matter will be put on hold for the time being." Garrett was startled. "Lord God, this person is growing too fast. If he is not dealt with quickly, he may soon become a great enemy." The joyful Terranea also said, "Lord God, this matter really cannot be delayed, and a decision must be made early." The Likasai shook her head firmly again. "Don't talk about this anymore. I have made up my mind." The sudden change in attitude made Garrett and Terranea look at each other in surprise. The Likasai saw this and did not speak, but sighed in her heart. "I would like to kill him, but you can't kill him at all." Although she hated Rosen very much, she had to admit that this guy was indeed very capable, and his help was indispensable if she wanted to find out the truth about the Eternal Empire. My thoughts turned to the incident, Rosen said, and I couldn't help but feel confused. She had been in the abyss for quite a while, and she did feel a lot of strangeness. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so easily convinced by Rosen. What is the situation with this Eternal Empire? Chapter 432. Lit has taken control of a new brothel called Flame Boy. At this moment, Rosen was sitting in the underground practice room of Flame Boy, holding a cup of amber light wine in his left hand, which tasted like earth rice wine, and a small silver fork in his right hand. After taking a sip of wine, he took a bite of delicious appetizers from the wooden table beside him. There were many kinds of dishes, such as fried bean sprouts, stewed pig ears, etc., which were naturally customized by the royal chefs when Rosen was bored. Not far in front of him, there were two soft cushions for practice, one on the left and one on the right, and a beautiful woman with unique charm sat on each cushion. On the left was Belle Dandy, and on the right was Liv. After taking a sip of the mellow wine, and smacking his lips with satisfaction, Rosen put down the small silver fork in his right hand, and then gently dragged his palm, and two light golden balls as big as pigeon eggs slowly emerged above his palm. The sphere looked ordinary, but once it appeared, the originally dimly lit secret room became very bright and warm, just like the warm sun at noon in winter. The two women were attracted unconsciously, Rosen thought, and two pale golden spheres flew to the two women respectively. Soul-nourishing orb, a real artifact I especially made according to your physical condition, can greatly speed up your practice. If nothing unexpected happens, in about a year, you will be able to advance to the 20th ring and meet the minimum requirements for igniting the divine fire. Both women were overjoyed, but soon had questions. Belldandy asked, Your Majesty, how should this be used? Just wear it with you. Rosen shook his head. No, it must be placed in the body. Swallow it as a potion. As he was talking, Belldandy was about to swallow the orb, but he felt that it was a little big, so he hesitated. Rosen smiled and said, You guessed half right. Belldandy was a little confused, but Liv had already understood. She quickly swallowed the potion into her body, and then asked in a delicate voice, Master, is this how you swallow it? Rosen nodded yes. Do you feel it? Liv nodded repeatedly. My stomach is warm, and there is a force that keeps emanating, which quickly flows through my body, and my soul becomes stronger. Belldandy was speechless, but he immediately did as he was told. After swallowing it, he couldn't help complaining, Your Majesty, this is too awkward. Rosen comforted, You get used to it. It's not just my personal taste, but also because this method works best. In this case, Belldandy had nothing to say. Rosen drank the wine in one gulp, and then said, I am leaving Grey City for a while, you don't have to follow me. Your only task is to focus on practice. Looking at Liv again, the mortal incarnation of the joyful one Terranea has also come to the abyss of pain, and has noticed our agreement. Liv's face turned pale, and she was a little scared. Master, what should I do? Come here, come to me. Liv did it immediately. Rosen raised his hand, and patted her forehead, quickly searching for her soul. A few minutes later, he raised his palm suddenly, and immediately let a ray of pastel pink light out of Liv's soul. This is the power left in your body by the joyful one. I have completely cleared it, so you are no longer her believer. With another wave of his hand, Liv's joyful staff flew into his hand, and the pastel pink joyful power was immediately attracted by it, and took the initiative to enter the joyful staff. I will return the staff of pleasure to the pleasant, and completely solve your troubles, so you don't have to worry about anything. Liv immediately breathed a sigh of relief and bowed down. Thank you, Master. In addition, this staff is given to you. The effect is similar to the staff of pleasure, but it can have a similar charm effect without intercourse. Of course, if you think that intercourse is necessary to completely make the target surrender, I have no objection. This staff was made by Rosen using the words follow the law technique, imitating the staff of pleasure, and made some improvements that conformed to his own ideas. Liv was very happy, because she was used to the invincibility of divine arts in the mortal world, and suddenly it was gone, and she was really at a loss. Rosen looked at Belldandy again. Give me the sword of annihilation. Belldandy immediately took out the sword of annihilation from his own time and space treasure house, and held it to Rosen with both hands. Rosen raised his finger and brushed it lightly on the sword, and the sword suddenly had many exquisite light golden patterns. I have greatly strengthened this magic sword so that it can adapt to your current strength, and can inspire powerful magic in an emergency. Of course, even if you have a powerful magic sword, you still have to keep a low profile, because there are many incarnations of true gods in this world. Yes, Master. Belldandy was both happy and solemn, and he was looking forward to igniting the divine fire. After arranging the two people, Rosen said, Then I will leave first. As soon as the voice fell, the man disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was in the depths of the poisonous fog forest. He held the joyful staff, leaned against a big tree, and waited patiently. He did not send any contact signals, but the premonition of time told him that as long as he waited for a while, in a relatively secret place, he would definitely gain something. Time passed by minute, and Rosen remained motionless, like an old monk in meditation. 6 hours passed like this, and when the sun climbed to the middle of the sky and shone on the earth, a pink and purple figure flashed, and the joyful Terranea arrived. Rosen's thought slightly urged, and the sword surged, turning into a ray of light golden sourceless phantom light, silently covering the two of them. So, the two of them completely melted into the midday sun. After Terranea stood still, a trace of resentment appeared on her face. Your Majesty, I helped you with good intentions, but you snatched my trusted believer. This is not authentic. Rosen threw the joyful staff over. It's just a mortal believer, just find another one. Your Majesty, what you said is really light. Believers are not difficult to find, but believers with outstanding talents are not easy to find. Only one can emerge among millions of believers. This is true. Liv is indeed a rare talent. Rosen knew that if he didn't give enough compensation, he might make an enemy, so he said, "Okay, I did something wrong. I apologize to you, and give you this as compensation." He raised his hand, and a fist-sized, colorless and transparent crystal ball condensed in his palm, and gently pushed it towards the other party. The crystal ball ignored gravity, and floated straight over. Talana raised her hand to take it, and then gently squeezed it, and the crystal ball turned from real to virtual and merged into her body. With this action, the faint pink light in her eyes suddenly brightened, and then slowly dimmed. Her resentment disappeared, and she smiled and said, "Your Majesty is really generous." But she got a large ball of pure source essence refined by Rosen, which was 5 times the total amount of source essence possessed by Talana, the incarnation, enough for her to perform 40 source essence magics or create 5 source essence magic tools. Rosen smiled and said, "Then Liv belongs to me?" Talanea spread her hands and said, "Since your Majesty likes her, she is yours." Then she asked, "Your Majesty, are you looking for a subordinate god?" Of course, after all, my power is constantly growing, and the day of leaving the mortal world is getting closer and closer. I feel guilty about going to the divine world alone. Talanea's face showed a clear desire. "Hey, I know very well that if I can follow your Majesty, I will definitely have a very bright future. But for various reasons, I have to miss this opportunity." Rosen could hear that she was really sighing, and at the same time, she was also testing his thoughts. Although her current divine power level is still stronger than his, she is willing to become his subordinate god. If he took the opportunity to throw out an olive branch, the other party would immediately grab it tightly. So should he accept it? Of course, because the other party is a true god and has experience in surviving in the divine world, which is of great help to him. Moreover, the other party's godhood is obviously auxiliary, his personality is not strong, and he has helped himself many times. He is really an excellent candidate for the subordinate god. In addition, he also needs to place an eye next to the goddess of annihilation. But there is a small problem. I don't mind having another subordinate god, but I plan to ignite the divine fire for Liv. At that time, your godhood seems to conflict. Talanea's eyes suddenly lit up, and immediately said, "This is not a big problem. You value Liv, nothing more than hoping that she can collect intelligence for you, so let her be your full-time intelligence officer. And I can manage the pleasure land of the mortal world for you. Whether in the mortal world or the divine world, there is always a need for a place of pleasure to nourish the soul, isn't it?" That's true. Although brothels as places of pleasure are despised by moral gentlemen, they have a long history in human history, and there is no sign of extinction. In other words, seeking pleasure is a major nature of the human race, and can never be abolished. Since it cannot be abolished, it is naturally necessary to have a god to manage it specifically to avoid the emergence of lawless places. In addition, there is indeed no major conflict between collecting intelligence and managing brothels. Rosen asked again, "But your real body is in another world, how can you come here?" Taranea lowered her voice and said, "The goddess has accelerated the construction of the Sun Bridge. It will be completed in about 5 years. I can come here then." Rosen understood and made his own promise. "To avoid being noticed by the goddess of annihilation, I don't ask you to swear. But I swear by my godhood that as long as you are loyal to me in actual actions, I will never let you down." "Thank you for your understanding, your Majesty." Talanea's eyes sparkled, and she smiled charmingly at Rosen. "Although I can't swear, I hope to serve you once in return. Do you need it?" Rosen also wanted to see the other party's skills, but his divine power was not as strong as the other party's now. He was worried that he could not bear the unforgettable taste, so he could only shake his head reluctantly. "Let's talk about it when we reach the god realm." Talanea smiled. "Your Majesty is really cautious, but only you like this can make me believe that you will have a great future." After saying that, she stepped back gently and disappeared into the air. After she left, Rosen's thoughts urged, and his body's shape began to change rapidly. A few seconds later, he turned into Rupert in black. Whether in appearance or soul core, everything is exactly the same as Rupert, and his real soul is deeply hidden in the depths of his soul. This is a move he had prepared long ago. In order to prevent leakage, the real Rupert did not die, or was not completely dead. His soul has been kept by him to prevent him from being cancelled by the eternal heart. After disguising himself as Rupert in black, Rosen looked up at the halo hanging in the sky and silently said in his heart as Rupert, "Juliet, Rupert requests to return to Moon City." About 3 seconds later, the disguised Rupert's soul received a response. "Identity verification passed. The transmission key has been sent. The transmission window has been opened. Please complete the transmission within 20 seconds. These words moved Rosen's heart. Juliet's voice is very gentle, but I can still feel a hint of indifference and mechanicalness of an intelligent puppet, which doesn't seem to have mutated into autonomous consciousness. This mechanical feeling cannot be experienced by mortals, but true gods can easily distinguish it. Of course, everything is just speculation, and the specific situation still needs to be carefully investigated. Chapter 433. Swish swish. A sound similar to waves came to my ears, and a white light flashed in front of my eyes. When all the noises disappeared, the white light gradually dissipated, and Rosen found himself standing in a spacious, bright, and precise room. Although the room should not be described as precise, the size of the walls around it, the magic patterns on the walls, the teleportation array on the floor, and even the 2 owl sculptures placed at the exit of the room are all filled with a high-tech magic industrial style. Rosen secretly sighed. It is worthy of being a highly developed high-energy empire. Rupert's memory told him that this was the teleportation room of Maple Leaf Manor, located in the northwest corner of the manor's courtyard garden. Maple Leaf Manor is the residence of the Eternal Earl Gonkin, covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. At the same time, the average living area of the civilians in Moon City is 20 square meters. Walking out of the teleportation room, there is another long corridor, with a row of Eternal Guardians standing on both sides of the corridor, as many as 20. The Eternal Guardian closest to the door of the teleportation room gave a gentle and deep voice. "Welcome back, first-class citizen Rupert." Rosen nodded in response, then took off his clothes with the hands of a wizard. "I'm ready, let's start purifying my body." The so-called purification of the body is to deeply clean the body, not only to kill the viruses and bacteria brought back from the mortal world, but also to remove the high-energy radiation dust in every corner of the body, and at the same time, further confirm the identity. Purification is starting. Buzz, buzz. Warm spell power rushed towards Rosen and gently wrapped his body. Rosen walked slowly along the corridor. When he reached the end of the corridor, a set of exquisite black robes floated beside him. It was made of an alchemical material as soft as water, and had a light and elegant fragrance. After the robe wrapped around his body, Rosen stepped out of the corridor. Outside the corridor was a huge open-air garden, which was full of vitality and planted with many beautiful flowers that Rosen could not name. The flowers were arranged neatly and swayed with the breeze, looking like rows of dancing girls lined up neatly. Rosen looked up and found that it was a clear blue night sky and a bright silver moon. If you don't feel it carefully, or if you look at it from the perspective of mortals, this is a beautiful world. But Rosen can find it with a little concentration. The entire Moon City is in a ring shape and is slowly rotating. The inner wall of the ring is the main city area, which uses axial symmetry to create the Earth's gravity, and uses fine time and space magic to eliminate the unbalanced inertia of physical rotation. The moon, stars, and the sun that will rise tomorrow are all the results of magic simulation. With the time and space magic ability of the Eternal Empire, it is definitely not difficult to create a half-plane, but this relatively primitive space city structure is still used, probably to save energy. In any case, this Moon City is very beautiful, countless times more beautiful than the Earth full of ruins, monsters, corpses, and excrement. Rupert is a retainer of Earl Gonkin, and has his own residence in Maple Leaf Manor. It was late at night, and Rosen walked along the garden path towards his room, while silently reciting in his heart, "Juliet, I have successfully returned to Moon City. I will upload my work report in an hour. The information has been reported. Your room has been activated and adjusted to rest mode." Soon, Rosen arrived at his room, raised his hand, and pressed the corresponding rune on the door. The door lit up slightly, and slid silently to the side, revealing a room filled with warm white light. The room is quite spacious, with 100 square meters, and various supporting facilities are also top-notch, which is the treatment that the civilian Rupert has struggled for many years to obtain. When Rosen entered the room, the door behind him slid silently, and the soothing music of ding-ding-dong-dong began to sound in the air. The temperature, humidity, and brightness of the air were all adjusted to Rupert's favorite mode. When he took 3 steps forward and walked out of the entrance of the room, a young and beautiful young lady wearing an extremely revealing maid outfit came up to greet him, saluted respectfully, and said in a charming voice, "Welcome back, master." Rosen saw at a glance that this was a living person. At the same time, Rupert's memory told him that although this was a living person, he was a so-called high-level servant created by using life magic to create a body and implanting a virtual soul. In Moon City, there are 3 types of servants: high, medium, and low. The common point is that they have no citizenship and are the subsidiary property of the master. Everything is centered on the master. When the master is away, the servant will be shrouded in a high-intensity time lag spell, which not only minimizes the loss of use, but also ensures that the servant's life memory only has the master. According to the imperial law, a first-class citizen can have 5 high-level servants, but the price of customizing and maintaining high-level servants is very expensive. In order to reduce the cost of living, Rupert only got 2 high-level servants. One for his own use, and the other for entertaining guests. The beauty who came in front of him was Rupert's high-level servant, named Trini, whose appearance and figure were all molded by Rupert with great effort. Rosen took a look and secretly commented in his heart, "Rupert really likes young lowly. No wonder he would toss Guinevere's daughter in the mortal world." Rosen was not interested at all, thinking that she was too thin and too young, and had no charm and could not withstand the tossing. Of course, in order to prevent Juliet from discovering the abnormality, he imitated Rupert in all his actions. About 5 minutes later, he was lying in a bathtub filled with warm water and began to upload the work report in the mortal world. In the report, the first half was Rupert's experience. It was not until Rupert was imprisoned that Rosen began to compile it, changing the torture and killing into a witty jailbreak that took a lot of effort. He was not worried about being discovered by Juliet, because he had already filled in the relevant details when he was in the Grey City. The upload was completed soon, and the report would be sent to Earl Gonkin, waiting for his reading. If nothing unexpected happens, the Earl should summon him tomorrow. "Master, do you need me to help you relax?" the servant Trini asked softly behind him. Rosen was not interested in the little girl, and still responded in Rupert's style, "Leave me alone for a while, go and warm my bed." "Yes, master." "I thought I would spend the night safely, but after a while, the doorbell rang." After getting Rosen's permission, a young woman's voice came from outside the door. "Rupert, why didn't you notify me as soon as you came back?" The voice was angry, with a sense of arrogance. Rosen immediately searched Rupert's memory, and quickly found out his identity. Patricia, the 3rd daughter of Earl Gonkin, is an eternal noble and the lover of Alex, the last special envoy of the Earl. After Alex was killed, Patricia was furious and threatened to make Grey City pay a heavy price. In Moon City, the eternal noble is the highest status, so she has reason to be arrogant. Rupert is a retainer of the Earl, of course he can't afford to offend the Earl's daughter, and immediately responded, "Miss Patricia, wait for me, I will open the door after I get dressed." "Hurry up." An impatient response came from outside the door. Rosen quickly climbed out of the bathtub, put on his clothes in a hurry, opened the door, and welcomed the person into the living room. The visitor was a young lady, about 1.7 meters tall, very beautiful, with a very good figure and white skin. Of course, beautiful traits are not worth much in Moon City, because they are everywhere. In Moon City, as long as you are a citizen, you can enjoy the appearance customization spell provided by Juliet for free. Ordinary citizens can enjoy it once every 3 years, nobles can enjoy it once a month, or even once every 10 days. Juliet's deformation technique is very superb, and she also provides many body templates, so it is hard not to be beautiful. The Countess looked very arrogant. After entering the room, she was unceremonious and sat down on the most spacious and softest chair in the living room, as if she was back home. "Rupert, I heard that you were dead." Rosen immediately said, "It is true that you almost died in the hands of the rebels, but you escaped by luck." "I am curious, how did you escape?" "I saw you being hanged on the gallows by those mobs." Rosen knew that as long as the authority was sufficient, Moon City could see many scenes in the mortal world, especially the open-air scenes, which were particularly clear. As the daughter of the Earl, Patricia naturally had this authority. So he immediately explained, "I used the soul substitute method to forge a hapless jailer into my perfect substitute. You know, the eyes of those mobs are very difficult to use." "Oh, you are smart." Patricia's tone softened a little, and she asked again, "Then have you found out the cause of Alex's death?" "I have found it out, miss. Do you want to listen now?" "Go ahead." Patricia's eyes were slightly red, and her tone was sad, obviously still remembering the old feelings. Rosen told her everything that happened in the mortal world. After he finished speaking, he concluded, "I don't want to slander the deceased, but Alex's performance is obviously very bad." Patricia collapsed a little and shouted, "You are lying. I don't believe it. He clearly said that he only loves me." Rosen spread his hands. "Miss, you already believe it, but you just don't want to believe it." But I want to say that he is not worth your sadness. Patricia took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. Rupert, no matter what, thank you for telling me the truth. Although the truth is a bit stinging after all, you risked your life to find it, so I owe you a favor. Tell me, how do you want me to repay you? Rosen was not surprised by this reaction, because in Rupert's memory, although Patricia, the third daughter of the Earl, was arrogant, she was a person who dared to love and hate, and was responsible compared to most noble ladies. He came to investigate Juliet. Since Patricia said so, he immediately said, Miss, I feel the lack of magic power when I enter the mortal world this time. If possible, I hope to get some free reading time in the Great Library. This reaction is also in line with Rupert's character. In Moon City, although the treatment is different, everyone has enough food and drink, and because the class is basically fixed, most of the citizens of Moon City lie flat and live a life of drunkenness and dreaming all day long. But Rupert, as a civilian, has obtained 18 rings of magic power and has been promoted from a 9th-class citizen to a 1st-class citizen, not only because of his strong talent, but also because of his diligence far beyond others. In the past, whenever he received a reward from the Earl, he would find a way to exchange it for reading time in the Great Library. Therefore, Patricia was not surprised. No problem, you can enter the Great Library to study at will in the next year. After saying this, she sighed again. I have to say, these days, it is rare to find a wizard as diligent and studious as you. Although this is not very useful, a down-to-earth wizard like you is at least more reliable than those guys who only know how to speak sweet words. She stood up and patted Rosen on the shoulder gently. I hope you can always maintain the virtue of diligence. After saying this, she sighed sadly and turned away. Rosen could understand her last few words, because the Abyss War destroyed a lot of precious magic knowledge. No matter how diligent and studious a wizard is, he cannot break through the threshold of 20 rings, and even 19 rings are very rare. In fact, 300 years have passed since the end of the war, and there has not been a new strong man above 19 rings in Moon City. It is precisely because of this that Rupert, who was promoted to the 18th ring, was favored by the Eternal Earl and became his trusted retainer. This made Rosen's heart move slightly. Rupert is an 18th ring mage. If I break through to the 19th ring on the grounds that I have gained some insights from wandering through life and death, I should be able to greatly improve my status and gain more authority. The most important thing in Moon City is actually Juliet's authority. Chapter 434. Count, the envoy you sent to Grey City has returned to Moon City. Grey City envoy? Which envoy? When asking, Count Gunterkin was walking in the garden path of the inner courtyard. Of course he remembered the Grey City. After all, it was one of the 5 mortal cities he managed. But Grey City had been out of control for more than 6 months. He subsequently tried to launch several military operations, and sent at least 6 envoys, but all ended in failure. There were too many envoys sent, and it was a bit hard to tell who was who for a while. First-class citizen Rupert was previously an 18th ring mage, but was newly promoted to a 19th ring mage last night. Count Gunterkin subconsciously stopped. He was attracted by the term newly promoted 19th ring mage. Since the war, most of the residents of Moon City have been living in a deep sense of loss, and few have successfully broken through the 19th ring. After a while of careful recollection, the name Rupert finally emerged from the complicated memories, and became a specific living person. He remembered that it was a person who liked to wear black clothes, and had a gloomy look in his eyes. He actually didn't like this person very much, but this person had superb skills, and was ruthless, which made him very suitable to help him do some dirty work. So, in his mind, Rupert was a tool to be used for consumption. Isn't Rupert dead? No. According to his own description, he used some very flexible means to avoid the fate of death, and under the whip of the god of death, he successfully touched the 19th ring. Oh, then this guy is really capable. Gunterkin took it seriously. After all, this was a rare 19th ring wizard, and he was already his most powerful retainer. After a pause, he asked, when did he come back? 10 days ago, Earl. I reported the relevant news to you the next day, but you ignored it at that time. Earl Gunterkin subconsciously patted his forehead. Well, it seems that this is true. He has been very busy recently because the annual Queen's birthday is coming. A grand birthday party will be held at that time, and all the eternal nobles must be present, and they must prepare a decent birthday gift for the Queen. If it is just a birthday gift, it is not a big deal. The key is that he heard that the Queen is going to bring up the old matter again, and make some kind of mortal reconstruction plan, and even propose to realize the real interconnection between heaven and earth. And this time, the Queen's attitude is extremely firm, and she has won the support of a group of eternal nobles. Gunterkin is firmly opposed to rebuilding the mortal world. He has always believed that the civilians in the mortal world should be completely rotten in the ruins, and never affect his beautiful life in Moon City. But no matter what, the newly promoted 19th Ring Wizard, who is also his retainer, is still worth meeting. Juliet, call him to see me. Yes, Earl. About half an hour later, a man dressed in black, and with a calm expression hurried towards him. When he entered, he saluted properly. My Lord Earl, first-class citizen Rupert greets you. Gunterkin looked up and down at the man in front of him, and compared it with Rupert in his memory, and then found some small changes, especially in his eyes. He used to be gloomy, like a wounded lone wolf, and seemed to hurt people at any time, but now he has a lot more confidence, so he looks much calmer. The Earl's impression suddenly improved a lot. Rupert, you look much more mature. It seems that this trip to the mortal world has greatly tempered your temperament. Rupert, that is, Rosen nodded. I have indeed gained a lot of insights into life. Talk to me. The Earl continued to walk, and Rosen followed him, and observed the Earl carefully. The soul of the 20th ring has a lifespan of at least more than 1,100 years, and if nothing unexpected happens, it can live for another 5 or 6,000 years. On the surface, he looks elegant, but from Rupert's memory, the humanity in this guy's soul has long been worn away by the long time, leaving only cold and pure interests, as well as the selfishness and indifference of most eternal nobles. But for Rosen, this information is not important. He doesn't care what kind of person the other party is. What really matters is the way the soul of this Earl and Juliet is connected. He wants to take a closer look at how Juliet authenticates the identity of this Earl. After walking a few steps, the Earl said, the Queen intends to rebuild the mortal world. What do you think? Rosen's mind quickly turned. He understood the Earl's idea. He immediately catered to his point of view. Your Majesty is too young. He has ideals and enthusiasm, but he can't recognize the reality. This is exactly what the Earl wants. He smiled and said, why do you say that? Because the mortal world is completely rotten, and the mortals living in the mortal world are all a group of dirty, stupid, shameless villains. They are not worth saving at all. If you ask me, it's okay to rebuild, but before rebuilding, you should use high-powered forces to clean up all the dirty rats in the mortal world. After the Earth is revitalized again, select people from the Moon City to go down to the mortal world and carry out a thorough reconstruction. Well said. The Earl was very happy, and clapped his hands vigorously to show his support for Rosen's remarks. It seems that your trip to Grey City has indeed been very fruitful. At this time, the two had walked to the end of the garden, and the entrance to the Earl's study was right in front of them. The Earl said, go to my study, and tell me about your thrilling journey in Grey City. As you wish. At this time, Rosen had completely understood the soul connection between the Earl and Juliet. It is very delicate, and it is difficult for mortals to disguise, but true gods can. However, he still needs some time to find loopholes in this connection, so the Earl's invitation came at the right time. Soon, the two entered the Earl's study. Come, sit down. Would you like something to drink? The Earl was in a good mood, and had a very enthusiastic attitude. He even poured Rosen a glass of wine himself. Rosen looked flattered. After taking a sip of wine with a humble look on his face, he told the story he had carefully compiled in detail at a moderate speed. The ups and downs of the story, and the vivid tone immediately attracted the Earl's attention. As a person who has lived for more than 1,000 years, the Earl's daily life is actually quite boring. At this time, he suddenly heard some new stories, and became quite interested. Unconsciously, he was fascinated by them. When he heard more than half of it, he suddenly felt a little confused, a bit like being drunk, floating, unable to distinguish up and down, left and right, and unable to feel the passage of time. If it were normal, he would definitely be alert at the first time, but at this time, he was attracted by Rosen's story, so his reaction was a beat slower. Just this one mistake made him miss the chance to escape the trap. Somehow, the Earl felt very sleepy, his eyes went dark, and the voice of his retainer Rupert came to his ears. My lord, you seem tired. Can I help you rest? Well, okay. The Earl felt that the situation was a little abnormal, and wanted to respond, but he was too sleepy. After holding on for a few seconds, he completely lost consciousness. On the other side, Rosen sat on the Earl's chair, gently patted his gorgeous noble robe, and his eyebrows were full of contemplation. Juliet does not have independent consciousness, and her essence is still just an intelligent puppet with extremely perfect functions. If she had independent consciousness, or even the power of a true god, it would be very difficult for him to disguise himself as the eternal Earl Gunterkin, let alone Rupert. So, the real situation is most likely that there is a powerful man who has obtained part of the power of the true God inside the Eternal Empire, and he has used Juliet's strong control over the Empire to do this series of events. Why is it part of the power of the true God? Because if it is a true God, he can completely control Juliet, and with Juliet's control over the Empire, this person does not need to hide at all, just show his cards directly. So, who is this powerful man hiding behind the scenes? It is unclear, and further investigation is needed. The good news is that he successfully disguised himself as the Eternal Earl Gunterkin and obtained the authority of the Eternal Earl. This authority is much higher than the authority of a first-class citizen. As for the real Gunterkin, his body has been transformed into Rupert by Rosen, and his soul has been imprisoned by Rosen in his own soul, reading his soul memory at any time to ensure that his disguise is more perfect. Rupert has completed his mission, and at this time, he will be controlled by Lai Fu, and most of the time he will become a transparent person. Rupert, you can leave now. Yes, Earl. Rupert left the study room with a humble look on his face. Rosen sat on a chair in the study room and began to roughly browse the Earl's memory. After reading for about an hour, he had an idea in his mind, and thought to himself, in half a month, all the Eternal Nobles will attend the Queen's birthday dinner. Not bad, really good. He had reason to suspect that this ambitious man was hiding in Moon City, and he was probably an Eternal Noble of a high level. Maybe he was a prince who wanted to usurp the throne. Now that he had encountered such a good opportunity, he naturally had to investigate it carefully. Chapter 435. Time flies, and half a month has passed. It is the day of the Queen's birthday celebration. As the Eternal Earl, the Rosen family took a luxurious and sophisticated hovercraft along the Silver Moon Avenue of Moon City, all the way to the Eternal Palace at the end of the avenue. The Silver Moon Avenue was also extremely lively on this day, and thousands of Eternal Nobles came to participate in the Queen's birthday celebration. In addition to the confidants and retainers who followed the nobles to the banquet, as well as the celebrities in various fields in the city, and the ordinary civilians who joined in the fun on both sides of the avenue, the Silver Moon Avenue was almost blocked, as if all the residents of the entire Moon City had come. Fortunately, all the hovercrafts were guided by Juliet, so the avenue was not completely blocked after all, but the forward speed was very slow. Rosen sat in the seat of the floating car, looking lazy and indifferent, as if he had no interest in anything. There are still too many residents in Moon City, and the chattering is a headache. This look is no different from the usual Count, and the family in the car did not feel anything wrong. The Countess smiled and said, "Dear, it is lively when there are more people, otherwise it would be so deserted." Patricia, the only unmarried third daughter, lay by the window, her eyes swept around the crowd outside the window with interest, and suddenly shouted, "Father, Mother, look over there, the Queen is coming out of the palace, this is a bit strange." Rosen turned his head, and saw a large floating platform slowly rising in the direction of the palace, and a giant at least 10 meters tall stood on the platform. If you look closely, you can find that it is a deliberately magnified light and shadow, which is the appearance of Queen Egdalin. Compared to the shy look she had seen in the mortal world, Egdalin was now wearing a robe of emperor with a glowing crown, holding the eternal scepter, looking majestic and indifferent, like a god who dominated the fate of all living beings. At a glance, Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he had an idea that he had ignored because of his preconceived notions. Egdalin is a 23-ring eternal strongman, who can already feel the existence of the source essence. At the same time, she is the owner of Juliet's highest authority, and has many powerful true artifacts, including the amazing mantra gem. If someone in the Eternal Empire can obtain the power of the true God, the most likely person must be a 23-ring eternal strongman, and there are only 3 eternal strongmen in the Eternal Empire, and the Queen is the one with the highest status. If we exclude the previous experience in the mortal world and rely solely on the known information, this Eternal Queen seems to be the biggest suspect behind the scenes. But the problem follows. But she is already the Queen, and she is also an Eternal Strongman. What can she do? It seems that there is no need to destroy the Empire at all. It feels absurd that the Emperor is plotting a rebellion to overthrow his own throne. I really can't figure it out, so I continue to hide in the dark and observe. At this time, the Eternal Queen actually began to speak, and the sound of her speech was directly transmitted by Juliet to the soul of every resident of Moon City. Citizens of Moon City, today is the 409th birthday anniversary of my experience. I am a little happy because although the Empire has experienced many hardships, we can still live well. But I am more sad. Because under my rule, the glory of the Eternal Empire is gone, the land is full of scars, and countless people are wailing in the ruins. I know that many people deliberately ignore the tragic situation on Earth, and just want to live their own lives. But I want to say that if there is no support from the Earth, Moon City will fall from the sky one day. I think that day will definitely not be far away. If we are lucky, it may be 1,000 years later. If we are unlucky, it may not even be 100 years. For our own destiny, and the destiny of the Empire, we must make changes. In the suspended car, Rosen commented coldly, "The Queen is threatening the people with an impossible future again." Patricia whispered, "Father, what if what the Queen said is true?" Rosen sneered, "The power consumption of Moon City is very low, and the city stores enough eternal essence for Moon City to consume for 1,000,000 years. As long as there is no mess, Moon City can float in the sky for at least 500,000 years. This is 500,000 years. Who among us can see what will happen 500,000 years later? What does what will happen 500,000 years later have to do with us?" Patricia obviously disagreed and was about to refute, but Rosen glared at her. She glanced at him and said, "I know you young people like to mess around, but as long as I'm alive, I will definitely take care of you." Patricia pouted and said nothing. On the other side, the Queen's impromptu speech caused a lot of discussion among the citizens of Moon City. Some agreed, some disagreed, some clearly opposed, and some had nothing to do with it. There were all kinds of reactions. The Queen did not stop her speech. She continued, "My people, there are some news that have been covered up, and I must announce it to you today." At this point, the Queen's face was grim and her tone was solemn. Most of the audience also pricked up their ears. "We have always believed that life cannot have the power beyond the 23rd ring, and life cannot have the ability to enter the solar ring, but I want to say today that this conclusion is wrong. It is ridiculously wrong." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face showed shock. Patricia couldn't help it again. "Father, what do you mean by this?" Rosen snorted coldly. "She is playing tricks." The Queen's voice continued to come. "You must be asking me why? There must be people who don't believe me and think I'm lying. But I have found a lot of ironclad evidence. I have even personally come into contact with extraordinary strongmen above the 23rd ring." While speaking, the Queen suddenly raised her hand, and a light flashed in front of her hand, showing a video. The protagonist of the video was Rosen walking in the mortal world. "Look at this man. Juliet can't find any imperial mark on him, which means he is an outsider. At first glance, he doesn't seem to be anything special. But I want to tell you that when he wants to, Juliet can see him. When he doesn't want to." The light flashed in the video, and Rosen disappeared, but he sneaked into the underground secret room. No matter how hard Juliet searches, she can't find him. We all know that Juliet monitors every inch of the Empire all the time. Even if it's 10,000 meters underground or 1,000,000 miles high in the sky, nothing escapes her eyes. Now, she can't find such a living person, which is enough to show that this person has a power beyond the 23rd ring. At this point, not to mention Patricia, even the Countess was a little surprised. She couldn't help but say, "My dear, the Queen seems to have really discovered something extraordinary." Rosen said with all his strength, "Images can be faked. This is easy." When Patricia heard this, she finally couldn't help it. "Father, images can be faked, but fake images cannot be hidden from everyone. If you look carefully at the image presented by the Queen, you should know that this is definitely the original image provided by Juliet, because there is no trace of modification at all." Rosen was furious. "Shut up." "I won't." Patricia pouted and protested, "Father, I just can't understand. What's wrong with rebuilding the Empire? Don't you think this small Moon City is very boring? Rosen followed the Earl's memory and suppressed his anger and growled, "What do you know? Once the Empire is prosperous again, the Queen will find a way to restore complete control over Juliet. Based on what our family has done in the past 300 years, the day when control is restored is the end of our eternal title. By then, our whole family will be dead." These words shocked the two women so much that their faces turned pale, and they couldn't speak for a long time. Rosen took a deep breath and whispered, "So, if you want the good life to continue, you must maintain the current state." As he spoke, he overturned his previous guess about the Queen, because his eyes had seen the Queen's true body through the cover of the palace's outer wall. Just like what he saw in the mortal world before, it was still only 23 rings of magic power, and except for a large number of naturally formed true artifacts on her body, no trace of power above 23 rings was found. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, this Queen actually has a higher level of divine power than himself, and her control skills of divine power are far better than his, and she uses these skills to perfectly hide her true divine power. This is also possible, because this painful Queen controls a lot of resources of the Eternal Empire, and can also call on the magic geniuses of the Empire to serve her, and she came into contact with the true gods of the other world hundreds of years earlier than himself. With the other party's top magic talent that was promoted to the 23rd ring in just over 400 years, it is not impossible to secretly improve her divine power to an incredible level. If this possibility really happens, then Egelin is the strongest in this world. Rosen still pretends to be the eternal Earl Gonkin on the surface, but his mind is constantly turning rapidly, thinking about all possibilities. While he was thinking, the hovercraft carrying the Earl and his family came to the gate of the palace. Less than 100 meters ahead, they will enter the Eternal Palace. Looking at the extremely magnificent and gorgeous palace gate in front of him, Rosen suddenly had a vague sense of crisis in his heart. It seemed that behind the gate in front was not endless splendor, but an extremely dark and deep unknown world. He immediately understood that whether Egelin had any problems or not, this Eternal Palace was a den of dragons and tigers. Once he entered, it was very likely that something would happen that was far beyond his expectations and far beyond the limit of his power. Should he enter or not? After a split second of decision, Rosen decisively chose to give up the investigation. Since he had already discovered the traces of the existence of an unpredictable force, if he insisted on stepping in, what difference would it make to a stupid beast trapped in a trap? With this thought, Rosen prepared to retreat. In order to avoid alerting the powerful lurking in the dark, he planned to leave quietly. "My dear, I suddenly feel uncomfortable in my stomach. I'm going to the back cabin to relieve myself." The hovercraft is very spacious, and there are many compartments. It has a full range of functions, including a bathroom to solve personal hygiene problems. After entering the bathroom, Rosen had an idea and used the words "follow the law" technique to directly create a body of the Earl, and then put the Earl's soul directly into it. Of course, under his careful operation, the Earl would not feel anything strange. While operating, Rosen suddenly remembered the teleportation key that Egelin left for him before she left. The key leads directly to the teleportation room in the back garden of the palace. He also remembered the shy words the queen said before she left. "At that time, I thought it was cute and thought I had won the queen's favor. But now I feel palpitations, as if dancing with the god of death." If he had not been determined and had not controlled himself, and had really teleported into the palace, he would have been no different from a fish that had taken the bait. After becoming a true god, I thought I was invincible in this world, and my mentality gradually became arrogant. I looked down on the strong people in the world, and almost stepped into a trap. Rosen did all this in a self-reflection. He then quietly left the hovercraft, and disappeared into the crowd of people watching the ceremony on the roadside. When he reached the roadside, he looked up at the hovercraft queuing in the sky to enter the palace gate, and his heart was slightly shocked, and he saw a very vague illusion of time. He saw that in the near future, these gorgeous hovercrafts lined up and floated out of the palace gate again. But unlike when they entered, the cabin of each hovercraft was empty, without a single passenger. Where did the passengers go? Are they alive or dead? No idea. Rosen originally planned to retreat directly. But after seeing this illusion, he decided to stay outside the palace as an ordinary citizen of Moon City to see what would happen next. Chapter 436. Moon City. Although the Rosen people stayed outside the palace, they always paid attention to the movements in the palace. Of course, in order to avoid alarming the strong hidden deep in the palace, he adopted the indirect observation method. Using the sole imprint left in the eternal Earl Guntrican family, he quietly looked at the situation in the palace. He saw that after the suspended traffic entered the palace, it stopped in turn on a towering wall, like a honeycomb. Then, the Earl's family got off the car one after another, followed Juliet's guidance, and entered the celebration hall of the palace. So far, everything is normal. Rosen observed the celebration hall from 3 angles through the eyes of the Earl's family. He saw that the hall was full of people, more than 3,000, all dressed in gorgeous clothes, elegant temperament, and upper-class appearance. He also deeply felt the splendor and heaviness of the hall. The magnificent hall of tens of thousands of square meters without a single pillar, the sourceless colorful light floating in the sky, and the artistic sculptures full of the weight of time all made Rosen feel sincere amazement. He now knows that this is actually just the Emperor's palace built in a space city, and the atmosphere is not even 1/10,000th of the main palace of the imperial capital. It is conceivable how glorious the Eternal Empire must have been in its heyday. What a pity. This miracle-like glory could not escape the erosion of time after all. After a while, he saw Queen Egelin, who was surrounded by a group of maids, and walked out of the back hall. There were more than 50 maids, including Adela and Patnaros. The maids had different temperaments. Some were gentle, some were sharp, some were gorgeous, and some were icy, but their common feature was beauty, a beauty that made people unforgettable at first sight. In addition, Each mate has at least 18 rings of powerful magic. The most powerful one is of course Adela, 21 rings. When he saw Adela, Rosen wanted to contact her secretly, but the thought disappeared after a few seconds. After Adela returned to the abyss, she stayed in the palace. Before she figured out the situation, she was no longer trustworthy. Soon, the queen came to the top of the hall. About 3,000 pairs of eyes in the hall also shifted their focus to the queen, and the discussion in the whole hall slowly subsided until it disappeared completely. Everyone retained the most basic respect, because the other party was not only the queen, but also an eternal strong man of 23 rings. After looking around the hall, Egdalin spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my birthday celebration. As I said before, I am somewhat happy, but more heartbroken. I have always maintained a kind and tolerant attitude, thinking of rebuilding the empire through discussion and mutual compromise, but day after day, year after year, there has been almost no progress in the empire reconstruction plan. At this point, frost gradually appeared on Egdalin's elegant face, and her voice gradually became indifferent. Everyone in the hall gradually felt a little uneasy. Count Gonkin is an extremely sensitive person. Although he has been controlled by Rosen for more than half a month, when he heard this, he immediately turned around and found his daughter Patricia. Penny, you and your mother hurry back to the Earl's mansion. Father? Listen to me. Don't talk back to me. Something is wrong today. Leave now, and keep an eye on the situation in the palace from a distance. If anything happens, leave Moon City immediately. Go, The Earl suddenly sighed, and was speechless. The world is so big, but he couldn't think of any other place to go except Moon City. The mortal world? It is synonymous with hell. If my daughter goes there, she will definitely end up being drunk and eaten. At this moment, the cold voice of the queen continued to be heard from the stage. We can't delay like this any longer. We must make changes. Perhaps, the eternal nobles present have begun to laugh at me in their hearts, thinking that Juliet will stop me as before and will protect you as before, but I want to tell you that the situation has changed. I have worked hard for more than 150 years, and finally succeeded in entering the depths of Juliet's core and regained control of the core. As soon as these words came out, the hall was in an uproar. Rosen's heart was moved when he heard this. I underestimated this queen a little. Although she is a delicate flower in a greenhouse, she is not lacking in the courage to face the cold wind. At the same time, Rosen was also observing the performance of the guests in the hall. He saw that most people showed deep shock and panic on their faces, but there were also a few people whose faces were still like sculptures, without any change. They seemed to have expected this to happen. Rosen immediately located these people in the crowd. There were only 3 in total. Although the hall was turbulent, these 3 people were like reefs in the sea, always standing still. No, to be more precise, one of them was the core, and the 2 next to him were vaguely watching this person's eyes and acting. Rosen immediately began to search for the identity of the core figure. Prince Gryon, a 22-ring peak warrior, the cousin of Queen Egdalin. No, that's not right. More than 22 rings. 22 rings seem to be just his external disguise. This prince has black hair, similar to Egdalin, but much deeper crystal blue eyes, a very handsome face, 3-dimensional facial features, like a sculpture, and a very tall figure. The whole person also shows a deep and solemn temperament. His performance is completely different from the panicked guests around him. At first glance, it is 22 rings of magic power, but Rosen can vaguely feel the hidden power in his body that far exceeds that of mortals through the true god's eyes that surpass mortals. Even, it is much stronger than him, Rosen, and he can't even perceive how strong he is. At this moment, Rosen felt a sense of unfathomableness that only comes when facing the goddess of annihilation. His heart was slightly shaken. Could it be that this guy is the mastermind behind everything? Or is he the apostle of the true god, who was pushed to the front by the mastermind to attract firepower? Uncertain, but one thing is certain, that is, this prince will never remain silent. Sure enough, amid the buzzing discussion, Prince Gryon spoke. I object. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the hall, and it revealed an irrefutable will. Everyone, including Queen Egdalin, turned their heads and looked at the eternal prince in a pure black gorgeous evening dress. The prince raised his hand and flicked it lightly, pushing the wine glass in his hand aside with an elegant movement, and then adjusted his collar, then raised his steps, as if walking up a ladder, and walked to a height of several meters in the air, ensuring that everyone could clearly see his presence. He looked down at the queen on the platform. Egdalin, my niece, I don't want this, but since you have made it clear, I will no longer be vague. At this point, the prince turned around and looked around at everyone, and said word by word, I, Gryon, Lephasilon, the direct descendant of the Lephasilon royal family, firmly oppose the plan to rebuild the mortal world. Queen Egwelin's face showed uncontrollable anger. What's the reason, uncle? My reason is very simple, that is, I don't want to rebuild the mortal world, and I don't allow anyone to rebuild the mortal world. And I also have the power to stop anyone from doing so. This sounded very arrogant, but in fact it avoided the topic of the queen. Rosen's heart moved slightly when he heard it. This prince is probably just an apostle of the true God. At this time, Prince Gryon opened his arms and shouted, Juliet, I order you to open the high-energy barrier and completely seal off this celebration hall. The queen was furious. Uncle, Juliet will not listen. Yes, the Supreme Lord Gryon. The queen's words were interrupted by Juliet's response. As Juliet said, the entire hall was immediately shrouded by a high-energy and extremely refined high-energy magic barrier. The moment the barrier was formed, Rosen's connection with everyone in the hall was forcibly cut off. In the last moment, he saw Queen Egwelin's stunned face and heard Prince Gryon's triumphant laughter. Then, the entire palace became a completely unknown place, like a black hole that swallowed everything. Rosen did not dare to delay and immediately activated the secret passage technique to teleport out of Moon City. As a result, the transmission failed. Lai Fu immediately sent feedback. I encountered a super high-energy barrier, and my mana was insufficient, so it was difficult to activate the ghost to penetrate. Rosen was secretly surprised. I carry so much solar essence and have greatly improved the secret passage spell, but my mana is still insufficient. How strong is this barrier? It was a bit incomprehensible, but this was obviously not the time to think about these things. Rosen used the real artifact colorful prism given by the goddess of annihilation without hesitation, weakened the obstacle with the prism in front, and then used the secret passage. But the eyes went dark, and then brightened. What came into view was no longer the crowds of people outside the Moon City Palace, but a desolate ruin. It was an unnamed ruin somewhere in the center of the poisonous fog forest. He quickly felt the power consumption and was shocked. I carry 12 kilograms of solar essence, and one spell consumes 8 kilograms? If he encountered a similar high-energy barrier again, he would not be able to break through. But will the other party come to hunt him down? The possibility is very high, and the threat is also very great, much greater than the incarnation of the goddess of annihilation. Because the other party controls the Moon City, they also control the high-powered power of the Abyss of Pain. Rosen did not dare to stay for a moment, and immediately contacted the goddess of annihilation. Something big has happened, come and save me immediately. The goddess of annihilation was startled. What's the situation? Although she said so, when the last word reached Rosen's soul, she had already teleported to Rosen's side. Rosen condensed a large ball of pure source without hesitation, accounting for 80% of all his source, and handed it over directly. Great one, take it. What are you doing? Oh, so that's it. The goddess of annihilation decisively took the source, and immediately stepped forward, blocking Rosen, facing the air in front of her and said, Don't hide, come out. Chapter 437. Painful Abyss, Poisonous Fog Forest. Woo-woo. A very strange sound. A pair of eye-shaped dim red light and shadow appeared in the air in front of the body of the goddess of annihilation. Immediately afterwards, a low voice with a strong and cruel implication appeared in the air. Ah, goddess of annihilation Felikis, I have heard of your name and know your divinity. Are you sure you want to protect your destined enemy? The goddess of annihilation stared at the dim red eyeshadow in the air and shouted, The guy who hides and hides, come out and talk. As she spoke, a black shadow, like flowing metal suddenly appeared in the air, very, very black, as if it was an extension of her black hole eyes. The black shadow rolled towards the area where the dim red light and shadow were at a high speed in a vortex route. A moment later, the golden black shadow was blocked by an invisible force. The two sides fought fiercely in the air, triggering waves of ultra-high frequency space-time fluctuations, and turning all the matter within a dozen meters nearby into a completely discrete state. This terrifying and condensed power confrontation lasted for a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the dim red eyeshadow slowly faded, and the cruel voice laughed. You are worthy of being the supreme god of another world, your methods are indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that I still have a lot of things to do, otherwise, I really want to have a hearty battle with you. With these words, the dim red eyeshadow completely dissipated. The goddess of annihilation immediately stopped the source spell. There was no joy on her face from repelling the strong enemy, but she became more solemn than before, as if she had encountered some difficult problems. Rosen immediately stepped forward and asked, Great One, do you seem to know this guy? The goddess of annihilation turned her head and glanced at Rosen, then suddenly raised her hand and grabbed his arm. "It's not safe to talk here, follow me." Before the word follow fell, Rosen felt the light and shadow around him suddenly change and become blurry. When it became clear again, he found himself standing on a barren and endless black and gray plain. There was no grass on the plain, and no ruins of any buildings could be seen. There was nothing except the dust like coal ash. Rosen looked up again, and found that the halo representing the moon city in the sky had also disappeared, replaced by a red dark moon that looked like it was made with diamond cutting technology, and was full of rich metallic texture. Is this the nightmare abyss? Yes. What about the moon? Antawanji's palace is called the Red Castle of the Sky. Haven't you always wanted to know about the Sun Bridge? Let me tell you, the Sun Bridge is built at the core of the Red Moon Palace. The goddess of annihilation seemed to have received some extremely strong mental shock. Not only did she look solemn, but she not only did not settle accounts with Rosen for obtaining a huge amount of source material, but also revealed her biggest secret to him. Rosen guessed the reason. Do you know the guy just now? I don't know him, but I know the power they use. They? Not one person, but a group of people? Yes, it's a group of mysterious beings who have mastered strange powers. In my world, I have dealt with them a total of 5 times. What scares me is that every time I deal with them, their strength will increase tremendously. And now, they are almost catching up with me. After a pause, the goddess of annihilation continued. At the beginning, their power was very weak, even weaker than that of ordinary one-ring gods, but they were extremely good at hiding and had been quietly expanding their sphere of influence. By the time we reacted, it was already somewhat unstoppable. They may not be very strong individually, but there are many of them, and they are increasing in number. Nowadays, in our world, they control at least 1/5 of the stars, and are still spreading at a high speed. You must be wondering, since they control 1/5 of the stars, why are they not as powerful as me? That's because they are different from other true gods. They have no interest in the source material, and seem to have no divine fire. Their purpose seems to be simply to destroy. That is why we call them crazy destroyers. Those controlled by him. In the stars, the god realm was destroyed, and the gods either fell or fled. Some gods thought of fighting back, and tried many times to stop the coalition of gods from repelling them, or even defeating them, but they were always able to quickly recover their strength and come back again and again until they won. After many tugs of war, the gods were desperate. In our eyes, the conquest of these crazy destroyers is like the arrow of time, which is irreversible. Rosen was a little shocked. Oh, I really didn't expect this to happen. The goddess of annihilation looked up at the Red Moon Palace in the sky and sighed softly. The reason why I insisted on coming to this world is that these crazy destroyers are also a very important reason. They are really terrible. I have a hunch that in the near future, the entire god realm will fall completely. So, I plan to stay away from them completely. In my plan, once my subordinates and I come to this world through the Sun Bridge, we will immediately destroy the Sun Bridge and build a solid barrier of laws to prevent the invasion of the crazy destroyer. But now it seems that I still underestimated their madness and ability. She turned to look at Rosen. Since they are already here, there is no point in me coming to this world again. I will give up the Sun Bridge, return to my world, and find a way to organize the power of the gods again to stop these destroyers. Rosen was not happy in his heart, because the world he was in had been polluted. The world of the goddess of annihilation still had the power to fight back, but in the world he was in, this destroyer had no rivals. If the goddess of annihilation went back, no one would be able to resist these terrible people. After a quick thought, Rosen said, "Great Felikis, I have an idea." "Just say it." "You see, the destroyers have just arrived in our world, and their power has not yet been fully expanded. They must be much weaker than the destroyers in your world." "That may not be the case." The goddess of annihilation shook her head. "The mortals in this world possess quite amazing high-energy power. The destroyers who have obtained such power are like dragons with an extra pair of wings, becoming more and more terrifying. So I have to go right away." While speaking, the goddess of annihilation condensed the source essence that Rosen had given her before. "This is the remaining source essence, all returned to you. In addition, this is the practice experience of 1 to 5 rings of divine power. Although our source essences are different, they have both characteristics and commonalities. I hope it will be helpful to you." She condensed a very thick spell book, titled The Power of Annihilation. Rosen immediately took it with both hands. "Thank you very much." The goddess of annihilation sighed softly. "Nothing to thank you for. I hate you as much as ever, and I wish I could hang you up and roast you with the fire of annihilation for 1,000 years. But you are just a bastard, and those destroyers are the terminators of the fate of the gods. As long as you can firmly fight against these destroyers, even if you humiliate me 100 times, I can restrain the fire of revenge in my heart. Finally, when I leave, I will destroy the sun bridge under construction to ensure that the destroyers cannot bring the high power of your world to my world." Rosen didn't expect the goddess of annihilation to be so decisive. He could feel that the other party was determined to leave, which meant that he could only rely on himself to deal with these mysterious and terrifying crazy destroyers in the future. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Great One, at least leave me a coordinate. If I succeed in defeating the crazy destroyer, I can come to support you. Perhaps you think I'm ridiculously arrogant, but—" The second half of the sentence was not said out loud because it was blocked by the lips of the goddess of annihilation. The goddess actually took the initiative to give Rosen a deep kiss, and her voice sounded in Rosen's mind. "No, you are not arrogant, you just lack time to grow up. I have seen some vague illusions of time." In the illusion, a supreme lord of the gods appeared. His brilliance was countless times stronger than the sun, and his army was more numerous than the stars in the sky. His palace is countless times more magnificent than Antoine's red castle. I don't know how he did it. The only thing I'm sure of is that the lord of the gods in the illusion has the same name as you. So, take this coordinate, and I hope we can meet again in the future. She handed a source gem to Rosen, and inside the gem was a very precise space-time coordinate. Then, the goddess of annihilation was about to leave, but Rosen pulled her back. "If you have time, how about leaving me another thought?" "What do you mean?" The goddess of annihilation was stunned. "I heard from the Joyer that the fusion of source and soul and flesh will bring unforgettable joy. I'm worried that my mind will be polluted by the crazy destroyer, so give me a soul beacon that will never get lost." The goddess of annihilation understood and frowned slightly. "Rosen, you are such a bastard. But I have to admit that what you said makes some sense." The moment she said this, Rosen started to act, and this time, the goddess of annihilation did not stop him, nor was she angry. On the barren dark plain, the soul, source, and flesh and blood were completely integrated together. After a long time, Rosen sighed softly. It is indeed an unforgettable taste, which is simply the greatest meaning of life. With this soul beacon, he will never forget the goddess of the other world in his life. If he does not go to the other world to find this goddess of the other world in this life, and does not let her body surrender to his crotch, no, feet, it will be an eternal regret. The goddess of annihilation did not speak, but stared at Rosen with her black hole-like eyes, as if to integrate his appearance into her soul. In the deep gaze, her body began to slowly disintegrate, turning into a ball of crystal sand, and dissipating on this barren plain. Before Rosen could react, he saw a violent flash of light in the dark red palace in the sky. In the flash, the surface of the extremely precise and magnificent huge palace began to have spider web-like cracks. There were more and more cracks, and the light in the cracks became brighter and brighter, until finally, the entire Gautian red castle turned directly into the sun in the sky. The goddess of annihilation kept her word, and directly destroyed the sun bridge in the red castle. Rosen sighed secretly. This woman is really not ordinary strong. What to do next? Of course, he immediately entered the god realm, and practiced with all his strength with the help of the mantra gem, and raised his divine fire to the extreme that the sun ring could accommodate as quickly as possible. Because he pursued freedom that was not controlled by anyone, and only invincible power could help him achieve this. Originally, he planned to go after he was fully prepared, but plans could not keep up with changes, and he could not care so much at this time. Chapter 438. Nightmare Abyss. The goddess of annihilation left. The sun bridge under construction was broken, and the high red castle in the sky collapsed into countless fragments. Countless fragments fell into the atmosphere of the plain, drawing countless incandescent bright lines in the sky, forming an extremely gorgeous meteor shower. Above the earth, under the starry sky, Rosen lay flat on the dark gray barren plain. He closed his eyes, and did not move. Even his breath of life became very weak, like a lifeless sculpture. After a long time, when the gorgeous meteor shower gradually ended, Rosen suddenly took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Originally, his eyes were dark black, but now, they turned into pure and condensed light gold, and there were wisps of golden halo around the pupils, like two burning suns. It's time to enter the divine world. After multiple iterations of the mantra gem, his divine power successfully broke through one ring, and his entire soul was completely replaced by one ring of divine power. He clearly felt a pressure from all directions, which was the rejection of the mortal magic ring. Of course, he could force himself to stay in the mortal world, but doing so would require a huge amount of power to maintain his divine power level, which would not be worth the loss. He turned his eyes, and looked at the eternal sun in the sky. Rosen silently said in his heart, "Teleport, sun magic ring." The divine power surged, and the divine body suddenly emitted a bright light similar to flames. After a few seconds, Rosen easily pierced the abyss blockade barrier created by Juliet, and his figure disappeared in this dark and desolate plain. The next moment, he was inside the sun magic ring. He immediately felt the extremely fierce storm, and the extremely violent waves of the magic ring. He opened his eyes, and looked forward, and found that the front was full of bright, golden light. That was the sun. Because the distance was too close, it almost filled Rosen's entire field of vision. The blazing solar wind kept rushing out from the sun, violently tearing Rosen's body. The explosive magic ring storm also kept shaking his soul, trying to crush his soul. At this moment, Rosen felt like he had fallen into a fusion furnace. Both the body and the soul had a terrifying feeling of suffocation. I am now 10 million kilometers away from the sun, and the environment is already so bad. With my current divine power, I can only move forward 1 million kilometers at most. This is still the result of one ring of divine power. If a mortal were in Rosen's situation, he would die in an instant. Although he can hold on, he will not die if he holds on. But just holding on like this is very stressful. Let alone practice, he couldn't even calm down and think. Fortunately, Rosen had the encyclopedia of the god realm given by the goddess of annihilation, so he was not completely confused at this time. I am now about 10 million kilometers away from the surface of the sun, which is also a relatively stable area of the sun ring, which is suitable for building the god realm. How to build the god realm? Of course, it is built with source. Rosen still has a lot of source, and he has trained Lai Fu in related abilities and advanced in the mortal world. At this time, he immediately said in his heart, "Lai Fu, build the kingdom of God, with a diameter of 50 meters. Building the kingdom of God." With this voice, a circle of light golden source slowly spread out with Rosen's body as the center. At first, the source essence simply existed, but as the spell progressed, the source essence gradually changed its nature and began to twist the space and time around Rosen's body bit by bit according to Rosen's will. Lai Fu's operation speed was extremely fast, and the whole process took less than half an hour. Half an hour later, a semi-independent space and time with a small size, but extremely high defense strength appeared around Rosen's body. This is Rosen's Kingdom of God, which is essentially a half-plane built in the solar magic ring. Its basic framework is supported by the source essence, and the energy is provided by the solar magic ring, and it is closely connected with Rosen's soul. In a sense, the Kingdom of God is the domain of God. Lai Fu sent a message. The construction of the Kingdom of God is completed, consuming 1% of the source essence. To maintain the stability of the Kingdom of God, the source essence will continue to be consumed at a rate of 0.01% every 24 hours. In other words, if there is no replenishment of the source essence, Rosen's pocket Kingdom of God with a diameter of 50 meters can only exist stably for 10,000 days. This is just the consumption of a pocket kingdom. If a giant Kingdom of God with a size of hundreds or thousands of kilometers, strong defense capabilities, or even independent laws is built, the source material consumed will be very astonishing. Although the consumption is not small, any true God with aspirations will try his best to expand his Kingdom of God. Rosen didn't quite understand it before, but after having his own pocket Kingdom of God, he immediately understood it. In the solar law ring, the wind and rain never stop. God can survive in it, but he lives worse than a dog. Inside the Kingdom of God, it is quiet, peaceful, and stable, and all the laws inside the Kingdom of God are controlled by oneself. This is like a shelter in a storm, which directly improves the quality of life of gods by several levels. It can also be seen that the scale of the Kingdom of Gods is closely related to the ability of gods to obtain essence. So how do gods obtain essence? The Divine World Encyclopedia introduces two ways. The first is to obtain it from the souls of mortal believers. The more believers, the more essence. This is the main way for the gods in the other world to obtain essence, which generally accounts for more than 90% of the total income. Because of this, the gods in the other world value mortal believers very much and are very concerned about maintaining mortal sex. The second way is to obtain it from the sun. This also divides into two small paths. The first way is to hunt the beasts that roam in the solar magic ring and extract essence from their powerful souls. In the ancient times of the other world, this way was once the main means for the gods to obtain essence. But as the number of true gods increased, the hunting methods became more and more sophisticated, and the hunting speed became faster and faster. The sun beasts gradually became extinct. Naturally, this way was also gone. But the other world is not accessible, but the world where Rosen is just right. He is one of the first true gods to ignite the divine fire in this world, and the sun magic ring in this world is still in the undeveloped wild era. Rosen squinted his eyes, looking through the barrier of the pocket god world, carefully observing the sun in front of him, and saw many cruising figures. Those are all solar beasts with extremely powerful souls. Some individuals are very huge, tens or hundreds of kilometers long. Others are composed of countless small individuals gathered together, just like deep-sea fish schools, with millions or even hundreds of millions of individuals. Rosen thought secretly, if the natural empire is polluted by the crazy destroyer, then I will have to rely on hunting to obtain the source. This is very likely to happen. Because one of the crazy destroyers, Prince Gryon, has obtained Juliet's highest authority, it is only a matter of time before he lifts the blockade of the abyss and discovers the hidden natural plane. I hope this period of time can be as long as possible. Because the natural empire provides Rosen with a huge amount of source, every time the time is delayed, he can accumulate more source, and have more room to improve his strength, instead of taking risks to hunt. In addition, there is a last way to obtain source in the Divine World Encyclopedia. That is to go deep into the solar atmosphere, and collect various free source from the atmosphere. This is an adventure road, which is very dangerous and requires a very high power of the true God. Generally, only the true gods above the third ring are capable of doing this. But since it is an adventure road, it is dangerous, and it also means that there will be excess income. If you are lucky, you can not only find a natural source artifact with unique functions, but also a source mine. Often the output of a source mine is enough to sustain the kingdom of God for hundreds, or even thousands of years. If you are favored by the Creator and find a rich source mine, you may not have to worry about it for tens of thousands of years. Rosen looked at the dazzling sun in the distance, then turned back and looked at the stars in the sky that have not been explored yet, thinking to himself, these suns are all huge treasures, but it's a pity that I don't have the ability to take risks now. What to do if you don't have the ability now? Of course, you should calm down and practice. Rosen looked back at his kingdom of God, and silently said in his heart, I need a soft grass. Light and shadow suddenly flowed inside the kingdom of God, and after a while, a green field appeared. Rosen sat cross-legged and said in his heart, Lifu, half of the computing power is used to manage the natural plane. Half of the computing power is used to manage believers in other planes. Remove all disguises from the Godhead and change it directly to creation. The goddess of annihilation is gone, and there is no one to worry about, so there is no need to hide. The Godhead has been corrected to creation. The remaining 90% of the computing power is used to iteratively upgrade the divine fire. After issuing the order, Lifu started to operate at high speed, and Rosen himself also restrained all distractions and practiced hard. In this kind of practice, time passed by minute. In a blink of an eye, a year passed, and Rosen's divine fire was successfully upgraded to the second ring, and he discovered many new laws of the source of creation, so he developed many powerful source spells. At the same time, he also found something strange. It's been a year, and the abyss is still sealed. The so-called crazy destroyer power has not emerged from the abyss. I can still receive information from the painful abyss. What's going on? In the painful abyss, Beldandy and Liv are fine. With the help of the soul-nourishing orb, the two women's souls have successfully broken through the 20th ring. The Dragon Mountain Brotherhood in Grey City still exists, and has even grown greatly. Not only does it completely control Grey City, but the 5 surrounding cities have also all fallen into the control of the Brotherhood headed by Oriand. The number of believers in the Sun God of War has also increased from less than 80,000 to more than 300,000, providing Rosen with a considerable amount of source. In the past year, Moon City has hardly transmitted any information to the mortal world of the Abyss, as if it was paralyzed. Could it be that the mad destroyer of the painful Abyss is not as strong as I imagined, and his previous performance was just bluffing? Or is he planning some big move? Or did the goddess of annihilation destroy the High Sky Red Castle, and accidentally hurt the foundation of the mad destroyer? The reason is unknown, but no matter what, it is a good thing. Since you don't move, then I will move. Of course, he continued to practice in seclusion and try his best to improve his strength, because this is the foundation of everything. But he is not only a god, but also an emperor. During this time, he can continue to train assistants. Since Beldandy and Liv have both met the requirements for igniting the divine fire, he will naturally fulfill his promise. With a slight thought, he called the two women, "Come here." The air in the god's kingdom shook slightly, and two translucent figures slowly emerged. The figures quickly turned from virtual to real, and became Beldandy and Liv. As soon as the two women appeared, they looked surprised, But when they saw Rosen, they immediately bowed to him, one calling him His Majesty and the other calling him Master. Rosen had been prepared for a long time. At this time, he stretched out his hands, and a ball of deep red flame appeared on his left hand, and a gray flame appeared on his right hand. Both balls of flame contained a crystal-clear source gem. I fulfilled my promise and condensed the fire of God for you. Take it. As he said this, 2 balls of gems covered with flames flew out of his palms and slowly floated to the 2 women. The 2 women swallowed it without hesitation, and then their bodies shook violently, and they couldn't help kneeling on the ground. After about 10 minutes, Belldandy first raised his head, his eyes shone with a deep red light, and his temperament became extremely pure, like a fiercely burning war. Your Majesty, I ignited the divine fire. Rosen saw clearly that Belldandy had a good talent, and was very compatible with his divine fire. Once the divine fire was ignited, the intensity was 0.6 rings. He nodded. Very good, from now on, you are the war god I rely on most. Go to the mortal world to find your believers, take your believers, and go to various planes to expand the territory. Yes, your Majesty, my sword is your sword. After a while, Liv also successfully ignited the divine fire, and her eyes turned into a strange gray, a mixture of black and white. My intelligence girl, you also go to the mortal world to gather believers. Go to those unknown areas that have not yet been covered by faith to collect information, and become my sharpest eyes. Yes, Master. Liv felt the divine power in her body, and a deep sense of joy flashed through her heart. The 2 women are Rosen's subordinate gods, and naturally they share the kingdom of God with Rosen. In this way, the kingdom of God with a diameter of 50 meters seems a bit narrow, but the source is very precious. Now is the star-up period, and there is no room for waste. After thinking about it, Rosen reduced the space-time metric in the kingdom of God by 1,000 times. In this way, under the premise of unchanged source consumption, the diameter of the kingdom of God is equivalent to an increase of 1,000 times, from the previous 50-meter diameter to a diameter of 50 kilometers. Afterwards, Rosen distributed their respective areas and construction rights in their respective areas to the 2 women. The 2 subordinate gods were busy with their own things, while Rosen remained motionless, sitting cross-legged on the green ground to practice. Time continued to flow quickly. In a blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. Rosen clearly felt that the source essence coming from the mortal world was increasing rapidly every moment. He carefully felt it, and found that Belldandy and Liv cooperated with each other, and expanded at an almost crazy speed in the mortal world. They had conquered 3 planes for him in succession, and spread the name of the creator god King Rosen throughout the multidimensional world. And Lai Fu immediately followed up to manage these conquered new areas, and quickly brought the new parish under unified management. Lai Fu's management ability was trained through thousands of trials and tribulations, so the conquered planes quickly turned from chaos to order and began to develop at a high speed. The lives of believers were greatly improved, and their faith naturally became stronger quickly. Not bad, not bad. I really did not choose the wrong person. At this time, Rosen's divine power had reached the top of the 2nd ring, and could break through the 3rd ring at any time. The crazy destroyer who once seemed unfathomable in his eyes, now thinking back, doesn't seem so scary. It is estimated that Prince Grion's power level should be in the early 4th ring. It is indeed very strong, but the scale of power is very average. If it weren't for Juliet providing high power support behind him that day, it would be impossible for him to last 10 seconds under the hands of the goddess of annihilation. At this moment, although Rosen is only at the top of the 2nd ring, and constantly consumes source essence to do various divine power experiments, but his source essence income is too rich, so he still accumulated a huge amount of source essence, enough for him to perform 100,000 2nd ring peak source essence divine arts. Even if he goes all out, he may not be able to defeat Prince Grion. Of course, it would be better to start the battle later, because his power is still developing rapidly. So he turned his eyes to the Abyss of Pain again, and observed the situation of his opponent. There were some new changes in the Abyss of Pain, and they were all good news. One good news is that the Longshan Brotherhood has expanded significantly again, with a territory of more than 1,500 kilometers, more than 15 cities under control, and the number of believers has reached 800,000. Another good news is that Moon City is still in a state of silent disconnection, which is almost exactly the same as when Rosen left Moon City that day. Rosen's heart moved slightly. Did something unexpected happen in Moon City? Let me take a closer look. His insight at the peak of the 2nd ring is much stronger than before. Once, he could not see through Prince Grion's divine power barrier at all. But now, He can faintly sense the information coming from the Eternal Palace. Because the barrier is very vague, the information is of course very weak. But there is indeed a message that is constantly trying to spread. Rosen sensed it carefully, and even mobilized Lai Fu's computing power to analyze it carefully, but he still felt unclear. My strength is still a little lacking. He immediately turned back, and continued to iterate to improve the level of the divine fire. With a large amount of source material consumed at all costs, he quickly broke through the third ring. Then he saw more clearly. Prince Grion's power level has hardly changed from before, still a little over level 4. Although the message from the barrier is very weak, it was finally understood with Lai Fu's supercomputing power analysis. It turned out to be a message for help from Queen Egdalin. The object of the request for help is not someone else, but himself. It is understandable if you think about it, because he is the only person in this solar star world who can save her. The message is just 4 words: Your Majesty, save me. Rosen was very surprised. Egdrin is still alive, and seems to have free will. Is this a trap of the Mad Destroyer? Should I save him or not? After careful consideration, Rosen made a decision. The fact that she can hold on like this is enough to prove that the Queen is not a simple person, and the foundation of the Eternal Empire is deeper than I thought. My current strength is still insufficient, and saving people now is still a bit forced and easy to fail. So Queen, you hold on first, and wait for me to develop for a few years. Chapter 439. Moon City, Eternal Palace. Many years have passed, and the once bustling celebration hall has undergone great changes. The guests are long gone, the birthday decorations have all been removed, and the red carpet on the ground has long been removed. The hall is cold and deserted, like a tomb. But there are also things that have hardly changed. Your Highness, you have been standing here for 3 hours. A maid reminded carefully. In the center of the hall, Prince Grion stopped and raised his head, looking at the supreme throne in front of him for a long time. On the throne stands a huge crystal. In the crystal, the Queen and her 50 maids are solidified. At first glance, it looks like a piece of art with excellent craftsmanship, but if you look closely, you will find that both the Queen and the maids are actually alive. These 51 beautiful and elegant women are breathing very slowly. At the current speed, it may take at least 10,000 years to complete a complete breathing cycle. At first, Prince Grion thought it was just a very strong time lag spell. But after trying to crack it, he found out that he was totally wrong. All existence in the space and time around the Queen's body was completely locked by an extremely powerful force. Any power, including the power given by the Master, could not break through this power blockade. After staring for a long time, Prince Grion's eyes moved up and placed on the crown on the Queen's head. The name of the crown is Crown of Absolute Power, which is the strongest true artifact in the Eternal Empire. Before, he only knew that this artifact was the most precious treasure of the royal family, but he didn't know why it was precious. Now he finally figured it out. This crown was actually condensed from the source material with the strength of the 5th ring. Originally, even so, he was still able to break the defense of this artifact. However, the bridge connecting the Master of the other world was suddenly broken, and he and the Master naturally lost contact. Without the help of the Master, he was helpless against this super artifact by himself. Although he had come to see it many times, every time he saw this crown, Prince Grion would feel a strong unwillingness in his heart. Juliet, I order you to disconnect Egdalin's high-power support. Executing the order, the estimated completion time is 16,7831 years, 21 days, 4 hours, 34 seconds, 3,332 seconds. Hurry up and execute. I'm sorry, the command core is strongly interfered by the Crown of Absolute Power. Unless the effect of the true artifact is removed, it cannot be accelerated. The Queen's linkage operation is very exquisite. Even if Grion has completely controlled Juliet, and can order her to do anything, he still can't break through the blockade of the Crown of Absolute Power. Although this result was expected long ago, after being verified by facts again, Prince Grion couldn't help but curse inwardly, Damn Egdalin! Damn Absolute Power! After gnashing his teeth for a while, he issued another order. Juliet, open the super high-energy blockade of the palace. Executing the order, the estimated completion time is 16,000. Another series of long and stinky execution times, and the reason is exactly the same as before, that is, it is interfered by the Crown of Absolute Power. In other words, it was not only the Queen and the guests who were trapped in the palace, but also Prince Grion himself. The difference between the two sides was that the Queen could not move, but Grion could. If Grion had enough time, such as 17,000 years, the power he released would eventually reach the Queen and easily destroy her. But this was a matter of 10,000 years later. At this point in time, everyone was a prisoner. So Grylon could do nothing now, and could only think about how to crack this damn crown every day. My dear niece, when I finally crack your defense, I will punish you in the most cruel, ruthless and humiliating way in the world to reward you for the trouble you have caused me. After making the 100th oath in his heart, Grylon turned and left the celebration hall. Because of the existence of the high-energy blockade, he now knew almost nothing about the situation outside the palace. The only certainty was that about 6 years had passed. This was not a long time, and he was not worried about changes in the outside world, and even if there were huge changes, he had no fear. Because of this super high-energy blockade, the opponent can't attack. Once he successfully breaks the blockade, it means that he has completely mastered the high energy of the Eternal Empire. With the super divine power given by the Master, combined with high energy, he can definitely sweep away all opponents, especially the so-called Emperor of the Natural Empire, who escaped cunningly. When thinking of the Emperor of the Natural Empire, Prince Grylon subconsciously sneered. This guy must be trying his best to improve his power, but everything you do is in vain. The Master told him that the speed at which the gods improve the level of the divine fire is extremely slow, and the speed will be slower as time goes by. The first ring may be simple, but the second ring will take at least 100 years. The third ring will take 1,000 years to figure out. The fourth ring is even more terrible. Even if he has the best talent and the best luck, he will have to figure it out for 3,000 years. So, he has plenty of time. Even if he fails to crack the artifact in the end, he will definitely be able to reconnect with the owner. After taking a deep breath and calming down his worries, Grylon came to the core of the palace. There is a core controller of Juliet here, which can mobilize some of Juliet's high-powered power. It is also the only way Grylon has found to break the crown blockade. He stood in front of the controller and began to do high-energy experiments. This took 3 days. After 3 days, there was almost no progress, and the negative emotions accumulated in Grylon's heart reached the limit of his tolerance. As a prince of the Eternal Empire, he has enjoyed the best material and received the best services since he was a child, and his rights have been best protected by Juliet. In his grand event, let alone suffering, he has never encountered any decent troubles. At this time, asking him to work on a difficult problem all day long was like torture, making his brain throb with pain, as if it would explode at the next moment. No, I've been holding it in for too long. I have to go and relax. The palace has the best material enjoyment, as well as a large group of imprisoned eternal nobles and imperial celebrities. Although these people have no great abilities, their temperament and charm are first-class elegance, especially the wives and daughters of many eternal nobles, who make him very envious. In the past, he had been holding back in order to keep a low profile, but now that the relationship has been completely torn apart, he naturally has no scruples. After selecting from the list of more than 3,000 guests, he chose 3 noble ladies. Juliet, let these 3 noble ladies come. Yes, your majesty. Also, let their husbands come as well. He liked to humiliate noble ladies the most, especially in front of their husbands. Once a noble lady relied on Juliet's protection to humiliate him in public, saying that he was a prince with no taste and no talent. Since then, he vowed to take revenge. Now, he finally got what he wanted. Soon, the noble ladies arrived, and their husbands followed them with pale faces. Grylon laughed and said to the 3 cowardly and incompetent men, "Now, I want you to prepare everything by your own hands." The 3 former eternal nobles did, as they were told with humiliation on their faces. After everyone was in place, Grylon said again, "Watch from the side, keep your eyes open. Whoever dares to close his eyes or look away, he will never use his eyes again." The 3 eternal nobles did it again. Prince Grylon felt a secret and twisted sense of pleasure in his heart, and couldn't help laughing again. Waste. They are all a bunch of useless waste, haha. Then, there was a wanton venting. But he still felt it was not enough, and turned to the eternal nobles and said, "Call your daughters too." An eternal marquis frowned, and was immediately discovered by Grylon. "Are you unhappy?" No, cramps. My eyes are cramped because I stared too long." The eternal marquis laughed with a panicked face. "Haha, cramps are fun, why don't you go?" The 3 eternal nobles ran away in a hurry. After a while, he trotted back with his daughter. Grylon did the same thing again. After finishing, he still felt unsatisfied, so he issued another order. "You play on your own, play well, and show me more tricks." He was speechless for a while, but finally did it. I don't know how long it took. Grylon finally got bored, get lost. The eternal nobles picked up their clothes and ran away in a hurry. But they had nowhere to go. so they could only stay away from Gryon as much as possible, and then wait for the next humiliation and numbness. In this cycle, time passed day by day in Moon City. I don't know how long it took. When Gryon humiliated 3,000 Eternal Nobles twice on average, his spirit suddenly shook, and a slightly vague and intermittent voice sounded in the depths of his mind. "Ah, my loyal servant, I finally found you again." Gryon was startled, and then ecstatic. With a plop, his knees couldn't control and knelt on the ground. "Master, it is my great honor to hear your voice again," he said a little aggrievedly. "Master, why did you find me only now?" The voice in his mind sounded again, a little clearer than the last time. I'm in some trouble. There's a crazy woman who keeps pestering me. Fortunately, I've defeated her coalition." Gryon immediately praised loudly. "Great master, wise master, invincible master. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me what happened recently, especially the natural emperor named Rosen. How is he doing?" Gryon was embarrassed and hesitant. "Master, I don't know." "Waste." The voice was very faint, but it was enough to make Gryon weak all over. He hurriedly explained, "Master, it's not my fault. I'm trapped. I'm trapped by the strongest artifact of the Eternal Empire. This artifact is very strong, much stronger than me, and it also locks the high-powered power of Moon City. I really have no way." After saying this, he explained the current situation again at the fastest speed. After he finished speaking, a response came from his mind. "Well, in that case, it's not all your fault. Master is wise, master is wise." Although the master was not around, Gryon kept Kowtow on the ground, and his forehead was bleeding. "Stop, Kowtow, your brain is stupid enough, don't bother it anymore." Yes, master, be merciful. Take me to the celebration hall." "Yes, master." Chapter 440. Eternal Palace, Celebration Hall. Prince Gryon once again stood in front of the supreme throne, with a flattering face. "Master, you see, this foolish queen has completely imprisoned herself, thinking that this way she can resist the master's divine power." Woo! A strange sound appeared out of nowhere in the air, and after a few seconds, a pair of dim red eyes appeared. A voice sounded near the eyes. "The crown of absolute power is interesting, and it is indeed a very good natural artifact. Unfortunately, weak mortals are far from being able to exert its true power." With these words, a dim red halo appeared in the air again. The halo gradually condensed into the shape of a finger, slowly moving forward, and gently tapping on the almost completely solidified time crystal. This was very gentle, like a caress between lovers. But the dim red power quickly penetrated into the time and space crystal, creating a large, rapidly extending spider web-shaped crack inside it. Crack, crack, crack. The sound like cracking ice continued to come out, and layer after layer of time and space crystals were peeled off by the powerful and strange red power. The fragments fell into the air, quickly expanded again, and dissolved in normal time and space. About a minute later, the quantitative change finally caused a qualitative change. With a loud bang, the time crystal completely shattered. The women protected by the crystal were exposed to normal time and space. Prince Gryon was ecstatic and praised loudly. "Great master, your wisdom is more brilliant than the sun in the sky." After praising, a twisted and proud look appeared on his face, and an extremely happy thought emerged in his mind. The queen who is high above, prepare to welcome my ravage." On the other side, Queen Egelin and her maids were pale. The queen looked at the nearly insane Prince Gryon, then turned her head to look at the red-eye shadow in the air. "Before my life ends, I want to know, who are you?" A cruel laugh emerged in the air. "End of life? No, little cutie, your life will not end so easily. You have two choices now. First, surrender to me, become my servant, and serve me. Second, reject me and become my captive. And I will keep you imprisoned, and when needed, use you as a unique war tool." Although she said a lot, she avoided talking about her identity. When she heard this, Prince Gryon was shocked, and a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on his face. He knew that his master had taken a fancy to this queen, and his plan to ravage her failed before it was implemented. On the other side, Queen Egelin ignored the clown Gryon and insisted on asking, "Before you choose, I must know who you are. If you choose the first path, I will tell you. But my patience is very limited, so you only have 1 minute to consider." After saying this, a constantly jumping number appeared in the air next to the dim red eyeshadow. 6059. This mysterious strongman actually read the seconds rigorously. Seeing the time passing quickly, Queen Egelin was in a state of confusion. She subconsciously looked at the personal maids around her, Patnaros on the left and Adela on the right. She whispered, "It seems that it has come to the last moment, and we have no choice. She has used all the means she can use, and there is really no other way. Patnaros responded softly, Your Majesty, no matter what choice you make, I will firmly support you. Adela showed a hint of hesitation on her face. Your Majesty, I do the same. But I suggest waiting a little longer. Queen Eggeline whispered, Wait? How long? For whom? Adela whispered, You know who to wait for. Queen Eggeline smiled bitterly. You know, Adela, I have been asking him for help for so many years, but he did not respond to me. So, waiting is probably meaningless. Adela was silent for a moment. Soon, a minute passed, and the red eyeshadow asked, Little cutie, time is up, tell me your choice. Queen Eggeline certainly did not want to become a servant of a mysterious strongman for no reason, but the other party had a power that she could not resist, and although she was not afraid of death, she did not want the eternal empire to be completely broken in her hands. Although surrendering was detrimental to dignity, as long as she was alive, there was a chance to turn the tables. So she had no choice. She took a deep breath. Great one, I choose. But she didn't finish her words, because there was a new change in the celebration hall. Buzz. Amid a strange rhythmic tremor, a pale golden ball of light appeared out of thin air above the hall. The light it emitted was as hot and bright as the midday sun, illuminating the slightly dim hall. A moment later, a figure was outlined in the golden sunlight, and the figure quickly turned from virtual to real, and finally turned into a young man with black curly hair and black eyes. It was Rosen. He had a faint smile on his face. Eggeline, sorry, I'm a little late. He has actually been paying attention to the movements of the Eternal Palace. The familiar voice made Queen Eggeline breathe a sigh of relief, and Adela's soft face showed a sincere smile, while Patnaros secretly rolled her eyes and muttered, This guy is finally here. The Queen bowed to Rosen. Your Majesty Rosen, it's a great honor that you can come to rescue in time. Rosen laughed. It's not timely, but it's here after all. As he was talking, Prince Gryon jumped out. Boy, you are here just in time. I was just planning to find you. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Rosen. Finger of nothingness. With these words, a seemingly inconspicuous red ray shot towards Rosen. But seemingly inconspicuous does not mean that this ray is not terrible. The intensity of the ray exceeds the fourth ring, and the effect of the ray is also extremely amazing. Wherever it passes, let alone elements, even time and space will directly turn into nothingness and disappear. This is a complete disappearance. It is gone. It does not exist. It is not like the goddess of annihilation, smoothing out the waves of energy and turning it into the purest uniform energy. If it was before, Rosen would not be able to resist, and he would be killed directly. But now, the situation is completely different. He stood there motionless, but a light golden arc-shaped light film with countless divine runes flowing appeared in front of his body. The dim red ray hit the arc-shaped light film, and the ray dissipated without a trace, while the arc-shaped light film only lit up slightly, and then returned to calm. At the same time, Lai Fu, whose computing power was increased to an unparalleled level, quickly deduced all the attributes of the opponent's power through the relative effects of the two spells. The whole process took less than 1,000th of a second. Rosen turned his eyes to Prince Gryon and smiled faintly. You will be burned to death by the flames. As soon as the voice fell, Gryon let out a sharp howl. Immediately afterwards, his body spontaneously combusted without fire, and a large amount of light golden flame sprayed out from his mouth, eyes, nostrils, and even all the pores of his body. During the whole process, the strange red power not only did not play any defensive role, but even became part of the fuel. 10 seconds later, Prince Gryon's body turned into the most thorough ashes. Rosen did not look at him again, and turned his head to look at the red eyes suspended in the air. Sorry, I killed your apostle of the void. The red eyes were silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, When I first found you, I should have tried my best to kill you, the creator. Although the voice was cruel, it revealed regret that was difficult to conceal, and also admitted Rosen's guess. Rosen smiled slightly. Of course you can kill me, but the source of creation will always exist. I am just the spokesperson of the source of creation. Even if I die, it will choose another spokesperson. The war between nothingness and creation will not stop because of my death. No, you are half right. The red eyes of the void narrowed. The war between nothingness and creation will indeed not stop, but this is relative to the overall situation. In a certain separate world, there is an ultimate victory or defeat in the war. If you die, the source of creation will take a long time to breed a new spokesperson, and this time is enough for me to completely conquer this world and turn this world into nothingness. Rosen immediately said, Although the world has turned into nothingness, the source will not disappear. It will gather towards the new world. The more worlds you destroy, the higher the concentration of the new world source of creation will be, and the faster the birth of the son of creation will be. The void laughed. You said the most ideal state, but the reality is that when I end a world, I will collect as much source of creation as possible, and try my best to disperse it so that it cannot gather. So, as long as one world after another wins, I will eventually make this noisy starry sky fall into complete nothingness. This is indeed true. Rosen nodded in agreement. You are right, so we have to fight. The void laughed, and the dim red light gradually dimmed. Yes, we have to fight, but not here. You now have the 5-ring supreme divine fire, and you have nearly 100 billion followers in this world. Naturally, I am far from your opponent. I will wait for you in another world. I also want to remind you, don't think that you can always win just because you win now. The void essence is the same as the creation essence. It will never disappear, and is the best at hiding. When you think you have everything under control, it will quietly ambush in the most secret dark place. When you are not prepared, it will give you the most fatal blow. Hee hee, hee hee. In the low and mysterious laughter, the dim red light and shadow completely faded in the air. The void one is gone. Rosen looked at the place where the light and shadow disappeared, and thought to himself, you are indeed very good at hiding. You have to keep a low profile. It is indeed difficult for me to find you now. But what you don't know is that creation and nothingness are not the lowest source substances. The most basic source substance is actually chaos. These are the knowledge he learned after reaching the peak of the 5th ring, and the true power of the nothingness is the peak of the 4th ring. He naturally doesn't know this secret, and Rosen will never tell him. Rosen will not go to the other world for the time being, because the flow of source substances between the worlds has huge losses. With his current ability, he is definitely not the opponent of the nothingness in the other world. But when he fully comprehends the source substance of chaos, the situation will change fundamentally. At this time, Adela's somewhat timid voice came from behind. Your Majesty, Rosen, is the one standing in front of us the real you? Rosen turned around and smiled. Of course, it's the real me, but to be more precise, it's part of me. He can now condense more than 100 incarnations of God, each of which is him, but each of them is not all of him, but a life tentacle that extends to the mortal world. His main body, of course, exists in the kingdom of God, and is no longer in human form, but a magnificent flame. A magnificent soul wrapped in the fire of creation. But this is not his end. He has to continue to move forward and reach the final peak of the source. Of course, even such a peak of power did not change Rosen's nature. He smiled and held out his hand to Adela. Dear, I haven't seen you for many years. I miss you very much. His favorite is not the queen, nor Patnaros, but Adela. Because the queen is a little naive, but ambitious. Patnaros is a carefree tomboy. Only Adela, who is reserved on the outside but coquettish on the inside, and trusts him without reservation, is the most suitable for his taste. After being summoned, Adela immediately trotted and threw herself into Rosen's arms like a swallow. Rosen whispered in her ear, I learned a very powerful pleasure technique. I will let you taste it later. Hearing this tone, Adela's sense of insignificance in her heart dissipated most of it, and turned into shame. Your Majesty, there are many people watching. Rosen laughed, turned to Queen Egdalin, and said seriously, I am building a kingdom of gods composed of true gods, and I need as many true gods as possible. As long as you are willing, I will grant the divine fire to all the strong people above 20 rings. Now what do you say? Rosen's worldview is that the rules of the world are endless. The source is by no means the end, and the chaotic source is not either. But it is too difficult, and too slow for him to explore alone. So, he wants to form the kingdom of all gods, and everyone will work together. Queen Egdalin's eyes lit up, and she immediately saluted Rosen. I feel extremely honored to follow in your footsteps. Rosen laughed. Then follow me. Chapter 441. Afternoon. Dawn City Storm Bay. Woo. Amid the majestic whistle, a brand new passenger ship with a tonnage of over 1,000,000 tons slowly sailed away from Dawn Harbor. On the coast, colorful ribbons fluttered, and the crowds were bustling. Countless people waved goodbye to their family and friends on the ship. Beep beep. The security guards in navy blue uniforms were trying to maintain order in the port, and the whistles were heard one after another. Oysters, oysters, fresh oysters. Runestones, high-quality runestones, would you like one? Sir, I have something good hidden in my clothes. 5 Klee to see once, 10 Klee to touch once. If you are sincere, I can give you a 10% discount. The harbor is more prosperous than before, and a little more civilized. In the newly built Blue Whale Mansion, Rosen stood in the room on the top floor of the mansion, looking at the prosperous harbor bathed in the sun, his face full of emotion about the passing of time and the vicissitudes of life. Half a century ago he lived, studied, and looked forward to the future in this city. Half a century later, he returned to this city again, looking down at the various aspects of life. "Dear, are you going to stand by the window and watch?" A crisp and gentle voice came from behind. Immediately afterwards, a slender figure came over and hugged Rosen from behind, leaning against his back with a soft and elastic body. It was none other than Rosen's first wife, Selina. Rosen stretched out his hand to hold her slender waist. "When you live for a long time, you always like to miss the past." Selina smiled. "It's been less than 70 years. Those mages who have lived for thousands of years have a lot to miss." Rosen shrugged. "That's different. I've experienced more in the past 70 years than anyone else. Because of Laifu's assistance, he has maintained a spiritual connection with hundreds of billions of believers. Maybe the time is not long, but the sample is extremely large. In his eyes, there is basically nothing new in this world. The next time is basically a repetition of the past time. If eternal life is an endless repetition, then this eternal life is a cage." Selina finds it difficult to understand her husband's state, but she knows that the man in front of her is no longer the boy who studied with Anna in the past, but the Lord of Creation standing at the top of the world. However, she has lived with Rosen for many years after all, and she still has some understanding of his character. "My dear, perhaps we should greatly increase the investment in the magic department of the God realm to explore the deeper mysteries of creation." "I will. In addition, I plan to travel far away." While speaking, Rosen looked at the giant passenger ship that was moving away. "But don't worry, I won't leave completely, and most of my will still remain in this world." Selina understood. "To explore the unknown world?" "Yes. Can I go with you?" "Not for now, because your divine fire is too weak. When the strength exceeds 5 rings, oh no, 4 rings should be enough. I will take you. The divine fire is the most mysterious existence in this world. Rosen can help mortals ignite the divine fire, but how to move forward on the road afterwards depends on the true God himself." "Okay, I will try my best." Rosen felt that Selina was a little disappointed, so he lowered his head and kissed her golden hair. "Don't worry, the future is still very long, and the new world is endless. From a global perspective, we will always go together." At the same time, Rosen's figure can be seen in other places in the natural plane, such as Swan Castle, Rhine City, the glorious palace of Medacillon, or the great tree of life of Atlason. In fact, Rosen's figure also appeared in the distant Nawat plane, and even in all the new planes that have surrendered or are surrendering to the Lord of Creation. They are all the tentacles of the Lord of Creation Rosen extending to the mortal world. Some Rosens preach in the mortal world, some are performing various special tasks, and some are simply experiencing different life roles. Finally, there is another Rosen, who is also the most special one. Other Rosens are the tentacles of the Lord of Creation Rosen. This one is a higher existence than the Lord of Creation Rosen. In other words, the Lord of Creation Rosen is actually the tentacles extended by this Rosen. So, this is the real main body of Rosen. At this moment, his soul contains a lot of chaos or substances, and in the deepest part of his soul, there is a super life condensed by chaos or substances. In terms of total power, he is actually not as good as the Lord of Creation. Because the former is alone and free, while the latter manages more than 100 billion believers. But in terms of the wonder of power, he is far superior to the Lord of Creation, and has the unsolvable advantage of dimensionality reduction. Chaos power is completely restrained, so Rosen looks no different from ordinary mortals. At first glance, he is just an ordinary young man, the kind that can be seen everywhere in the mortal world. But it is such a young man who raised his hand and drew a few times in front of him, and a wooden door with neat edges and simple workmanship appeared out of thin air. Holding the door handle and pushing it gently, the door opened, revealing a strange scene behind the door that seemed deep and strange, magnificent and glorious, changing in an instant, but as if it had never existed. All the adjectives in the world seemed to be able to be used to describe it, but none of them were accurate. This is the Chaos Ocean. Only after comprehending the source of chaos can one enter the origin of the world. Rosen stepped in and entered the Chaos Ocean. There is no concept of space up, down, left, right, or future in the ocean, nor is there a concept of time in the future or past. The ocean is endless, and even though Rosen has mastered the power of chaos, he still feels insignificant in his heart. He saw waves rising and falling in the ocean. Whenever a wave rises, the crest of the wave will emit light, and in the crystal waves, a new world will appear. The higher the crest of the wave rises, the brighter the light, the more brilliant the new world, and the stronger the source of creation contained in it. But where waves have peaks, they also have valleys. The crests of the waves radiate light, while the valleys become increasingly dark. The void source contained in the valleys also becomes increasingly gloomy. Thus, the ups and downs of the chaos ocean gave birth to the source of the two basic states of creation and void. This is Rosen's chaos vision, which can only be possessed by the chaos true God, who has broken through the 5 rings and comprehended the power of chaos. With the chaos vision, Rosen travels between the undulating waves of the world. He follows the world coordinates left by the goddess of the past, and quickly finds the corresponding world waves. The crest height of this wave is already very low, and its brilliance is already quite dim, and it shows a trend of becoming increasingly dim. Obviously, this is a wave that is about to fall back into the ocean of chaos. After carefully sensing it, Rosen felt a little happy. The Lachesis is still alive. I am not too late. Counting it, it has been 20 years since the joy in the nightmare abyss that day. But in Rosen's memory, everything is still as clear as yesterday, always guiding his direction, so that he dare not relax for a moment. With a flash of thought, he entered the world of Lachesis. A moment later, his body appeared in the mortal world of the new world. There was almost no loss of the source of chaos in the body, and there was no pressure caused by being in the mortal world. Traveling through the 10,000 worlds is another superpower of the chaos true God. Rosen appeared in the sky of the mortal world of the new world. The physical rules of this world are quite different from those in the previous life. The mortal world is a vast and boundless world. Looking into the distant sky, you can see an endless sea of clouds. Rosen looked down at the land below again. The land was barren, life was dying, and mortals were fighting endlessly. The power used by most mortal warriors evolved from the void source. Although the power was strong, the more it was used, the more the world would wither, until finally, the whole world would return to chaos. But there were still a few areas that were still the domain of the source of creation. There were not many areas, accounting for less than 1% of the total area, and they were getting smaller and smaller, showing an irreversible trend of defeat. Obviously, when the power of creation completely failed, the world would completely lose hope. After watching for a while, Rosen turned his eyes to the sky again. The sun in the sky was a dim red, like a setting sun, and the faintly visible stars were mostly weak, as if they would go out in the next moment. Only the last 5 stars were still bright, but they also showed a trend of continuous dimming. Whether in the divine world or the mortal world, the power of creation is about to wither. But what's interesting is that with the continuous decline of the world, the crest of the world's waves continues to fall, and the depth of the trough is actually becoming shallower. So, the power of nothingness is also constantly weakening. I think this Lord of Nothingness must be very desperate in his heart, haha. Obviously he did nothing wrong, and he was constantly winning, and was about to conquer the world, but his power was getting weaker and weaker. If you can't figure out the trick, you must be driven crazy. Of course, this has nothing to do with Rosen. Let's go see my old lover first. With a thought, Rosen's body disappeared on the spot, and when he appeared again, he had already appeared in the Kingdom of Annihilation. The Kingdom of Annihilation is vast and boundless, with a diameter of more than 5,000 kilometers, and everything is in order. But the edge of the Kingdom of God is constantly collapsing, so that the Kingdom of God is shrinking every moment. Because the speed of obtaining the source of creation is getting slower and slower. But no matter what, in the areas that have not collapsed, it still shows a stable and rich state. The faces of the residents living in the Kingdom of God are still peaceful, but anxiety can be seen in the depths of their eyes. Rosen appeared on the white sand beside a lake. The lake water is as clear as crystal, the sand is as soft as a bed, and the sky is also blue and clear, like the purest sapphire in the world. With a thought, a beach chair appeared behind Rosen, and he changed into a pair of loose beach pants, then laid down on the chair, and enjoyed the sunbathing by the lake. As he laid down, a light flashed beside him, and a woman wearing a black and gold robe, with a jade-like face and an unpredictable expression appeared. It was the real body of the goddess of annihilation, the Lachesis. She looked at Rosen, with a very complicated light shining in her eyes. "Rosen, you really dared to come." Rosen smiled slightly. "Why, are you not welcome?" As he spoke, he sat up and opened his arms to her. The Lachesis certainly understood what the other party meant. After a slight hesitation, she finally walked to Rosen and accepted his hug. Her tone was also much softer. "To be honest, I thought I couldn't wait for you." Rosen exerted a little force, and directly hugged her into his arms. "What are you doing?" The Lachesis thought it was just a hug between friends, but she didn't expect the other party to be so direct, and she struggled subconsciously. "I do it." Rosen smiled. The Lachesis was startled, And then she became furious. This is my kingdom of God, aren't you afraid of death? Everything in the kingdom of God obeys the will of God, and she can crush the invaders with just one thought. Rosen laughed. Of course I am afraid of death, and I admit that your strength is stronger than mine. But no matter how strong your strength is, you can't hit me. While speaking, his hands were naturally not idle. The Likisai was startled and wanted to jump up like a lioness. But she was fast, and Rosen was faster. Just before she could make an effective response, the source fusion was completed. Huh? Rosen sighed with satisfaction, and his long-cherished wish was finally realized. The Likisai was shocked, and her concentrated eyes were slightly dispersed, and she gave up struggling. The breeze was blowing gently, constantly rippling the crystal-like lake surface, and the slight waves kept hitting the lakeshore, constantly making a soft sound of flowing water. I don't know how long it took, I only know that the sun in the sky was bright and dim, dim and bright, and after 3 cycles, Rosen finally recovered from the paradise. But he was able to recover because he was at a high level. The power of the goddess of annihilation, the Likisai, was in the late 5th ring, far inferior to his, so she was still intoxicated. She pestered him like a female beast in spring. Rosen didn't refuse. The sun rose and set for another 10 cycles, and Felikisai finally regained consciousness. Rosen joked, "Dear, it took 3 times longer than I expected." Felikisai was ashamed and angry, but more confused. "Your source is very strange, and there is no conflict with my source, which makes me want to get closer." Rosen certainly knew what was going on. Then now, we are no longer destined enemies. No, but my power has still dropped significantly, and it is still dropping rapidly, and the whole world is like this. While speaking, Felikisai's eyes were very complicated, with confusion and despair. Rosen did not respond. He carefully cleaned up the mess after the joy, and the other party let him do it. After everything was ready, he spoke, let's go see the nothingness." "Just us?" "Yes, just us. The power of the nothingness is very strong, and I'm afraid the 2 of us are not opponents." "It is indeed strong, but don't worry, I'm here." While speaking, Rosen raised his hand and drew a line beside him, and another wooden door appeared in the air. He held Felikisai's hand and walked through the wooden door together. Behind the wooden door was a magnificent hall of dim red. There was a high throne at the top of the hall, and on the throne sat a blurry figure shrouded in a dim red light. 2 rows of void apostles stood neatly on both sides of the hall. There were so many of them that it seemed endless. There were at least 100,000 of them, and each void apostle had at least 1 ring of divine power. The 2 appeared out of thin air, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The figure on the throne looked down, and the apostles on both sides stared at them. Felikis immediately felt a huge psychological pressure. Even with the supreme divine power of the 5th ring late stage, she still couldn't bear it, and subconsciously approached Rosen's body. Rosen seemed to be unaware of it. He smiled at the dim red figure on the throne and said, "Okay, stop hiding, and show your true face, Mr. Nephew." The dim red light and shadow on the throne did not change at all, but a voice came out. "Mr. Rosen, I didn't expect you to dare to come to me, but you recognized the wrong person. My name is not Nephew." Rosen spoke to himself. Nephew, 829 years ago, was born in a small noble family in the middle of the mortal world. Your father is a knight, and your mother is the daughter of a jeweler. You showed a very good talent for magic at a young age, but it was still far from the top. But no matter what, your father found a good magic mentor for you. Unfortunately, this magic mentor has 5 apprentices, and each apprentice is better than you, so you are not valued by the mentor at all. You are angry, you are jealous, and you try your best to please the mentor, but it doesn't work. Until one day, you are summoned by him. Olytesis, the Lord of Nothingness, a great man who is hidden. In order to be taken seriously, and to trample all those who laughed at you, you followed him without hesitation. In order to gain more power, you sacrificed your mentor, all your senior brothers and sisters, your parents, your brothers and sisters, your wife, and even your children. All the lives that had weight in your heart were sacrificed to Orytesis by you. Am I right, Mr. Nepho? The dim red light on the throne remained silent for a long time. After more than a minute of silence, the dim red light began to gradually dissipate, revealing a pale, thin, and somewhat hunched old man with white hair. The old man had a pair of cloudy white eyes, like a dying fish. "Mr. Rosen, you know a lot." Rosen asked back, "Have you ever regretted coming all the way to now, Mr. Nephew?" "As a servant of nothingness, I have no choice." Rosen sighed lightly. "It seems that you regret it. What you regret most is that you obviously lost so much, You obviously have been about to win a great victory, but you yourself are becoming weaker and weaker, and even have vaguely sensed your own death. Am I right, Mr. Nephew? You are right, but I don't want to hear it, so go to hell. Amid the hoarse roar, endless dim red light appeared out of thin air, crushing towards Rosen like a tide. But the strange thing is that when this tide rushed to Rosen, it suddenly split into two. One is bright and brilliant, and the other is dark and deep. The bright and brilliant is the power of creation, and the dark and deep is the pure power of nothingness. The former remained in the world, covering Rosen's body, and became his guard. The latter disappeared like water vapor. The Void One Nephew stood up. Good trick, but I don't believe you can always block my power. He opened his arms, and pressed countless dim red light towards Rosen. Foreign god, turn into powder. The dim red light rushed towards Rosen and Felikis, like a tsunami, with the momentum of destroying the world. But no matter how much power hit, it was eventually split in two in front of Rosen. Rosen also smiled and watched Nephu's operation. Nephu was a stubborn guy, who attacked desperately for 3 days and 3 nights. His own power was insufficient, so he absorbed all the power of all the Void Apostles in the temple. After 3 days and 3 nights, the amount of creation source stripped by Rosen had reached an incredible level. The entire Void Palace, and even the entire world, was illuminated by this source. In contrast, the power of the Void One Nephew became as shaky as a candle in the wind. Why is this happening? I don't believe it. Aletesius, my master, please help me. Nephew, who looked increasingly haggard due to exhaustion of power, shouted loudly. He sat slumped on the throne, like an old man about to die. But no one responded to him. No, someone responded. It was Rosen. Thanks to Nephew, he mastered the amazing power of creation out of thin air, even comparable to Rosen, the Lord of Creation in another world. So, he thought about it, and with his superb source manipulation skills, he condensed the power of creation into a giant hand. The giant hand reached out to the throne, grabbed Nephew's body, and gently squeezed it, and squeezed a deep and dark soul out of Nephew's body. This deep soul looks exactly like Nephew, but it is composed of pure nothingness. He roared and struggled in the hand of creation, but everything was in vain. Mr. Nephew, there has never been a real Oryx. He is actually the self hidden in the deepest part of your heart. What you call sacrifice is not a real sacrifice, but an excuse to exonerate yourself. What you really did is devour. You devoured the souls of all your family members, and turned them into your own power. What you have mastered is never pure nothingness, but the mixed source material contaminated by nothingness that you devoured from the gods you defeated. You keep devouring, and your power will of course continue to grow stronger. On the throne, Nephew still has a small half of his soul left. He looked at all this in horror, speaking incoherently. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. You lied to me. I love them. How could I devour them? Rosen sighed, gently pinched, and turned the soul of nothingness into the purest void essence, and sent it back to the trough of the world's waves. He thought again, and completely let go of the control of the creation essence. These creation essences quickly showed various new states, turning into sun essence, life essence, wisdom essence, annihilation essence, and other more secondary essences, and scattered all over the world again. In the chaos vision, it can be seen that with this action, the light of this world wave is bright again, and the world has regained its vitality. The Felikis felt it at the first time, and her face was full of surprise and shock. The world is reviving, and my strength is beginning to recover. Rosen looked at the void on the throne, and said to Felikis beside him, Dear, he is yours. Felikis felt something. Dear, are you leaving? Rosen nodded gently. Well, I will continue to travel, to new worlds one after another. Felikis showed a trace of reluctance. Will I see you again in the future? Of course, you can find me in my world. I will come to you when I am free, haha. While speaking, Rosen raised his hand, and drew a few virtual strokes in front of him, and a door of chaos appeared. Goodbye, dear Felikis. He pushed the door open, and entered the chaotic ocean again.